gelato right now, you know what I'm talking about?
It's Xavier, Jordan.
$20 a blunt. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My nigga in the room before I knew where I was at. We were catching Noble, I was on the block chasing stacks. I was in the schoolhouse, had that scrap in my backpack. Teacher get on the nigga ass, fuck it, I'm skipping class. Ayy, back to the block, I'm back to the hood, it's back to that bacon, nigga. Now I ain't playing, I ride with the K, and it's all safety, nigga. The richest nigga in the room without a bank account. The realest nigga when I move, everybody run. I ain't gotta shout, ain't gotta make no noise. I just made one phone call and hit on my boy. You know yo come through in that 2-seater. He got Vino with him, that boy got 2 hits. I just hit Lil Savage up, he blowing reefer. City got a new plug and he cheap. He Sosa just shot me a test, got what I wanted. Told him pull up, I got cash, don't do no front. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shoe. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move. The realest nigga in the room and I ain't gotta lie. Nigga crawl a can, he gotta die. Put that on Mom Deuce, she know that I'm talking. Shout out to that Deuce, my little nigga bloody. Still in the mound with some folks, nigga. In my crib, niggas cut throats, nigga. You know what the bid, come and get a boat. I got gas, I got Reggie, I got blow. In the summertime, I'm still serving snow. DJ for the high, I don't do the low. Can with the move if it make a profit. That boy coming brown, so we call it block. Steak props, ABM, but the team's the rock. I'm like Shaq to the youngins, I still get the blocks. All these bitches jockey, whole team fly like choppers. And we came with choppers, these big necks just like whoppers. I wanna be the richest nigga in the room. Got it out the mud, ain't had no silver spoon. The realest nigga in the room. Got it out the block, I came a long way from a goon. The richest nigga in the room. The realest nigga in the room. My shoe. The realest nigga in the room. The richest nigga in the room. My move.
Back in the day, I was getting it up. Now every day, nigga live it up. I ain't make shit off this rap shit. I'm in the trap with the lemon squeeze. Bitch, I came up, I was selling peas. I know some niggas who copping keys. I know some niggas that were trapping, nigga. Now they locked up and they copping pleas. Bustin' jug while I'm in the street. These Gucci's on a nigga feet. If I'm broke, then I can't sleep. Run it up, bitch, I gotta eat. I
trapping. Serve your ass off at traffic. Serve your ass without the plastic. Man, I got a house to store. Damn, my niggas been trapping. Got a 9 to 5, nigga. What you call that shit? That's trapping. Trapping. See, all of my niggas been trapping. Serve your ass off at traffic. Serve your ass without the plastic. Damn. If you got a 9 to 5, what you call that shit? That's trapping. Holla La Simo. If you need Simo. Yeah, he'll make a nigga tuck that chain like he Debo. You niggas say them hoes a hero. We just stack money like Cheeto. Take a couple shots, you niggas can't block. I just call that shit a freak though. Damn, I just kill a beat every damn time. Murder this shit, man, this shit is a crime. Snow this boy up, man, they call it a line. T.O.E. man, you know, mouth in my prime. Man, this beat, man, this shit murder. True to the game, you see murder. Jump up over the game like a herder. Push heels off in your back like a turtle. This shit is murder, we straight back to kill it. Hell yeah, every nigga that I'm grilling. Everybody that I'm with, that I'm grilling. Every nigga get the cheese and they willing. You can catch me at the BP. Get your binoculars, see me. Hell yeah, hands up, it's a touchdown, little nigga, a TD. Bitch. Trappin'. See, all of my niggas been trappin'. Serve your ass off at traffic. Serve your ass without the plastic. Man, I got a house to store. Damn, my niggas been trappin'. Got a 9 to 5, nigga. What you call that shit? That's trapping. Trapping. See, all of my niggas been trapping. Serve your ass off at traffic. Serve your ass without the plastic. Damn. If you got a 9 to 5, what you call that shit? That's trapping. Nigga about to body off the beat. This shit need a casket. Damn.
Shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to butt down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know with blood on my Fendi buckle.
Hey, drips on my nigga, codeine in my liver. I'm smoking that fruit in my pedal like Skittles. Ballin' you niggas won't pick up my drip. But then the bill like school dismissal. Just caught a bum, no missile. Nigga try to Jew me, I'm Hitler. You know I ain't lying, no symbol. Money over bitches, that simple. Bowls in the kitchen, no dishes. All about bread like Jiffy. Clumsy with the weed, I'm tripping. Try got it for the low, let's get it.
Get in the guapo. Nigga, we passing like Rondo. OJ in that Bronco. We smoking gelato. Nigga, we smoking that game. The bitch with the ass. She ride like 6 Flames. We counting the K. Nigga, I fuck them, you love them. My nigga, I'm a hustler. Get cake like a muffin. Hot in the oven. Ace money got brains. Nigga, we popping them tabs. Nigga, pull up in that chain. She in love with the swag. Thank God for the blessing. Blue sheets, salad dressing. Juggy finessing. Fucked her in second.
Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to butt down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know with blood on my Fendi buckle. Let's get it. Hey, I look like I'm worth about $1 million. I'm loading my sweat through the ceiling. I got this shit off of drug dealing. Rest all on me like I came out the bank. We turned up, he just broke out of paint. Told my engineer don't turn me down. Toss it to blue, told him break it down. Back to back rolling up out a pound. Got some little gangster come out the mound. Shoot around me when I'm out of town. Soon as I hit him, it got around. Fuck all these niggas who doubted us. Bitch, I went 4 years without a fuck. I do not give a fuck, no nigga killing us. I know you broke, you ain't feeling us. My life expensive, I live it up. These niggas witching, I give it up. Still the same shit, I can't switch it up. These niggas bitches, they switching up. Gucci the lure, I switch it up. Racks, packs, switch it up. Run it up. Your life ain't worth shit but $100. 4-0 don't pull up without it. No limit, we bout it. Strong, got it, clouded. Nigga, come through in the outed. Don't shit stop a nigga like me, nigga. You never be fly as me, nigga. I used to butt down a P, nigga. Just to run up me some cheese, nigga. Listen to me when I speak, nigga. I say you hope I'm a priest, nigga. Yeah, I'm a priest to the streets, nigga. Listen to me, we gon' eat, nigga. Listen up, listen up, listen up. Pull up and hop out that Fendi truck. Flex on these bitches with no muscle. You know it blood on my Fendi buckle. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. I look like I'm worth about $1 million. I'm loaded my sweat through the ceiling. I got this shit off of drug dealing.
I used to buy a gun, now I got 2. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crop. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot.
I want that drip in that marinara, and 50 on me like a Zebo. Try to put it so good, but don't want no fuck it, don't come with the detail. Get rid of my old plug, hopped on the plane, we got me another one. Night about full of ones, overflooded, gotta go get me another one. Relocate the spot, the night getting hot, and I know them bitches coming in. About the dividends in the Benjamin, a nigga might have to go kill a friend. Panamera on the Roy Royce, drop top on the rave. 150K, I need a higher place, I had to pay at the safe. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Trapped at mama house, now I got 2 spots. All this ice on, I need a flu shot. But don't reach, cause they probably get your crew shot.
I used to stash the ones in the shoebox. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crops. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot. I dropped 10 on that Rolex watch. Then I blew 10 when I left the spot. I made 10 at another spot. We dropped 10 at your beach spot. I got 30 at your whole house. I got bowls at your mama house. On the low, I stashed that 40 in the fender, nigga. Out of state to state in different runners, nigga. In the mouth like a dentist. And I ain't saying shit like a witness, He ain't get the picture. Milk carton ain't missing. You know, I used to stash the ones in the shoebox. I used to buy a gun, now I got 2 Glocks. Had to change location, feel hit the spot. Got me a new plug and it still get drunk. Get the gas from the best crops. Bitch got the biggest ass and the best top. Drop 10 on the drop top. Did 110 when I left the lot.
Way back in 10, I was selling drugs. I'm a street nigga, get plenty love. Fucked out some rats with my Fendi plug. Still trying to run up a Bentley truck. Back in the day, I was getting it up. Now every day, nigga live it up. I ain't make shit off this rap shit. I'm in the trap with the lemon squeeze. Bitch, I came up off of selling peas. I know some niggas who copy keys. I know some niggas that were trapping, nigga. Now they locked up and they copping pleas. Bustin' jug while I'm in the street. These Gucci's on a nigga feet. If I'm broke, then I can't sleep. Run it up, bitch, I gotta eat. I know these niggas can't take me. Never let no nigga make me. Never let no bitch break me. Never let no nigga ape me.
Trippin', be trippin', see all of my niggas be trippin'. Serve your ass off of traffic, serve your ass without the plastic. Man, I got a house, a store, damn, my niggas been trappin'. Got a 9 to 5, nigga, what you call that shit, that's trappin'. Trappin', see all of my niggas been trappin'. Serve your ass off of traffic, serve your ass without the plastic. Damn, if you got a 9 to 5, what you call that shit, that's trappin'. Holla Lucimo, if you need Simo. Yeah, he'll make a nigga touch that chain like he Debo. You niggas saving hoes a hero, bitch. We just stack money like Cheeto, bitch. Take a couple shots you niggas can't block. I just call that shit a fit though. Damn, I just kill a beat every damn time. Murder this shit, man, this shit is a crime. Snow this boy up, man, they call it a line. COE, man, you know, off in my prime. Man, this beat, man, this shit murder, bitch. True to the game, you see murder, bitch. Jump up over the game like a herder. Push yours off in your back like a turtle. This shit is murder, we straight back to kill it. Yeah, every nigga that I'm grilling. Everybody that I'm with that I'm grilling. Every nigga get the cheese and they willing. You can catch me at the BP. Get your binoculars, see me. Hell yeah, hands up, it's a touchdown, little nigga, a TD. Bitch. Trappin', see all of my niggas be trappin'. Serve your ass off of traffic, serve your ass without the plastic. Man, I got a house, a store, damn, my niggas been trappin'. Got a 9 to 5, nigga, what you call that shit, that's trappin'. Trappin', see all of my niggas been trappin'. Serve your ass off in traffic, serve your ass without the plastic. Damn, if you got a 9 to 5, what you call that shit, that's trappin'. You about the body off the beat, this shit need a casket. Damn.
See, sometimes you gotta make decisions.
Which one you gonna do?
C-Mo the motherfucking
gotta make the good
You did.
and the bad. I be like, I
Fuck what a
might
nigga
do
say.
this.
Watch what he do.
I might do that.
Either he is the yank. Make your best move, your next move. You did. I might just do me a sec. I might just get this shit gone. I might just fuck on your beat real quick and send it back home. I might just call up the plug. You know what, if it ain't about money, it ain't no love. I might just pull me a move. I just might mask up and throw me a tube. I just might call up the plug. You know if it ain't about money, it ain't no love. I might just talk you a 10. I might just talk you a gram. I might just show you the plugs to show you who I am. Fucked her soon as I met her. That bitch is out of pocket. You gotta check her. I ain't trippin', I'm in the hood, got my Beretta. I'm on no block, you nigga flies don't know better. Hard head, that nigga won't do shit that you tell him. I can keep this shit going in one day, but them niggas gon' tell it. But I just might fuck on your bitch, send her home broke. I make it look easy, I'm so little shit. I just might call up the plug, he send me them drugs. He got it, I took it, he showed me some love. I might just do me a sec, I might just get this shit gone. I might just fuck on your bitch real quick and send it back home. I might just call up the plug. You know what, if it ain't about money, it ain't no love. I might just pull me a move. I just might mask up and throw me a tube. I just might call up the plug. You know if it ain't about money, it ain't no love. I just might win or lose. I just might told me a 223, keep me a tune. I just might pull up a cup. I just might blow on the gas. I just might pull up on your bitch and drop me some swag. I might just do me a sack. I might just get this shit gone. I might just fuck on your bitch real quick and send her back home. I might just call it the plug. You know it, if it ain't about money, it ain't no love. I might just pull me a move. I just might mask up and told me a two. I just might call up the plug. You know it, if it ain't about money, it ain't no love.
3-0. Shout out to Walker Home. We getting that long. I'm your man, G.
You are now
all the way down with you, man. You understand me, you know what I'm saying? Never going broke, man, you know what I'm saying? We gon' hustle all the way to the tippy motherfucking top. You did. Dummy.
Hustle, don't stop, take time. Probably come up to the top. I'ma hustle to the top. Watch me hustle to the top. I just made a play. Damn, it was all good yesterday. Woke up and smoke a blunt and take a piss. Jigging the sack, moving the pack, taking no breaks. Hey, my nigga, we told the pills, we out in the gauge. 12 gauge with the bunk shots, gon' hit you, game miss. Damn, fucked up and you gone. Somewhere on the shirt, land in a hearse. Fuck is you saying? The fuck is you doing? Fuck is you saying? Fuck is you doing? I'ma hustle hard to the top. Young nigga go get it. Camping all around the Memphis. My nigga gon' get it. Plug got the cheap shit. It's hot, it's ready, come get it. Don't stop, hey. Probably come up to the top. I'ma hustle to the top. Watch me hustle to the top. Hustle, don't stop, wait, grind, don't stop. Watch me come up to the top, all the way to the top. I'ma hustle to the top. Watch me hustle to the top, all the way to the top.
From the block to the top, get the money, fuck the cops. Pull up in them drops, nigga bout the block. Fucking with Simo, money like the Tino. Nigga got Cinos, like Dan Marino. Catch me in Miami. Nigga chillin' at nigga Grammys. Said I do this for my family. Nigga ballin' like Kimmy.
Gotta get off your ass and go get it. Hustle to the top, the whole team with it. Hey, gotta hustle to the top, all the way. You gotta hustle to the top, Go get it. Hustle, don't stop, hey, don't stop.
Go get it, man. No excuses, man. You know what I'm saying? We on the
I'ma hustle to the top.
One time, man. You know what I'm saying? One time to do this shit, man.
Hustle to the top.
Dummy.
Hustle, don't stop, hey.
All the way to the top.
Watch me come up to the top. I'ma hustle to the top. I'ma hustle, don't stop. Watch me hustle to the top. All the way to the top.
Gotta, run and go get it. Get off of your ass and go get it. Dummy. Time waiting on nobody. Get off of your ass and go get it. No excuses. All the way to the top. Free the gas, man. Rum dummy.
Side 92nd Street, nigga. Can't shit, nigga. I don't watch you on the block for real, nigga. Ducking them all the way back to Cash Street, nigga. Cash Street, the dope shit, nigga. Falls up like a motherfucking zombie, nigga. 2 3, nigga. What's breaking, nigga? Hey, I started off rapping passenger. Call the ambulance, every single beat a massacre. Yeah, my bitch be running, had to make that dick adapt to her. All my homies feel like pictures, they trying to capture her. Load that
like Shaquille O'Neal, he missing. Merry-go-round, cause you hit it, you might get dizzy. All these motherfucking bars, you would think I'm rapping in prison. From Memphis to Watts, bitch, I'm pop, bring by ambition. I touch it, but with revolvers, got the juice like I'm Bishop. Pack a nigga out like we helping them do some sit-ups. Got a homie like a Uber, I pay him, he threw them pickups. It's war, nigga. Great at Draco and left to right. Starting to think my white boy racist, they killing niggas on sight. This the game, not a gang, little homie, so change your life. If your gun jam, make like a plumber and change the pipe. I love it. Gang shit, man. Check this shit out. Hey, late night after dog, me and YG Wolf on the mission. Broad day of dog, it don't matter, no competition. Joey J. Hen, that's some shooters, but they ain't in it. Crucial said it best, your bitch ain't the only one with extension. No, I'm not a crook, but I'm cooking shit in the kitchen. Damn, they broke my hands like that bitch for testing my pimpin'. Breaking bitches left to right, Brian Nick be my witness. After I get through fucking that bitch, I'm in her mouth like a dentist. Free blood raw, I done turned this shit to a movement. These niggas actin', we load a couple clips, shoot a movie. These niggas pirates, gay as fuck, just want the booty. Make my family proud, sugar mama, Penny and Trudy. What's up? Twist your finger, chop what she banging. My flag like an old lady titties, you know it's hanging. Breath off in the chamber, these bullets will get the slanging. No, I'm trapping off these features. A year ago I was slanging. These bitches dogs too, but they never bite like a poodle. These niggas giving out information like they on Google. Treat them like a model. Set them up, then I shoot them. Gang shit, man. G200. Hey man, YG Cable, man. Don't bring your ass to Memphis, nigga. Gang. Know what's going on, nigga. Nigga know YG and Watts. You know what I'm all over this motherfucker on blood. Damn fools, nigga. Y'all talking that stupid ass shit, nigga. Pull up on my motherfucking block, nigga. Unloading them 30 rounds, bitch. Like my nigga Cruz said, man. Your bitch ain't the only one with extensions, nigga. Nigga, I got pulled all the way in Cali, nigga. That's about me, nigga. Straight tools, nigga. Come on, man. Y'all know what's going on. Nigga, I done been out there on the motherfucking blocks, nigga.
Yo, what's up with it, Warren? What's good, big bro?
You know what it is. You know what it is, H. You know what it is, man. It's time to cook, smoke.
Let's get it, man. It's fight week. Devin Haney and Lomachenko. Devin Haney, you seen what he did today? He had, you know, like the pads where fighters be hitting the pads and stuff like that. He put Shakur Stevenson's face on one of the pads in Tank Davis' face. So when he hit the pads, he hit in their face. What's your thoughts on that? Devin Haney put his Shakur's face on the pads and stuff like that.
I just don't want his face. I just want to see his face show up after the fight. That's what I want to see. Yeah. But those words that Haney, Shakur is next. That's what I want to see.
He making it
show
seem
me
like
that, impress me. Yeah, okay.
I'm saying he making it seem like he want to fight by doing that. Like you hitting the mitts every time you hit the mitt, you hitting a picture of Shakur's face. You hitting a picture of Tank's face. So I'm like, are you trying to fight him or what? Is that a sign that you want to fight? I'm trying to figure it out. What's up, Adolfo? What's good?
What's going on, H? Salute to everyone, man. Good to be here.
Go ahead, Warren.
Salute. You know, hello?
Yeah, say it again. Say it again. You was breaking up. Say that again.
Yeah, I want to.
You keep breaking up, Warren. I think your connection kind of off. Your connection might be off.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you. There you go.
Yeah, I want to talk about Kenneth Sims. His, he's supposed to be rolling mandatory. That fight that he had was for the mandatory, to be rolling mandatory.
No, the WBA they already ordered Rolly to fight against Denzel. No, what's his name? O'Hara Davies from the UK. So they already ordered Rolly to fight O'Hara Davies from the UK. He's already
I
been
looked at the
mandated.
I looked at the I was watching Fight Hype interview with him. And he said that was supposed to be a mandatory to fight for that belt. That's what Kenneth Sim said out of his mouth. I might be wrong about the belt, but he said it was supposed to be for that belt on Fight Hype.
Yeah, I think you're wrong about that one. Maybe you
Okay.
misheard it, or maybe you know something I don't know. But from what
It's
I
on
know,
Fight Hype. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and listen to it
yeah,
a little bit closer. But I could have sworn he was talking about that he mentioned. Matter of fact, it said that he called out Rolly. Well, everybody
mhm.
gonna call him out.
Well,
So
like I said, the WBA has already ordered Rolly to fight against O'Hara Davies. He's from the UK. You know, I
okay,
don't know if Rolly could win that fight, man. Rolly's not that good, to be honest. He's not good at all. What you thought about that, Adolfo? That fight with Rolly and Barossa.
Rolly is not a good boxer, and I don't know. I don't know how he got put there, but he looked horrible against 40-year-old man, man. Horrible. Uh, I don't know what's left for him, but I don't see no future in Rolly. Rolly's been pushed out into stardom with nothing in the bag, man. Nothing.
Facts. You know, they gave him that belt. I don't believe he earned it. I don't believe he deserved to be a champion, but they gave it to him. So I believe his days are numbered as a champion. You know,
Oh,
they talking about Rolly fighting Ryan Garcia. What y'all think about that fight?
oh. It's funny, man. Now I don't know. Rolly should be lucky, man. Get that bag of money and run and do something else, man. He's not a boxer. He doesn't have the ability to stay out there and at the top with the stars. Not good. I mean, in the Hispanic community, cause he have Cuban, he comes from Cuban parents, but I mean, he's not nothing. He's nothing. Hey, we just got a new Cuban, 18-year-old phenom. Just came from Cuba.
What's
He
his
gonna
name?
make. I don't know his name yet, cause my body was telling me. But this guy is just
Where
like
he with?
Ale Rodriguez.
He with
He's pretty
Rodriguez?
damn good.
Who, Adelaide Rodriguez?
Yes.
Are they
That
trained together?
yeah. Well, this new guy just came in.
Okay. Man, that's
But
good.
I don't know the name right now. But I'll shoot it to you as soon as I find out.
yeah, but that Rolly and Garcia fight that's gonna happen, just like I predicted. Ryan gonna end up with the belt.
Yeah, all roads lead to that way, huh?
Yeah, so Garcia and then Tank come and take it from Garcia, and they make plenty of money. Everybody gets paid. Rolly leaves out happy. He get paid.
Some more PBC slander.
Pretty.
That's what it is.
But I
PBC.
thought I heard. I'm gonna go back and look at that interview, but on Fight Hype,
PBC slander.
Kenneth Sims said that it was just mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever the winner of that fight.
How you doing, Warren?
What's going on, big bro?
What's going on, brother? What's your name, brother?
Adolfo.
Adolfo. All right, salute, bro.
And salute to you, H.
What's good? What's up with it?
Let me say, I can't justify the stoppage. I don't want to. I say that first. It was a bad stoppage. But let me just point a few things out. Right, is that regardless on how we feel, Rolly was closing in on homeboy. Now because he hit so hard, you don't know how the fight would have played out. If it would have went to the scorecards, he probably would have won, maybe. But basically, the key to boxing is find your range and find your swagger, and he found it. He hurt him, and he was gassing out because he was older. Had he fought him in his prime, he probably would have stopped Rolly early, but he's not in his prime. And a lot of people ducked him throughout the years too. So it's not like this is just some old bum. We just call him a bum because we never heard of him. He's a very dangerous fighter, as he showed. And Rolly would have, based on what I seen, the way it was going, even if he would have got through that round, I still think they shouldn't have stopped it like that because it's just a bad look. And I think they was trying to give Rolly the belt. So it just, WBA is just showing how scandalous they are. So I don't want to make that my point. My point that I want to make is that Adolfo, he's not nobody. He's the WBA champion, whether we like it or not. And another thing is that he figured him out and he found him. And if the ref didn't stop at that round, Rolly was going to come up, outside of a punch from my man. We can't say for sure, but anybody that know the sport, just no athlete in period. Old school got hurt. He got thrown in there for an easy win for Rolly. He proved people wrong. Like the brother has been proving people wrong his whole career. So, and Rolly was going to stop him anyway. So I'm not saying that the stoppage was justified because it was bullshit. But I just want to be clear. Like, it's not like the dude was hurt. And he might would have stopped him had the referee not got in the way in particular round. And if he didn't stop him in that round, he probably would have stopped him in the next round.
So do you believe that Rolly was winning the fight?
No, that's no, brother. I don't believe that. But what I'm saying is that age is a motherfucker. Father Time doesn't lie, and the facial expression on my man's face, he was out of it, and he didn't put up a big fight. While it's not like he rose hell when the referee jumped in there and stopped the fight. He wasn't kicking up dust at the time. After the fight, he did say he thought it was bullshit, but when the fight was stopped, he wasn't protesting. He wasn't protesting. If you really pay attention, if you want to keep it real, no, I don't think Rolly was running the fight. But what I'm saying is he wasn't protesting. I think that Rolly was going to get him out of there.
I think, like you said, he stopped that fight prematurely. Way prematurely.
Well, no. That's not saying that. No, Warren.
Hear me out. I'm not going against what you saying.
No. I just want to be clear because I'm jumping in to defend the man. You saying way premature? It wasn't way premature. It wasn't. It was a premature stoppage, but he got to the point he wasn't even defending himself. Now, Rolly, what the problem is, Rolly wasn't landing. He was missing a lot of punches he was throwing, but he wasn't missing due to Homeboy's footwork. He was just throwing some wild, wicked shit. But Homeboy wasn't throwing nothing back. Leave that out. It ain't like they was throwing punches back. The Homeboy wasn't throwing shit. Homeboy was basically in fetal position. Was he or was he not?
Rolly was missing a lot of those shots.
No. That ain't what I asked. Warren, I asked you, was the old school in fetal position?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know. Because I gotta still watch that part of the fight.
I watched it. What's your name again, brother?
Adolfo?
Yes, sir. Let me ask you this. Was I fetal position is a little, I'm being a little funny. I don't want to disrespect the man. Was he throwing punches back?
No. The way you put it, no, I don't think so.
Right. So I'm just saying, Rolly was throwing the flurry. Rolly does hit hard, and had he landed those wild punches, it's not like he was missing due to his opponent's footwork. He was hitting some. He was landing some. He wasn't hitting clean, but he hurt him, and I think he was going to end up stopping him in the next round, anyways. I do think it's an ugly stoppage, though. I just wanted to just put that out there that I don't think that beating him was make Rolly some type of a don or anything like that. But I do want to just be clear because I'm watching something now and I don't want to change the subject. So I'm going to make it crisp and get to the point. When KSI, they complaining about him hitting him with an elbow. He stopped an opponent in the second round, and they trying to ban him now. Jake Paul didn't do that. Rolly didn't do that neither. But at the end of the day, Rolly, he was gonna stop him, and that's what a lot of people trying to ignore. Yeah, it was an early stoppage, but he was gonna stop him. I mean, based on what we were seeing, and brother, I don't know you like that, but you sound like you're a very educated boxing fan, and you probably been watching boxing. I'm 43. I don't know how old you are, but you probably
56.
see, you old enough to be my big uncle. So,
My first boxing event that I remember of was in 1974.
that's before I was born.
No shit.
So,
Yeah, when there was the first world amateur championship of boxing in the world. It was in Havana, 1974, when Howard Davis, Clinton Jackson, the Spence brothers. That's way back.
so I could sit down in a room with you with a couple of beers, and
Oh,
I
for
would
sure,
just
for sure.
and I would sponge up with you, and I would absorb nothing but knowledge with you. And
Oh,
you
I
you
do
know,
every time I come in here. That's why I always come over here because I pick up a lot of stuff over here. You know, sometime in my life that I didn't see Mohammed Ali. I was in Cuba. You know how difficult it is. My country when Cuban like Robesi Ramirez fight for a world championship and they cannot see the fight. There's no way. Don't matter if you got money.
but
And yeah, I come from a long way, man.
so I'm gonna let you keep cooking, brother. I just jumped in to give my 2 cents. I just wanted to
No,
be clear, like,
what I meant, you probably didn't give me. I was trying to tell H the sentiment in the Hispanic community is what I'm trying to. That's what everybody else said. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, I wasn't talking, but I mean, I know that for me, Rolly doesn't have any skills. I don't know how he is where he is. Yes, it's true. He's a world champion. You gotta recognize anybody, no matter what. But we all know the way he came out. That's
yeah,
all I was saying.
that's true, and I do agree. He's not like a skillful fighter. I agree with all of that, though.
Like
What do you
maybe
think
there
about
is a couple other
what you
guys
think
that
about the
deserve to
Garcia?
being in that position right now.
What do you think about the Garcia and Rolly?
I would lean to Garcia, but I like because I think Garcia is a lot more skilled than Rolly. But the way Garcia he lacks discipline. You can't fight. You got to be careful with Rolly when you lack discipline because one punch changes the game. That's what he showed in that fight. Like Ryan, you know, he does a lot of stuff that's greenish behavior on the pro level. I mean, he could have got away with it in the amateurs, which he did, but like I would go ahead and I would go 60-40 Ryan Garcia, but like Ryan already let you know that he'll take a knee. He, like in the words of the great poets, Boys to Men, down on bended knee. He'll take a bended knee. So if Rolly hit him, he might can beat Ryan.
I can say I can say that same thing for both of them because Garcia do have a punch power too, so we
You
can't
got to
say
knock Rolly out.
yeah. I don't see with that performance that Rolly did. I don't see him standing up to defending that belt, having that belt for a long time. I see him having that belt one time against Garcia, then Garcia losing it to Tank Davis. I think that's how PBC gonna move them. That's just my prediction on how that belt is gonna get handled.
Okay, let me ask this question to the brothers on all of the brothers on the chat. I mean on the panel with us. Who is the best at 140 in everybody's opinion?
I favor, believe it or not, I favor Regis above all of them at this point. I got Catterall second and Taylor third. But it's a toss up between those two at who's either second or third. But those would be my top three. And I got Richardson a close, maybe 5. Then what's that Spanish guy name? I forget. I have to look.
Who you talking about, Warren?
At 140.
So who is Regis gonna fight next?
I think he got a fight coming up, don't he? Or no? Well, I know he just signed with what's the name, so I don't know what they got for him.
Well, in your opinion, who you think it would be his next opponent?
He's fighting Liam Perro. He's from Australia. He's an undefeated fighter. Liam Perro from Australia.
Okay.
Yeah, he's an undefeated fighter. He's from Australia, like George Cambosis. Like he's an undefeated challenger.
So Red Matias on that.
Yeah, that's who I want to.
Sabril Matias.
Yeah,
I heard he's a free agent. I heard that Sabril Matias is a free agent, and he's trying to look for some big fights. A lot of people are trying to sign him. I think the Zone is trying to sign him so they can make that fight with Regis like a unification.
Yeah, but what I heard from Regis is he want to do 2 fights, and then Matias would be in the 3rd fight, something like that.
So he want to wait to fight Matias?
That's what it came out of his mouth.
I don't know about that.
I don't remember who. Yeah, go ahead.
I noticed that I like Regis. I like Regis a lot. He's a hell of a fighter. But he always be calling out like lightweights. You notice that? He be calling out Tank all the time. I noticed that. And I seen him on his.
Okay. I got a call. I got an answer, and I'll be back. Okay.
I'll come back. Holler at me. Okay, brother.
All right.
So I noticed that Regis always be calling out like lightweights. He's always going back and forth with Tank Davis like every time. And I noticed he did an interview with DAZN, and they asked him like, who you want to fight next. This was his first interview with DAZN. He was like, I want to fight Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia. And the dude on DAZN was like, man, ain't those guys like smaller than you? Like, aren't they like in a smaller weight class? And then his promoter, Eddie Hearn, was like, nah, man, we want to fight the guys at 140. And he started talking about Matias. And Regis was like, yeah, okay, you right about that. Like, he agreed, like, I shouldn't be calling out Tank, who's fighting at 135. They was like, you should fight Matias. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't say those names at first. Sports Heaven, you noticed that?
Yeah, man. And that's why I asked who people think is the best, because what the old school guy showed is that 140 is a different beast. Like, he had Rolly running around here. Like, I didn't know if Rolly could dance around. Like, Rolly was dancing around. He didn't like that power. I don't think Regis can beat Matias. I don't think Josh Taylor can beat Matias. Like, I think Matias is, a problem.
He is. Yeah. He definitely is. Hell yeah. So I'm going to ask you, Sports 7, you would take Matias over Regis?
Yes, because Regis, he's a little skillful. I mean, it's a 50. He can win the fight, right? But Matias can take a punch and and I'm gonna be honest, and I know you don't agree with this, but you're not like hard pressed to argue about it. But I think he lost to Josh. I think he lost to Josh Taylor clearly. He got dragged. Josh made him fight his type of fight, which that's Regis type of fight. Regis like to get up on you and make it a dog fight. And I don't think nobody at 140 or anybody at 135 that think they want to fight at 140 is going. It would be stupid to stand in front of him and try to make it a dog fight.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that right there, man, because I thought Josh Taylor beat Regis clearly. But it's like Regis fans be like, oh, he won a fight. I thought Josh Taylor was beating him up, and Regis, he came back at the end of the fight, but it was too late though. Josh already, had a early lead in the fight. Josh was already winning the fight. He should have started off faster with Josh. Josh was aggressive with him. Josh, he jumped right on Regis soon as that bell rang. You know what I mean? And Regis came back at the end of the fight, but he already gave up too many rounds. What y'all think? What's good, Amani Shakur? Salute. What's good? What y'all think?
I
What you
believe
think,
that,
Vic?
I believe that to be the case.
Go ahead, Warren.
Yeah, I believe that to be the case. Look, the 140 between the top five, you wouldn't be wrong on who you choose. You know what I mean? It's just, um, I guess at that point, it's a matter of opinion. I mean, those top five could be interchangeable from 1 to 5. Man, you can mix it up with 1 to 5
No,
at
no, no.
140.
I can't agree with you because the reason I can't agree with you, my elder, which I respect, I can't agree with you, brother, because Josh beat him.
Right, right. No, no, I get that. No, no, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is after Taylor's last fight and after Pro Regis' last fight, if I had to do it all over again, if I had them to rematch again, I'm gonna say that Regis learned from his mistake with Josh. He even admitted to the fact that he didn't,
Who
he
has he
didn't
fought?
do.
Who has he
I'm
fought?
not. I'm just. All I'm saying. Taylor last fight with Catterall. The fight that he had with Catterall was. I thought Catterall won that
I
because
agree.
I don't know why people keep leaving Catterall out the picture. Like he's some. You
I
know,
agree.
I can have him as my number one, but at this point, he got. We just got a belt. Taylor got a belt, and so I figure, hey,
I agree, Warren. But who has Regis fought that's on that level that we can say he learned something because he ain't fought nobody.
Taylor.
No, no, that's what I'm saying. Outside of
And he
Taylor,
fought
lost to
Taylor.
Taylor.
I think with that experience, I think if they ever had a rematch, I would side with Regis because I'm thinking that he would take it. He wouldn't let those early rounds go.
So why is he picking on little guys?
Well, let's talk about you got to talk about Tank Davis because everybody's gonna call out Tank Davis now. Come on,
But
Money,
but
man.
but but, but guess what though? You said
The
he's the
man is
best at.
considered a bag.
But
He's a
money,
bag.
he's
money,
the best.
money,
But
money, money.
but listen, what I'm saying is that is
That's the
that.
only reason why he calling him because that's a big grab. You know what I
But
mean?
money.
I'm
You
not
said
saying that
I can't. I
I'm
can't. I
not
can't. No. No. No.
condoning
No.
it.
No. I can't.
Okay.
Reverend. I,
Yes, sir.
listen, Reverend. I'm not. We already got a new roof on the church. Okay. I can't let
Yes,
you
sir.
get that off because he lost convincingly to Taylor. And you're right about Catterall. I think Regis can beat Catterall. I think matchup styles make fights, and that's the beauty of fighting. So I have to respect your opinion, because it's legitimate. Regis legitimate, but it seemed like he doing the buck leg shuffle when Matias' name come up, and
I
that's what
think
made.
everybody doing a butt less shuffle when Matias a name come up. I don't think Taylor is quick to want to get in there with Matias either.
No, he
You
don't want
know,
to get in there with him, brother. No, 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 no.
no. I don't see anybody really wanting to call out his name. His name is quiet for a reason. You know, his
Hey, can I?
name is. Go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna salute the channel. Salute to H Money. Thanks for letting me on, H Money. Salute to you, Warren G, my man. Salute to you, Sports Heaven, who I have admiration for because of your knowledge. But can I answer
Yes,
a couple
sir.
of questions that were asked? Uh, well, let me just chime in about Regis. In all actuality, I watched Regis fight a couple fights too. I think he's got some significant flaws. One of them is punch placement. He has a little bit better of a skill set, in particular punch placement than, for example, Ryan Garcia. But I see a little bit of Ryan Garcia in his punch output in terms of its punch placement, the firmness of that punch. When you're punching somebody, you got it requires form in order for it to be effective. It requires form. You can't just punch a nigga like Ryan was doing over Tank's head, and then sometimes somebody said something before about, well, anything can happen. Well, yeah, you that's why as far as I'm concerned, the knockouts that Rolly got and the knockout, or should I say knockout? I don't know about all the knockouts, but that one that I saw that Rolly got that knockout, and the one Ryan got, that's one of those anything can happen knockouts.
You talking about the knockout, the Barroso guy?
I believe it was.
That was a fixed fight. That's not a knockout.
No. I'm sorry. No.
That's not
Not
a fact, brother. That's not a fact. Don't do that. Let my man cook. Don't make up stuff.
No. I wasn't referring to those fights. I was referring to a fight that Rolly fought. I forgot who it was, but he knocked him out.
You talking about when he knocked the dude out cold?
I think so. Yeah, he knocked him out.
Was it like
not Rolly? Well, Rolly too. Yeah. Rolly and Ryan are who I'm referring to. I'm suggesting that those knockouts that they had, as a matter of fact, I believe they were both with that left hand. That was a.
I know you talking about when Rolly fought the Stub Arena.
Yeah, it might have been
his early fight when he really knocked out dude cold.
Yeah.
Okay, I know. I forgot the dude name, but I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, and I'm saying that was, I don't know, I don't know the right terms to use, but what I'm trying to suggest was that was a motherfucking accident. That was an accident. That's one of those, like I said, somebody mentioned something like, well, anything can happen. Yeah, anything can happen. You can get an example of it. Anything can happen would be that you can get knocked out by somebody who don't necessarily have knockout power, and throws sloppy punches with no form can knock you out, because if you hit a motherfucker right, you hit. And the motherfucker you hitting, if he's in the right position and you happen to throw that punch, you can basically knock him out or knock him down for sure. But if you're fighting somebody who's supposed to know what he's doing, and if you add a little bit of he got a chin on him, then that kind of punch, not the contact, not the actual contact, but the throwing of that punch, that sloppy, no form, no firmness to the punch, ain't supposed to knock you out.
Yeah, but I kind of agree. I think like Rolly's not like Rolly to like with me, like Rolly's not even like I don't know. He like one like he one of them like them sparring fights, like so like he like a sparring setting type of fight.
Absolutely, that's what I wanted to say too, because people were chopping it up about Rolly's skill set a little earlier, and that's why I jumped in, because I want to say something about watching Rolly fight is like what you just said, Money. Just what you said. It's not like watching somebody in there with skills, tactics. Watching the Rolly fight has none of that. It's just sloppy street fighting.
Yeah,
that's basically all it is.
Street fight. He like one of the little street fighters. You know them like them YouTube street fighters be doing and shit like that. That's how Rolly. I think Rolly would do better in that fucking sport than real boxing, man.
Yeah. We know that Rolly would not beat Matias. We know that Rolly would not beat Catterall. We know that Rolly will not beat
I don't even think he beats Pedraza, bro. I don't think he beats Pedraza. I don't think he beats I don't think he beats Sandro Martin. I don't think he beats Tito.
Well, hold on. You don't think he beats who now?
Jose. What's that fucking dude name? Pedraza.
You don't think who beats him?
Rolly doesn't beat Pedraza.
Well, let me say this, right. And I'm not a Rolly fan. I'm gonna tell you what I think, right? This is what I think, right? Let me ask you this. What do you think about what's that Bruno? Or that Mike in the heavyweight division?
You talking about I forgot who you talking about? You talking
Bruno.
The one that the guy that Tyson fought?
We can't compare Frank Bruno.
No. I'm not trying to compare him, brother. I just asked you what you think of him.
I think he was a solid heavyweight. I mean, he was.
Oh,
He was
all right. So
he was a good heavyweight, a good solid B C plus B heavyweight in his era.
okay, well, guess what? He's a Hall of Famer. He was more than that in his era. So, but I will say he's slightly a little bit more skilled than Rolly. But my whole point is what I'm trying to say, my brother, is that when Rolly fought Tank, due to his dangerous, and that's what made in the fight that Rolly had, that's what made him dangerous because yes, he's not the most skilled. Yes, he looked a suspect in the fight, but one punch he landed changed the outcome in the fight. And rather we agreed with the stoppage because the stoppage, no matter how bad the stoppage was, anybody that's got eyes,
bro, come on.
Let me say, brother, please,
brother.
I
don't even want to talk about that shit, bro.
Well, no, I'm gonna talk about it. You ain't got.
No, I ain't saying that, bro.
No, but I'm saying that, brother. Please, brother. Let me say what I'm saying, brother. And I'm gonna press mute and I'm gonna let you rock the mic. The only thing I'm really trying to say is that if we're being honest, because I'm being honest all the way, I don't even like Rolly. So like his skill wise, he's terrible, but dangerous and skills ain't the same thing. The bottom line is his corner told him, nigga, you losing. You need to do something and be more aggressive. And he did. And one punch, even though it was a premature stoppage, Old School wasn't doing nothing, but he was in the fetal position. He wasn't throwing. It's not like they was exchanging punches and the fight was stopped. He wasn't doing anything offensively. And when the fight was over with, when the fight was over with, he didn't start jumping up and down and protesting. He smiled.
But you know what? He did have a surprise.
You saying you saying it like it was a throw to fight.
It was. I mean, bro, come on, bro. You can't look at that shit. And I say it was, bro. I know boxing.
I don't know the fight throw.
Hey, Sports.
Yes,
when we stopped that fight, Barroso, he did have a surprised look on his face. But you know, between his personality and his age, I don't think he's gonna do all that. He's not animated. Let's put it that way. He's not animated.
Well, let me ask you this, brother, and that's a great point you made. That's a great point. But let me ask you this: for 30 seconds. It might have been more than that because time fly. Because you may be older than I am, so you know time is a motherfucker. In
the worst way.
When Rolly was getting those punches off, what was he doing offensively?
You know, he was ducking and trying to get away from him and get.
But he ain't a ducker. He ain't a ducker. He's a knock. He's not a ducker.
All right. Well, let me put it. Let me say it differently then. Instead of being so specific, he was trying to avoid.
Be specific. I'm saying, brother. I'm gonna be quiet and let you rock. But I'm just gonna tell you, brother. Okay. Old School was like, goddamn, I'm hurt. I gotta figure out. He wasn't holding. He wasn't doing anything because he doesn't have defense. Is not in his pedigree. He got hurt. And he was on his way. He was on his way to the L.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. That's what I'm saying about being specific. I'm not going to disagree with you that in the end he was going to lose that fight to Rolly. What I'm disagreeing with you about is that in that corner at the time of that stoppage he was winging back, and as a matter of fact, his offense, he was using, in other words, he got up in that corner and instead of him doing what you said, trying to hold or trying to be real defensive, or maybe he was being defensive, he was using his offense to defend himself. In them through few exchanges when they were in that corner, just seconds before Weeks decided to get in there and stop him.
Did you watch the fight?
Yes, I watched the fight more than once.
You telling me he was throwing punches at the end of that when
I'm telling you,
it was a fixed fight, bro. Like,
I'm not entertaining that, brother. I'm not entertaining that. It was fixed. Can you prove that?
Yeah, bro. Like, okay, so the old man was winning, right? The old school was winning, like y'all said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Rolly didn't even knock the dude down.
No. I ain't talking about your no, brother. Do you got any proof that it was a fixed fight?
Here we go, bro. Like, okay, do we got proof that fucking
Okay, let me ask you this: was Deontay Wilder when he fought the Viking white boy? Was that a fixed fight?
Obviously not, because we saw Wilder hit him in the fucking nose and he knocked his ass off concussively. I like, how could we compare Wilder's knockout to fucking Rolly?
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, that's fair.
You can't compare that type of shit.
That's
we
fair,
actually
brother.
saw what punch that we seen him knock him down with that he was actually got knocked down.
I'm saying the motherfucker balled up in the fetal position. That's why, but it's not a comparison. But I respect that.
But I'm like, I understand that's just me. Like I don't know what punch Rolly hurt him with. I can't.
Oh, that overhand right he hurt him with.
The overhand right he hurt him with. I did kind of see him hurt him with the overhand right.
Yeah,
but he pushed him. The knockdown was.
Now I ain't talking about the knockdown. I'm talking about when he hit his ass and that motherfucker went in the fetal position.
He hurt him. He caught him. He did hurt him. I'm not gonna lie about that, right?
Rolly told the truth. Rolly, one thing about that old retarded motherfucker, he told the truth. That motherfucker said it was a bad stoppage, and I hate it went like that, but he was hurt. He was hurt.
Yeah. But he wasn't disabled. But
to the point where, okay, like let's stop the fight. Like Rolly.
Yeah, I don't agree with the stoppage.
Remember, hey, hold up. Y'all remember when Morrell was throwing all them punches and they didn't really stop the fight? Remember he was like, I thought like, damn.
He was asking the ref to come in.
Yeah, hey, Victor, remember that fight when Morrell was throwing all them fucking punches, like, and ain't nobody stopped that shit? Like,
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What the fuck? I'm like, would you stop it? Like, Rolly didn't even land a combination to the point he was.
Morrell a different level because that motherfucker accuracy is that's a different level. But I get your point, my brother. I don't want to. And I'm gonna press mute and let you say what you're saying. So I don't want to.
Y'all go ahead.
No, brother. I want you to go. Only reason I intercepted you, brother, and I'm gonna press mute because you making great points. The only reason I intercepted you is because you saying it's a fixed fight. And I'm not gonna sit here and rock with that because I thought that the fight was over with. It was just a matter of 1 or 2 rounds. That's all.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, it's just my humble opinion. That's just my humble opinion. But I understand. Like for me, like it just looked like I understand what you're saying. He was curved. He could have protected himself. He could have hold, but that's not his style, man. You know, that's not his style.
Yeah, exactly. He was fighting his way out that goddamn corner. That's what he chose to do.
He was hurt, bro. He was just. It wasn't like damn well.
Right. He wasn't disabled.
Oh shit, yo, yeah, we might have to stop it because he might die in the ring. Like it wasn't like that fucking serious, bro. You know.
Mob, what's up with it, Mob?
What's going on?
Hey, Sports, you still there?
I'm here, brother.
Can I just ask you this? I don't want to push you, but let me ask you this. You don't even think that was suspect? Let's not talk in terms of
I won't debate that. I won't debate you. I thought it.
That's all I'm saying. It kind of looks fishy. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I respect that. Yeah.
I had to think about it last night, man. Like y'all said, when I don't know if y'all were just talking about it when Morrell had fought Idos, bro, and put him in a coma. I don't know if Tony Weeks was like, damn.
He was, hey, bro. He was.
I feel what you're saying. I feel what you're saying, everything, but I ain't trying to, make it seem like I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm just like, damn, Tony, somebody got put in a coma under that man watch. So it's just like, ain't no telling.
Man, Tony, we stepped in that fucking fast. Yo, let me just Tony, we stepped in that fast. What the fuck last time we seen Tony, we stepped in that motherfucking fast?
Well, that wasn't that fast. It wasn't like it was just like one punch. No. That nigga spent about 30 seconds hitting his ass.
Well, he wasn't landing. He wasn't.
No, he was landing some shit. He wasn't landing
Hold on. Let me say this. I think he wasn't landing when you go to when we looking at it from the camera. But I don't know what fucking angle Tony was standing from. You feel me? And we know that nigga look. Oh, he get hit with some shit. He probably. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Tony like, man, what the fuck? Tony probably see this dude because they say he 40 but got a 30-year-old child or something. They say this nigga like damn near, you know what I'm saying? Damn near 50. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, bro, what angle Tony was looking at this shit from or what. And then when he probably stopped the fight and looked up, probably like, what the fuck? And you know what I'm saying, that no comment shit, he didn't want to give a comment. He probably knew he fucked up, but damn near probably was trying to save the old man, bro. You feel me? But I don't know, you know what I'm saying? But that was, like I said, that the stoppage was terrible, my nigga. Ain't no excuse for this shit. But at the angle Tony was looking at it from, I wish I could have that angle Tony was looking at, bro. You feel me?
Because my man looked like he had dementia. The look in his eyes. I'm telling you, I've been around people with dementia, and that motherfucker looked up at Tony and said, "Man, thank God." I'm just telling you.
Hey, wait a minute, sports. He looked like that when he was walking in the ring before the fight started, man. Shit, you know. So we can't go. You know what? Let me tell you something. Everybody, the whole panel, but sports. Let me tell you something. You know what? I made a terrible mistake. I'm 71 years old. I'm the real elder on the panel thus far. I'm 71.
You sound good, brother. You sound good.
Oh, well, thank you, man. But look here. You know what, sports? When I saw, before the fight started to take place, the day before, and they started showing Barroso's picture in different ways. I said, wait a minute,
I couldn't believe that shit. He looked like he fucking 60 years old.
And you know the mistake I made, being as old as I am, supposedly having absorbed the so-called wisdom that an old nigga has. I made that old ass mistake that our grandma's been trying to teach us out of for years, man, which is don't judge the book by its cover.
Right.
And I'm saying that to say,
Rolly did too.
Bro, I thought Rolly was gonna sleep this old dude, man. I thought one point, bang, he was out.
Man, he probably done been in some. He probably done been in some wars or something for sure. You know what I'm saying? Fight, but he
tried for the belt 2 times in his career.
He got 22 knockouts. So like Rolly said, Rolly knew he could crack, and Rolly would probably, you know what I'm saying, trying to stay away from it all night. You know what I'm saying? It got in his head, and he said he got hit with that straight left, felt like rocks. You know what I'm saying?
Every time he hit me, it hurt. He said every time he hit me, it hurt.
Yeah. He impressed me. He made me realize the mistake I made, man. You know what I mean? Because he put up a goddamn good fight in every aspect. He put some skills.
Beating the shit out of Rolly. He dropped his.
He was beating the shit out of Rolly. Yeah.
The fuck, bro.
I just wish I could see that angle Tony Weeks had, man, to where he thought that, you know what I'm saying? Could correct me if I'm wrong. Rolly had him on the ropes, and I think Tony was on Rolly right side or something. Tony was over on the right side.
Yeah,
I saw the angle, brother. I saw the angle. I didn't agree with the angle, but what you said, and I'm gonna say this, brother. One thing I like about you, brother, when you come on here, what I like about you is that you got a little energy with you, but you always keep it all the way 100. And based on what he had happened in his last fight, and that's what we got to understand is that, and that's why I beef I throw up a flag against. Let's not just throw out, fixed, because, unlike, Uncle Warren, he a PBC hater. I don't want to overdo. I don't want to overdo it. It's just that young man was in there with that old guy, and let's just say this: I'm gonna press mute. From what I've been hearing is a lot of people was ducking that old school guy for years.
Well, he had a good knockout record, man.
Well, I said 22 knockouts, 24 fights.
He also tried for
He was also the #1 contender.
22 knockouts, 24 fights.
And he beat the Canadian guy who was pretty good. I forgot his name.
What the one guy was it a Poly Malignaggi? I could be wrong. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. So I
talking about Malignaggi.
No, I mean, I'm not a fan of his. I'm just saying based on what Malignaggi, he keep it 100 sometimes too though. He just don't like niggas. But and I don't like crackers neither, so it's all good. What he said was, he said that back it was a time when he had beat a prospect for the record that he was supposed to lose to. When he was on the scale, he learned that his wife was killed by the cartel.
Yeah. Right.
It still went into the fight and stopped the prospect.
Oh, you talking about the Ismail dude? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Old school got hard, bro.
I didn't know that shit. Oh shit, bro.
That's why I said, bro, they rob old school, man. I hate it for them because I felt like we was trending in the right direction after this Tank fight, and then we get shit like this. You know what I'm saying? And we just
But
throw
y'all
us.
see, Bullet Cornwell almost got into a fight with the fucking team, bro. Bullet was ready to go. Bullet was bad. They was bad as shit, bro. That dude, man. He was talking so much goddamn shit. I'm like, bro, you the worst trainer in fucking boxing, bro.
Bullet, no, man. Bullet can't say, but I mean, like I say, the instructions you giving your fighter when he coming back to the corner after losing rounds, telling him, good, dude, that ain't gonna do it, Bullet. Tell him to let his hands go more. Move his head more. Stop standing in front of him getting hit with that straight left. Move your head more. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, give him instructions on. So where, you know what I'm saying, when he get around Barroso jabs and straight lefts, so where, you know what I'm saying, once he get close to him, to where, like I say, to where once he learn how to get around that, so Rolly could let his hands go more, but just the instructions
man just throwing one fucking punch. He was just throwing one punch.
And he was throwing the same thing over and over.
The instructions he was giving him did not. It was just setting Rolly back, bro. And I know, like we all agree, Rolly gonna be Rolly flat-footed ass, slow hook throwing that. You know what I'm saying? Rolly, fam. And it ain't like we was trying to change the way he fight, but you as a fighter, bro, he can't keep doing the same shit when you in fights. You got to make them adjustments, fam. You gotta make them adjustments. You know what I'm saying? And Warren G probably made a good point. I don't know if it was him or somebody else saying that Rolly still might be shell shocked, fam, when he got dropped by Tank and fighting.
He don't want to get hit like that.
You know what I'm saying? And
it's not only that, he got knocked out in sparring. There's a clip of him getting knocked out in sparring.
yeah, I seen that.
And that's after the Tank fight. So,
but let me say this. And I'm glad you brought it up, brother. But let's just keep it. And I'm glad y'all said that because Rolly and this just go what he say. This don't make it a truth or not. Rolly not a liar. To get knocked down like that and to be in a ring with a motherfucker that's hitting you and every time he hits you it hurt. And for him to muster at the end of the fight, his corner told him, man, listen, man, this is an opportunity to win a goddamn belt, nigga. You are not going to get a lot of opportunities because you really can't compete with them 140-pounders. You will never, nigga, ever in your life get an opportunity to win a belt at this weight class in your life. And for Rolly to be in there with somebody,
I agree with you, bro. Like I can't disagree.
And right, that's something we can't ignore. And for him to go in there and turn the volume up and go in there against a puncher and hurt him like that,
bro. I still don't. I understand.
No, I know you saying no. I know what you saying. You saying this,
but you don't think they
I know you PBC hate. I know.
You don't think it was just the plan already?
Hold up, bro. I love PBC, bro. Hold up, bro. I can't let.
Okay, you right.
I love PBC, bro. I love Top Rank. I love PBC.
Hey, look out, Sports Heaven. I'm gonna say this though, bro. It ain't just PBC. It's Top Rank, man. You know what I'm saying? It's all these niggas corrupt, man. You know what I'm saying? That's just what that is. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just one. You know what I'm saying? Even though Top Rank legendary been around way before, I was swimming in my daddy nutsack. You feel me? I'm only 27. You know what I'm saying? And
Top Rank is the king of early stoppages.
You know what I'm saying? So like I said though, I really wish I could see the angle Tony seen that shit from and what the fuck he saying. Cause just looking at it, bro, man, that shit, it was horrible, bro, to the point where you like, damn, people want the Nevada Athletic Commission to go investigate, but we know that shit ain't gonna happen.
We just saying.
But listen, y'all don't think it was, I mean, that fight was fixed.
No, man, I don't want to hear that shit, man. You can't.
Bro. They want to make Ryan versus Rolly.
No, check this out.
No, he
not right. Nigga, this is you think here. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Has a belt.
No. Let me say this.
Hey, this is my assessment. Let me say my assessment because it's right down the middle. This is my assessment. This is my assessment. Weeks saw the old man the way it seems like we all saw him. And Weeks stepped in to prevent the old man. He didn't step in because the old man was hurt. He didn't step in because he
No,
stepped
he was
in
hurt.
because he just he just didn't want the old man
He
to
was
take no
hurt.
more punishment.
He was hurt.
Go ahead and finish what you're saying,
He
OG
was in
Victor.
fetal
What you
position.
mean? What you mean, OG Victor? Go ahead.
He was in
what
fetal
I'm-
position. He was hurt, nigga.
No,
Go
he
ahead,
wasn't that
OG.
hurt. No,
Go ahead, OG.
He
What you saying?
wasn't.
He's not that.
I know.
Hey.
He was throwing back, bro.
He wasn't
Sports
that hurt.
7.
No. I'm not saying he
Sports
was.
7.
Yeah.
He was not stopped the fight hurt, man.
No, let me say this. Let me say this, and this is the part I agree with y'all on. This is the part I agree with y'all on, is that I'm a competitor. I wrestled when I was in middle school, high school. I bred pit bulls. I bred game dogs. I competed with my dogs. I'm a cold motherfucker, to be honest with you. I've grown up though. I've had motherfuckers that walked out of shows and said, "You a cold, this is animal cruelty." I'm a cold-hearted motherfucker, but I've grown and had more common sense as I got older, right? And I've lost a lot of good dogs because of my arrogance when I was young.
Right.
And what it comes down to is that, and this the reason I just stress the fixed part, or the bottom line is if you feel like it will stop early, I respect that. And that's what's so complicated about this subject, because you got to walk that line, because especially in today's society, if I say anything, they'll be saying I'm a Rolly lover, I'm a whatever. So I get that. But what I'm saying is to sit up here and act like that, and that's the tragedy of what Weeks did. That's the tragedy of how the fight ended. If Weeks would have just let the fight play out, and Rolly would have won, and then dropped the man and then put the man in the hospital in the 11th and 12th round, that's what it was looking like. Had he let that happen, then we would have more respect for Rolly.
But we don't know if that would have happened, though.
No, I know you feel like you don't know what would have happened, but what was the old school guy doing when he was getting? Rolly was missing punches because he was winning wild.
He countered back with a hook that hit Rolly.
Yeah, bro, he countered back.
But Rolly walked through it. It wasn't. He didn't have that same.
One thing I
OG, what up, Karen? What up?
Hold on.
Hold
on. I'm gonna press mute and let you say. But what I'm saying is that when Rolly was, I didn't know Rolly could dance on his foot. Rolly was on his tippy toes. That nigga was actually running around like Creed. That nigga was dancing. I didn't know Rolly could dance. I'm telling you is that Rolly wasn't dancing. He was putting pressure. So even when he was hitting Rolly, he wasn't hurting Rolly no more.
But it's always to defend yourself at all times.
No. I'm telling you, brother, he wasn't hurting Rolly. Rolly was closing the deal.
He was defending himself.
He was defending himself. That's what he was doing.
Rolly was stopping that old man.
Hey, hold on a second. When you start defending yourself, then that's what I understand what Tony Weeks getting. When the fighter cannot defend himself, that's when you step in.
Let's the hell with these PBC haters. Hey,
so the old man was up on every judge's scorecard.
Yeah,
so
I ain't talking about no scorecards.
Listen.
I ain't talking about no
boxing
scorecards.
politics at the end of the day. The other guy was a nobody, and he couldn't lose. They couldn't have Rolly
they
lose
act
that
like this
fight.
shit's never happened in fucking boxing. Like, bro,
Let's watch the fight again, because you niggas act like the old school wasn't out.
Listen, they want to make Rolly versus
Hey, but Sports 7. But Sports 7.
Ryan's first world title. Ryan ain't a
You already answered it for me, old school.
No, but this is what I'm saying. If we can all at least come to a compromise that the fight was stopped early, we still got another question to ask, which is why?
Why? Like he didn't even land a combination like that.
OG Victor, that's what I was saying. OG. Hold on, Sports Heaven. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. OG Victor from Tony angle, what he seen, how Rolly was throwing them punches from Tony angle. That's another question I have. What did Tony see from that angle? Because of the camera, what we looking at is different when Tony is in that ring and he looking at that angle from where he looking at Rolly and old dude fight. It's a different angle to what Tony see and what we see.
He saw the old nigga had dementia. That nigga looked up when the fight got stopped, he looked at Tony and said, "God damn, thank you." That's what it looked like to me.
Oh no, that's not what he was looking at him like. He was looking at him like,
laughing.
"What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you?
Yeah,
What's
bro,
wrong? What
like,
happened?"
come on, bro. Like, no, man. That's not like,
No.
Hold
Listen,
on. You
I'm
cannot do
sorry.
that.
I'm
Man
sorry.
gonna, nah, because Barrasso felt like he got robbed. Barrasso won a rematch.
Yeah,
He
that's what
felt
he
like
said
he.
after
Hey,
the fight.
hey,
That's
Sports
what he
7.
said after.
All right, hey,
When the
Sports
fight
7.
got
Sports
stopped.
7.
Hold on. Whoa.
Okay.
Oh,
Go
now,
ahead.
now I asked
we
you.
not
So
we
now I
acting
asked
like
this
this
question.
is Weeks' first nut job. He's done a bunch of like stupid shit.
Well, hold
before.
on. Well, hold on. This question I asked earlier, and Old School answered it for. He kept it real. I want to see if everybody else on the panel gonna keep it real. See, and this is the funny part of it, because the niggas talking about they was going back and forth. No. When I asked Old School and I asked my man from Cuba that he got to use a satellite phone, he said he can't even watch fights over there. They both said that Old School wasn't doing shit. He wasn't throwing no punches when the fight got stopped.
Well, they clearly missed that hook.
Man, listen, man, you talking about one punch. I'm telling you is that Rolly clipped him, and he's not a defensive. The old man's not a defensive fighter. He's a hell of an offense. He's a hell of a puncher. He's not. And Rolly was just he was hitting some shit. He was missing some shit. He was hitting some arms, but Rolly punched through your shit. That's the thing about Rolly. He punched through your guard. So what I'm saying is that them for 30 to 40 seconds, he was throwing punches at Old School, and all you could talk about is one hook. My man wasn't throwing no more punches. I think it's a travesty because they stopped it, and that opened up the door for y'all. And I'm not saying there ain't no corruption behind it.
I think he threw like 3 punches
but
in
he
that
wasn't
exchange,
pushed
but he
down,
missed.
What do
Like,
you know?
they
What
were
do you
both
know?
missing, bro.
Hey, hold up,
They
bro. Like, hold
trying
on.
to
Like,
use the
he's
check hook.
old. He got fucking pushed down, bro. His fucking knees didn't work no more, bro. He got fucking pushed down, bro. He's old, bro. Like what the fuck? He got Rolly pushed him down. It wasn't even knocked down. Okay, he got him in the fucking corner. He threw fucking a little
I
combination.
can push my wife down. So what that mean?
Bro,
if I can
like,
push
okay,
your ass
he
down,
got old
get
bones,
your ass
bro.
out of here.
Bro, he got old fucking bones, man.
Okay, but look, hey, Sports, look here.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes,
let's take it from your angle that you were saying earlier. You were saying
Go ahead.
he was getting ready. You could tell that he was getting
That
ready to
wisdom
lose that
done
fight.
kicked it. He's finna get me. All right, I'm listening, brother.
Okay, so let's take it from your angle. Say he was getting Rolly. It was in sight. You could see it coming. Rolly was getting ready to win that fight. If he'd have let it go on, Rolly was going to win that fight. All right. So Meek saw that. When the brothers talk about what was Meek seeing from his angle? Well, what he saw was the guy was weakening. He's an old man. Rolly's going to win this fight any motherfucking way. Why put him through it?
I'm looking at the replay now. I'm looking at Tony, where Tony was at. He was on his right side. And I think he looking at Rolly throwing that shit. Let me see.
So let me ask you this, brother. When you look at the replay, my question is, do you see where he hurt him? Because that's the part that I think got to be understood.
Man, I just watched the highlights of that fight. Man, Rolly's missing all of them.
No, I ain't
punches,
asking
bro.
about no highlights, because highlights don't
No,
matter.
man, the internet, man, all of that, bro.
Tony
Just go
looking at
back.
that
Just
shit
go.
like, damn, this man old, man.
Hey, listen. The
He was
only
ducking them punches, bro.
Look.
Have jobs at this point. Like,
Look, the only
He got
fair.
2 punches in there in that whole little sequence, man. Come on.
No, he landed more than that. So
Wait a minute, hold up. Listen. We got to be reasonable. We got to be sensible about this shit, man. It almost sounds like we taking sides of shit. Let's just use our goddamn logic, man. Like I said, Meeks could have, or should I say, he stopped the fight. It seems like we got a consensus on it was an early stoppage. Matter of fact, fuck what we think. Everybody in the motherfucking fight game thinks that was an early stoppage. And the 2 motherfucking main characters, Bullet and Rolly, said,
Yeah, they
it was an
swinging,
early
bro.
stoppage.
Look, he's swinging back, man. And Rolly pushed his head down. He was ducking under this. Look at it.
you looking at highlights, though,
Man, come on. You can't call that, man. Now, look at this
Right?
dude.
We don't agree with. We
This
don't disagree with
dude
that.
ducking.
No,
Rolly, look at it. He hitting Rolly back. He hitting Rolly
I ain't
back.
gonna lie. One thing
He pushed
too,
his head down and he tried to miss him.
One
He
thing
tried to hit
too.
him again
One
and
thing.
duck underneath that shot. And
One
then
thing.
but at the same time, bro.
What you saying, Cam? What you saying, Cam?
Barossa ducked the uppercut Rolly through too.
He ducking all that shit. I'm looking at this like, damn. He ducked that shit. He came up early, and then he stepped aside, and then that's when and what's the name called it off at the same time he was ducking some shit.
That's the truth. Though. You can't
No. Hold on, brother. Warren is a PBC.
No, I gotta hate that. I'm looking at
Warren is a PBC hater.
Hey, 4-7.
No.
Hey, 4-7. Hey, fellas, and another thing too, man. Boy, you gotta be like that, bro.
I looked at the whole ninth round. So Barroso got dropped before he got stopped.
That was a push down, bro.
Okay.
He got hurt though. He hurt.
So I'm gonna say this. Hey, y'all. I'm gonna be 100. Barroso probably was hurt because Tony was looking at him.
He was still.
Yeah, I feel you. He was dipping. He was. OG, I ain't saying you lying. He was rolling with it, everything. But I think Tony was keeping his eyes on Barroso the whole time. The whole time, like Tony was looking at him. And I think, I'm going to be honest, I think Tony probably felt like, man, this old man here, bro, and you know what I'm saying, when he got hit, probably was just like, you know what I'm saying, he made a decision to stop it. You know what I'm saying? What reason, I don't know. What reason, I don't know why, because like I said, it was
Rolly got hit at the same time he was throwing. What?
I'm watching the whole, I just watched the whole replay of the ninth round, man. I don't know. From Tony point of view, man, I don't know. I
can't have this guy lose. I'm gonna stop it. I'm gonna give him a win. That was it.
I'm looking at the ringside view though, like right there, like you know what I'm saying, right there by Tony. I went to the ringside view.
Man, look, I'm finna put something in the chat, man. Look at this. This is crazy. Hey, Sports 7. You still there, Sports 7?
I'm listening, brother.
Okay,
I'm looking at it from all angles, though. I'm looking at it from every standpoint of view. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I just put it in the chat. Look at that right there, man. Come on.
Warren, you looking at highlights.
Man, but look at it, man. Look at that part right there.
Yeah, I do. You do got to take into account that he just got dropped before that.
What you say, Cam?
I said you do got to take into account he just got dropped before that.
Yeah, man, and I know he pushed him, but guess what? You can't push a motherfucker that's strong and on point. You just can't push him on the ground. It's a reason because of that. And I'm not. Well, let me be clear. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that it wasn't a premature stoppage. I'm not saying that.
But you can't have it both ways, bro. I mean, it's either a premature stoppage.
No, Mr. Warren. Hold on, Mr. Warren. Because let me ask you: did you watch the fight, Mr. Warren?
I'm sorry.
I said,
I didn't hear you. Did I what?
Yes, sir. Did you watch the fight?
Did I watch the fight? No, I didn't.
All right, so you come on here talking to people who watched the fight, talking about what you seen on the highlights.
Look, I was on the panel and it was good commentary.
No. I asked you, did you watch the fight?
No, I didn't watch the fight, bro.
All right, so you don't understand what we talking about.
So okay, all right. So you want me to just eliminate myself? Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. No.
I know what my eyes see though. This little highlight right here. That highlight ain't lying to me. It's a video. Well, I mean, there's a reason. There's a reason. Wait a minute. There's a reason for highlights. There's a reason for that. It's to see it.
Let me say this. Hold on. So let me say this. When you watch Razor Ruddock and Mike Tyson highlights, Mike Tyson looked like a world beater. But when you actually watch the fight, you realize Mike Tyson was getting the shit knocked out of his ass throughout that fight.
Fact.
So I'm just saying that when you watching a fight, it's a difference between the highlights because the highlights, first of all, you got to understand who the one playing the highlights. Highlights is just different parts of the fight.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes there can be biased highlights. Biased highlights. Yeah. You trying to tell me that this link that I'm looking at is
I'm telling you I watched the fight and I thought the old school was winning the fight and I thought it was a premature stoppage. But when I watched the fight live, Rolly hurt his ass and I thought it was a premature stoppage, and I thought they should have let it play out.
Facts. I'm watching ringside view live full ninth round
But he hurt
ringside
his
view.
ass, and the nigga was in fetal position.
No, man, that man ducked under a punch and came
Yeah,
up.
he was ducking
And,
because he was in fetal
man,
position.
come
He
on,
was
the man.
Bruh, if he was in fetal position, he wouldn't be throwing back, man.
Yeah, I gotta
He was
watch this
throwing back.
ringside
Okay,
view
so
I'm looking at, man.
sports. What you're trying to say is that fetal position was an indication to Weeks. I'm out. Come in there and get me
That's
out of
all I'm
this
trying
mother.
to say. I'm not done.
All
Let
right,
me be more. No. Let me be more clear because I gotta watch you because you old enough. You old enough to be my father.
I'm
So
coming at you, man, because
yeah, I know.
you
I'm
know.
not gonna beef with you because you old enough. You wise. Or Uncle Warren, he's older than me, but you are old enough to be my father. So I'm
I'm
gonna be very.
55, man. What are you talking about?
No, 55. You my uncle, but my man's 72. He old enough to
I'm
be
your
my father.
grandfather.
No, not grandfather. I'm 43. I'm not no spring. I'm
Oh, okay.
44.
Okay.
I ain't no spring chicken. So I'm saying is that I respect my elders because I know y'all have y'all wiser than I am. I'm not gonna debate knowledge with people that's old enough to be my father. But I am saying is that I'm not I am a combat. I've been in combat most of my life. And I'm just saying in general is that when you have a puncher that's offensive minded, he's not defense. Don't sit up here and say he's ducking. No, he's not ducking. He just happened to duck. But the bottom line is he was in fetal position because he was hurt.
What do you know? He wasn't.
Okay.
The dude was exchanging punches with him, and as he
No,
was,
not
as
like
if you look
you're not
at
telling
Rolly pushed his head down and
Warren.
then
You're
tried
not
to come
telling
back
you're
with
not
another,
Warren. You're
tried to
not
come
telling
back with another punch. No, wait a minute, let me speak. I
Go
let you
ahead.
speak.
Go
He
ahead.
came back with another punch, and dude dunked underneath of that and stepped to the side, and that's when what's the name came in and stopped that fight, bro. Okay, hey, Sports Seven. What are
Yeah.
some of the indications? What are some of the indications of being hurt?
Your
All right, well, let's
eyes.
not, well,
Your
let's not go
eyes.
around
Your
that globe.
eyes.
Wait a
Your
minute.
your
Wait a minute.
eyes. Your
Wait a minute.
eyes. Your eyes.
All
Your
right.
eyes.
Okay. All right. That's good. That's good. I don't want to go around the globe with it. Let me just say this. One I'm selecting at this moment for this conversation is that you ain't fighting back. Right? So a motherfucker don't have to be down on the ground, don't have to be in the fetal position, but the ref will step in and he'll say, look, show me something. If you ain't fighting back, I'm gonna stop this motherfucker. And so what he's doing in that case is not that the person is hurt necessarily, it's that you gonna get hurt if you don't punch back.
Well, let me.
Now, wait a
No,
It
no,
minute.
no,
kind
no,
of.
no,
Now,
no,
wait,
no,
wait a
no,
minute.
no,
Wait,
no.
wait a minute.
I,
Wait a minute. Wait a
I
minute.
wanna. I
Hold
wanna
up.
add a
Let me
point.
finish. Go ahead.
Go ahead, pops.
One thing I will say, the reason why it looked like he ducked because Rolly caught it. He caught a little bit of his. He didn't hit him in his face. He like nicked his face, but it looked like he hit him in like his collarbone, shoulder area.
He did. He did. Now, hey, fellas, I want to ask you something about what he said, because nobody seemed to see this. Sports 7, in particular, because you're emphasizing on, did you watch the fight? Well, I did. And I swear to God, I'm 71 years old. That was a nice compliment you gave me. You said, you sound good. I'm hoping everything else is in good tact, too, because I thought I saw something in that fucking fight, and nobody else saw it. And I'm thinking, okay, there goes that age. I saw something in
Yeah.
another fight, and I put it in this fight. I hope I didn't make that motherfucking mistake.
Let me
But
ask you one question. Why Tony Weeks allow idols that wasn't throwing no punches? He was getting beat down to a pole. And he didn't do the same shit that he did in the Rolly fight. That's contradictory because the same guy acted one way and in the other fight he acted another way.
It's because, like I said, man, they needed Rolly to win. They want to do Rolly versus Rolly.
Yeah, but Idols he went to the hospital. He almost died.
hey, Sports Heaven, because I keep calling your name because my debate is with you. But look here, let's go to Ryan and Tank. Did you think Ryan quit, or did couldn't go on?
Listen, man, he got hit to the body with a brutal body shot, bro. Listen, not every fighter can like get up from body shots like that. Fighters who do are like mentally fucking tough. You get me? Like when, for example, like when Marcos Maidana won, Amir Khan doesn't have power, but he hit Maidana with a brutal body shot, and then he was like wheezing, rolling over on the fucking floor and shit. and he still got up and finished the fight. You know, and then you had Golovkin when he fought Matthew Macklin. Golovkin hit him with a body shot, and he couldn't get up. It was too hard. So
Yeah, yeah, and you know, I don't think people really recognize or really understand. That's the word. Really understand the power in Tank's punch. I don't think people really understand that. He's got immense motherfucking power. It's immense power. It's not your average normal power. It's immense power, and it's carried in that body, that little body of Tank. And the reason why is because he scientifically mastered how to generate that power and bring it up to that fist.
Is
Along
niggas
with all,
niggas forgetting he sat down on that punch too? Like he put all his might into
Sometimes it also has to do with
what punch you talking about, Cam?
that body shot he hit Ryan with. He sat on that bitch,
Oh
bro.
yeah, when he came up under, when he dipped and came, when he dipped and
sat
came up,
down on that bitch, bro. He felt every fucking thing from the fucking tip of his glove to the bottom of his foot.
He went to the side he got hurt on too. That's the same side they said Buddy got hurt with when the little Chinese dude hurt him.
He had already hit him with 17 body shots before that.
Sure did.
Bro,
Sure did.
You saw when Ryan initially went down and he took a knee. He tried to get up right away, but you saw like he tried, and then like his body just shut down and made him go back down again. So he just didn't know what to do, you know.
Yeah, and the reason that he stayed down in a way, the reason that he stayed down is in a way is because he quit. Is because that rib was so damaged and so hurt and so tender, and Tank chopped it up, made it so raw. He didn't get up because he couldn't bear any more damage.
If that motherfucker was that damaged, he showed acting like it wasn't, because he was out the next couple of days. Going into the mall shopping. Shit, he was
I bet his ribs were wrapped. I bet his ribs were wrapped.
Shit. That's what boxers do. I don't know what y'all. I know this. Tony went in there too early, bro. Period.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. See, there's no doubting. That's the point. There's no doubt that Tony Meeks stopped that fight early. Sports 7, I'm sorry, man, but you just can't say he stopped it because the guy was defenseless. He stopped because he was throwing shots.
Back. That dude kept swinging back when Rolly was swinging. He just
Victor, that ain't no debate. That ain't no debate. He stopped the fight early. What I'm trying to figure out is if Tony was trying to, pity the old dude, or did he really think Rolly was landing some shit from his point of view, to where he's saying, well, I gotta save this old cat because I'm not finna let another dude get put in a coma under my watch. You know what I'm saying? They go down. That goes down on your resume as a referee. You know what I'm saying? When dudes get put under comas and getting stopped, you know what I'm saying? All that. Even though when like I said,
he refereed that fight with David Morrell last year. He already let a nigga go into a coma.
That's what I was saying, Cam. That's what I was saying. I know, but from his point of view, that's what I was saying. I don't know what was in his head. He thinking like, I ain't finna let, you know what I'm saying? I'm not finna let this shit happen again.
I can even go with that argument. That's a better argument to argue. But let's not argue the fact that it wasn't that man was still fighting, bro. I ain't gonna feel like
it was stopped early for sure. Like I said, I'm not trying to be biased or one way about it. I'm really trying to see what the fuck Tony looking at. That's why I'm looking at this 4th, 9th round on replay ringside. You know what I'm saying? Right. Not from high view from the TV camera angle, because we see the clear shit. I'm looking at this from ringside right here with Tony at. And like I said, he was on Rolly right side and Rolly was just swinging. And Barrasso had already been knocked down, And shit, he was being defensive. Rolly was still kind of, pushing on his ass and deboing him in the ring physically. So, like I said, I'm just looking at it from all ways, bro.
Yep. And you know what, man? I'll tell you this: when you know that the fight was stopped early, and then you have to ask the other question: why? How about this with Meeks? And we talk about it with Rolly. First of all, I'm gonna say 2 things. One, when Rolly came in the ring with that first round start, I said I could tell right off the motherfucking bat. I said, Bullet ain't taught this motherfucker nothing. It's the same old goddamn Rolly that came in the ring with Tank. That same old clumsy, stupid looking body posture and stance,
That's a fact.
and that man, come on. So then, but here's what I'm trying to get at. So what everybody was saying was because he was, remember, he chased Tank, but he ran from this guy. I don't want to be. I don't want to say run, but if he's more defensive, more cautious, he don't have a back foot. What he does is he hops back like a goddamn rabbit.
So
but he was going backwards. He was
He
avoiding.
put all that weight on that back foot, man. That's why he be getting dropped.
Now listen, what we said was the reason he is so cautious with this old guy is because he's traumatized from what the fuck he got from Tank.
Fact. That's what I'm saying about
Meeks. So what I'm saying about Meeks is you're right. I can't have what happened to me already happen again. And he might overcompensating for that. And say, the last time I let a motherfucker go on.
I can see that. That's a good argument. If Weeks wanted to come out, that would be a argument that he could stand on.
Yeah,
other
but
than that,
he let Devin
Haney
pound on that nigga, bro.
But in terms of what we saying, if we're saying what we're saying, that this guy was defensive, that he wasn't that hurt, and so on and so forth, then if Meek made the decision that way, he was traumatized and he overcompensated for it. And he stopped. Once again, he stopped the fight too early.
And not to really get off that, not to really get off the subject. Not to really get off the subject, but I just looked up that Kenneth Sims Jr. was in an eliminator for the WBA.
Yeah. Best one. That's a dog. That was a dog fight. Fuck all that. That was a brawl.
Hey,
that was
hold on.
Right, but that was an eliminator for WBA. That's for WBA.
Is Puello still a champion?
That's the best. That's the fight of the year right now, for real.
Is Puello still a champion, or is he the regular champion?
He is the WBA. Google said that he's now the WBA. He was in an eliminator against what's the name, and he won. So now he's the mandatory for the WBA.
So, but I'm trying to find. Rolly won the belt, but did you win the super belt or the regular belt?
It's a. Let me find out what belt it was.
Because if it was, then if they gave Rolly the super belt, then
the super belt. That's a super belt.
Damn. So they just did the same shit with. Remember when Alberto Machado knocked out Corrales and Corrales was the champion, the super champion, and then Machado got the belt, and then Tank beat Cuellar, and they gave Tank the super belt, even though Machado won it first. So it's like the same thing. Puello and Rolly.
It's really kind of lining up for real for Kenneth Sims. I like the way he did that fight for real. He didn't back down.
Hell no, but he gonna get passed up. He finna get passed up though. He gonna get passed up for Ryan Garcia.
I'm just saying it's ironic. It's ironic how it comes full circle because Kenneth Sims was he was on air. You feel me? Like half a year ago, saying Alberto Puello was ducking him. So now
he's gonna have to fight Alberto Puello.
You said what?
Because he's gonna have to fight Alberto Puello because the regular champion is the one who takes the mandatory fights. The super champion, they don't have no mandatories until within a year when they have to fight the regular champion. And sometimes they don't even do that. I mean, Morel's been the regular champion for over a year. He still hasn't fucking done it. So
fighting all the fucking Canelo's mandatories.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, so it's gonna be Sims versus Alberto Puello, and I guess they're gonna do Ryan versus Rolly. But I'm pretty sure they're gonna give Ryan an easy comeback fight too, just to get his confidence back up, and then they'll make that shit happen.
So you think Alberto should get a shot at being a contender?
It depends on what happened when these tests come back. That's what they said.
Oh, they're gonna come back right now. Watch.
Hey y'all, I just dropped the link in our chat. I don't know if it go to the whole thing. I put it in our chat. What I'm looking at, what I was talking about with y'all on that ringside shit, man. Y'all can really see what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? From I think from Tony's point of view on the ringside and shit. I just put it in that chat.
Right. So you saw what Tony saw then, right?
Well, I wouldn't. Not really OG because I wasn't there. Tony was way closer than what we looking at
yeah.
on TV. You see what I'm saying? What I'm
Right.
saying is, yeah, from the ring side and shit, I can now from how I was feeling before, I could kind of switch gears a little bit and kind of be a little bit, you know what I'm saying, in the middle of it of leaning on maybe why he did it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Even if he shouldn't have did it. It was early, but just like I said, looking at it from this point of view, I could kind of lean towards us. Okay, now I could kind of, you know what I'm saying, figure out maybe why he thought to stop it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I wanted to do instead of just being one way with the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, man? Anytime there's we don't really get this that often, especially to this degree, where we see somebody that we simply feel like they don't have much of a chance simply because they're old. And we know that because a lot of times when we get motherfuckers getting ready to fight somebody that's funny, say, oh, that nigga's old, man. Yeah, he getting ready to beat up an old motherfucker. But when you look at the motherfucker, and you can say, oh, I know that. Matter of fact, he's older than they're saying. Well, 9 times out of 10, we, as boxing fans, observers will say, oh, man, they need to stop this fight. He's beating up on that old man, man. Why don't they stop this fight? So, you know what I mean? That moves in that direction where Tony's looking at it and saying, there's just no point. You know what I mean? There's no point.
Then old dude, Tony looking at him like, damn, this nigga look old. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, he look way damn older than 40. Tony like, this old man, Rolly hit his ass with the right shit. This old man, he for sure, you know what I'm saying, going to sleep. So ain't no telling Tony probably just being in protective mode and shit. Cause it's like soon as Rolly landed that right and it looked like it landed, Tony flew in there. And he seen Barroso bend down and shit. Tony flew in there. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, bro, it's different energy, bro. With boxing stars, listen, Weeks refed some Hopkins fights. Hopkins was fucking old and he was beating up these youngsters, but he didn't have that same energy for him. You know, it's fucking boxing politics, bro. Come on.
Nah, I ain't arguing none of that. It could be all of that. And what I'm telling you is, ain't no damn referee cool with like I told you, like I keep bringing up, when niggas, especially when somebody get put in a fucking coma, it ain't no refs don't like that shit. Like I told you, it go on they shit. They gotta make sure they protect their resume too. Now that Hopkins shit, that was back in the day. What I'm saying now, this was just recent when Morrell fought old dude. You know what I'm saying? And we not there with him. Ain't no telling. He probably could have got a word from somebody in it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, keep a close eye on these fights and shit. We can't have, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers going in the comments and shit. Stop this shit if you see something. You know what I'm saying? So we don't be one way with it, fam. That's all I'm saying. Don't be one way with it. You know what I'm saying?
Morrell was beating the dog shit out of that guy. Rolly wasn't beating the dog shit out of this guy, bro.
He wasn't. I agree. He wasn't, fam. I agree.
But that's why Meek stepped in, because he was trying to avoid that.
We ain't gonna act like Weeks is a good referee. He's one of the worst. Him and Russell Mora fucking suck, bro. I don't even know how they fucking have jobs. They keep fucking up. Like, bro, when Weeks, one example. This is a hot take. When Broner fought Sean Porter, that was a fucking retarded, like, it was a whack fight. But, bro, he took away a point from Broner from clinching. But Broner was clinching the whole time because Porter kept headbutting him, bro. Like,
man, you know what? I watched that, man. That dude was still in the fight, bro. Get that. Like, he was still in the fight.
You talking about that lake out drop OG Warren?
Yeah. I watched that, man. Dude was still giving.
But you see, it was ringside viewing what Tony could have been seeing, though. And you see
from that view, you could see that man was swinging back, bro. Yeah, he got hit. No, don't get me wrong, he got hit, but he still wasn't out of it to the point where he couldn't defend himself.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying. It wasn't a stop the fight. It wasn't a stop the fight hurt. He might have been hurt. Meeks might have saw him get hurt, get hit good, whatever. But it was, listen, at that moment, it was not a stop the fight hurt. That's what I'm saying. Meeks might have said, I'm going to prevent any further harm. But I'm not stopping this fight because the nigga's so goddamn hurt. He's in danger. I don't think it was that. I think Meek stepped in because he was saying, I'm preventing any further damage. That's all.
I'm finna put that link in the chat, bro.
Yeah, drop it in the chat. Even when I'm looking, Rolly hit his ass with that left shit. That motherfucking sweat flew off his shit. Tony looking at all that shit. I'm like I said, I'm looking at it for both ways, bro. I'm looking at it for both ways. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Man, but that was that day,
Dude
man. It was
still
a
was
bad
in it,
night
bro.
for boxing, bro. Listen, I know you guys don't, like, nobody really cares here about like YouTube boxing and shit, but did y'all see that KSI shit, bro?
KSI stopped him, man. You know, Mike Tyson was known for throwing elbows. You know,
He elbowed the fuck out that boy.
elbow.
That was some pro shit. Folks would have got disqualified. Folks would have got DQ for sure. That would have been a DQ.
No, that's bullshit. Because guess what? Mike Tyson was known for throwing elbows. It was all good when Mike Tyson was throwing elbows. No, I'll just tell how it is.
Hey, but sports heaven, we in a different era now, though. You feel me?
No, that's the point I'm trying to make, though, man. Everybody see we living in an era. We living in an era where everybody, you know, if a motherfucker's homosexual, and I say, I don't want to be no part of that. I'm what they call it, a homophobic. We living in an era that everybody opinions and feelings overrank reality. Like Mike Tyson.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
love Mike Tyson. So let me say, and then Mike Tyson is one of my favorite fighters. Like he's by Sugar Ray Leonard, Mike Tyson second. Mike Tyson was known for throwing elbows. And I'm not saying that it's acceptable, but that happens, man. Like that's ridiculous. You take somebody like what's his name?
Mike Tyson was dirty fighting dirty, man.
Let me finish, brother. Let's take Jake Paul. That motherfucker, he went in there against Tommy, and he sat up there and fought like a little bitch. And after he lost to Tommy in a controversial fight, I thought Tommy won, but I thought it was arguable. Now he's gonna fight another MMA fighter. Stop it. KSI, he was out boxing him in the first round. He was landing shit in the first round.
I agree.
Nah,
KSI was. I think KSI was gonna stop him.
Yeah, he was going. That's what I'm trying to get into. That's what I'm trying to get into. And it's like always the most sensitive, you know, feminine. We living in a feminine society that, you know, it's always some excuse or what. This is a fight.
Listen, bro,
he didn't. It's not like he threw an elbow like kickboxer, my man Chong Chong, and kickboxer.
Bro, he threw it like a fucking Muay Thai fighter, bro.
Man, brother, he was already. Listen to this, fam. He already showed in the first round he was gonna stop him.
Nah, not in the first. It was in the second.
No, he was landing enough punches. Listen, let me tell you something. KSI ain't a so-called professional boxer. The homeboy was a professional. He was getting outboxed. He was getting hurt.
But he was KSI was hitting him behind the head a lot in that first round.
Man, I mean, let's stop it, though. I mean, Tyson Fury was hitting
we gotta be fair here, though. Like, we gotta be fair.
No, that's not.
Tyson was hitting Wilder with the bottom of that motherfucking, with the bottom of his, he was hitting Wilder with a side fist or some shit, huh?
Yeah, stop it. So stop it.
Listen, hold on.
No,
How many boxing prospects get disqualified for doing some shit,
brother, listen. This a fight. We fans, we supposed to watch the fight. We're not supposed to, just because we don't like how it ended, we don't give our assessment. It's a fight. That wasn't like KSI was just hitting him with multiple elbows. No. It's not like he was hitting him with multiple elbows. And
it's a fight, but bro, this is a professional boxing fight, bro.
Man,
we not. This ain't no fucking street fight.
What I'm trying to say is, when you sit up here and co-sign that shit, I'm telling you, when I listen to you talk, that make me look at you sideways.
Hey, by the way, is anybody
No,
fit?
You ain't got to like what I'm saying. I'm saying when I hear you say that, I'm looking at you sideways because elbows, it's a fight. Mike Tyson is one of my favorite fighters. Mike Tyson hit many niggas with elbows, and he wasn't disqualified.
Nah, I didn't watch.
I know you didn't. I'm 43, but Mike Tyson is one of the greatest fighters of all time, and he had a reputation. See, old school that's 72 years old, he can agree to this. Anybody been around know Mike Tyson
Yeah,
hit
Mike Tyson was
multiple.
fighting dirty.
It's just
That's my
it's not
favorite
it's
fighter.
not Evander
Yeah.
Holyfield. Evander It wasn't just Holyfield. Holyfield. Holyfield was known for using his head. Facts.
Yeah.
So don't sit up here as a fighter and try to take a fight away from somebody because they landed an elbow, one or two elbows.
But the elbow knocked him out, bro.
It don't matter, nigga.
We got a boxer like that. We got a boxer like that. We got a boxer like that right now. Josh Taylor do that shit.
Yeah, stop it. Taylor's a dirty motherfucker. Yep.
Yeah, he is.
Tyson Fury hit Deontay Wilder in the back of the head and was holding him and leaning on him and kicking him in his nuts and everything else, but it's okay. That's fighting, man. Don't sit up here and don't. Just like, if you feel like a fight was stopped early, that's fine. But don't sit up here and start crying because the referee didn't call an elbow.
Bro,
When Bernard
the referee
Hopkins
saw it like right there. He was right
when
there. He
Bernard
saw the
Hopkins
elbow. He didn't say
told
shit.
Larry Merchant after his fight with Keith Holmes, he said, "Larry, this is fighting. Elbows, kneecaps, whatever. We fighters. This is what we do." Because he was like, you know, everybody knew Hopkins was a dirty fighter, and he did any and everything he had to do to win. It was the referee's judgment to change that, and if the referee allowed him to do it, he did it.
Yeah. You can get away with some of that dirty shit as long as you angle yourself, position yourself and your opponent so the referee can't see it.
Bernard would grab you. Bernard would grab you, turn you, and angle you, and hit you low on the opposite side of your leg where the referee can't see.
Yeah,
one fighter I do respect who always fought rough and rugged but never dirty was Porter. Y'all know he always fought that little rough and rugged style, but you know what I'm saying, he never fought quote unquote technically dirty. You know what I'm saying?
It's the same shit. It's the same shit with that ref with the Caleb Plant and David Benavidez fight. He was letting Caleb Plant, clinch and shit like that. So David Benavidez adjusted by hitting his ass with elbows, mushing his face.
Who refereed that fight? Was that Kenny? Did Kenny referee that fight? Kenny fucked up that fight. Cause I think Plant was hurt, and he called a timeout or some shit to let him go in the corner off of some shit, and Plant was hurt.
You want me to keep letting this nigga hold me, so I'm gonna mush his face and try to get my angles and break his fucking face.
That's a fact, Cam, and nobody said nothing about David. It's funny. See, this is what I'm trying to say is that it's funny how people pick and choose when they want to piggyback ride and whine and cry. It's kind of like when you voting. We'll sit up here and cry about Republican and Democrats, but the candidates sit up here and have a steak dinner after they sit up here and battle with one another. But people like sheep, and they'll sit up here and cry. Listen, don't whine and cry because these fighters who's actually in the ring getting it in and then cry. Well, he elbowed. And then KSI was outboxing that motherfucker in the first round. He stopped him in the second round. He hit him with one elbow. Now all of a sudden, he should be banned from boxing. But here it is.
I'm not saying that, bro.
No, I'm saying that, brother. But here it is. It's okay for Jake Paul to sit up here and get stopped and basically get him stopped by Tommy Fury, and now he going back to fight MMA fighters all of a sudden.
Yeah, I've seen that shit. He swore he was a pure boxer though.
That shit is whack. That's whack.
And by the way, is anybody familiar with his, from what I understand, from what I've heard, his upcoming fight with Nick Diaz?
Yeah, Nate Diaz. Another MMA fighter. MMA fighter.
They gonna be out here in Dallas with the shit.
Nah, they hype up the Nate fight.
The thing about it with that Tommy Fury fight, he was exposed in a legitimate boxing match, and Tommy Fury is not even a top level boxer.
Eddie Hearn tried to tell his stupid ass, like, nigga, you Eddie Hearn even gave him the benefit of the doubt and call him average, fam. But he tried to tell him it's levels to that shit, man, with pro boxing, man.
And KSI fighter dude, he fought the same type of fight. He fought his own Tommy Fury, and he stopped him in the second round. Motherfuckers want to cry about an elbow. Get the fuck out of here.
Nah, but Joe Fournier he really ain't a fucking fighter, bro. Like,
you look at Tommy Fury ain't a real fighter. Tommy Fury ain't a real fighter.
I mean, but he's from the Fury family, bro.
See, you exposing yourself. Ain't no but.
I picked Fury.
No. Ain't no but. Tommy Fury ain't
He's
no
from the
real
fucking
fighter.
Fury family, bro. Come on, bro. He can't lose to
Tommy,
fucking Jake and KSI. Come on, bro.
Why Fury he is the worst Fury out of all the Fury family that are
Facts.
boxers. He's
trash.
Not
He
better than
arguably lost
that fight, and he arguably lost that fight. Get out of here.
But
He didn't
sports heaven,
arguably lose
sports
that
heaven,
fight, man. He won the whole
sports
fucking
heaven.
fight,
Look
bro.
at
The
sports
nigga
heaven. Let
boots
me ask you
whooping.
this: in that fight, did you agree? Tommy did like you know what I'm saying. Let that jab out there. Did you know like with the boxing fundamentals and shit to get through that fight and win that fight. He put just basic fundamentals on Jake
basic.
Paul.
Jake Paul looked like he didn't even belong in the ring. And it was so terrible. That was the worst. That was so-called a pay-per-view fight.
Yeah.
Jake Paul looked like he didn't even belong in a boxing ring. KSI went in there and stopped somebody. That's just a big difference. And
You couldn't tell them shit about Jake Paul when he made old dude went to sleep. I forgot his name.
listen. And
Woodley?
KSI beat his brother. He beat his brother already.
Oh, Deji.
Yeah, stop it.
This
He
nigga
did a
Tim Zoo
one
having
elbow,
another
one
fight.
elbow.
My nigga Tim
Yeah,
Zoo
Tim
staying
Zoo.
active.
Yeah, he's trying to
My
get
nigga
that. He's
staying
trying to get
active
right,
for
man. He got to
Charlo.
get ready.
I seen this nigga.
He know when eventually when he fight Charlo, you know it's gonna happen.
Making a big deal about one elbow. That sound crazy.
My nigga Tim Zoo having another fight.
Nah,
You ready
because
for Charlo?
I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna act like it. You know, it was the elbow, but I'm not gonna act like he did it on purpose. He didn't do it on purpose.
No, I'm saying
he
he
his ass
didn't
in
do
the
it on
first round.
purpose, but like
The thing about it
this
too,
is boxing, bro. Like
the thing about
like,
it too,
even if it's an accident,
when
bro.
you
Like,
look at these guys like Jake Paul and KSI, that's not like we're gonna be looking at Henry on Loma this weekend.
I don't even watch that shit with them dudes, man.
Them guys are still rudimentary boxers, man. They're not even. I don't consider them as legitimate boxers.
yeah, they're not legitimate, but like they
So
bring
they
a lot of
no,
eyes
but
to the
because I
sport,
can't let
though.
you get away
They
with
bring
it.
a lot of
No, I
eyes to the
can't let you
sport
get away with
because
it, brother.
they have a lot of fans, you know.
No, I can't
and
let you
fans
get
look
away
up
with
to
none.
them, and now they want to box. So.
No, I can't let you get away with none of it because I just sat up here and told you, and Uncle Simon just sat up here and told you, Holyfield, Tyson, these guys threw multiple elbows during the course of the fight. But you want to sit up here and pick out one or two elbows that he threw when he already showed you in the first round. Anybody that watched the fight knew, oh man, this motherfucker gonna knock this motherfucker out.
The first round, it was like more like a feeling out, bro. KSI won the first round, but they were feeling each other out. The second round, Joe was landing some good shots. He was winning the second round. Then he got caught with that big ass right hand.
I'm from the 90s.
He tried to clinch and he got
elbowed. I'm
elbowed.
from the 90s, and I'm
fucking shadow room.
Brother, I'm from the 90s. I'm sitting up here listening to you co-sign something that you probably saw on the internet. I'm listening to you co-sign elbow when I come up in the age where niggas threw elbows like it was all good.
And half of them elbows are accidents, like you said, man. I mean, you putting momentum behind it. You're trying to throw it hard, and you miss. The elbow comes behind it.
That's what happened. What's the call? I think he was trying to throw a short ass hook or something and missed, and that elbow came and caught his ass. I seen it too. He was trying to throw a short ass hook.
What happened the same thing happened with Trinidad and Pernell Whitaker. I think in the fourth or fifth round, Trinidad hit Whitaker with an elbow and broke his cheekbone. It wasn't a punch. It was his elbow, but Pernell was able to finish the fight. That happens.
The ending sequence there was KSI hit him with the right. He tried to clinch. Joe got hurt, so he tried to clinch. And then when he came in, KSI tried to hit him with another right. And he overextended, and the elbow hit him clean and knocked him out. But like
like I said, that's rudimentary fighters. That's not elite level fighters. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna find things like that when they fight.
Yeah, how many prospects do we have? Like, we're coming up, and they had DQ losses like that. Like, you get me?
No, I don't get your name on.
Like Virgil, I'm not Virgil. Victor Ortiz, he had a DQ loss. Josue Vargas, when he was coming up, I know he's not good no more, but when he was coming up, he had a DQ loss. But KSI gets the benefit of the doubt because he's a big superstar, so they let him go. You get me? But when you got prospects who want to be superstars,
how come Mike Tyson never got DQ'd?
Huh?
Now that you
I said, how
mentioned
come Mike
Virgil,
Tyson never got disqualified?
now that you
I mean,
mentioned
probably
Virgil
because he's a
Ortiz,
big superstar.
No,
Oh,
how
and
not
come
not
Holyfield?
Virgil.
How
Estañones,
come
I
Holyfield never
meant
got
Victor Ortiz.
disqualified?
Victor Ortiz when he came up.
How come Holyfield never got disqualified?
Because he's probably a big superstar. Like,
No, because
I
it's
didn't
a
watch
fight,
that
man.
era though, so I can't really speak on that era because I didn't watch that era.
It wasn't just the elbow, Sports Heaven. When Mike Tyson would clinch you in your arm, you damn near broke your elbow.
yeah, that
It wasn't just
method too.
it wasn't just the elbow. He'll clinch you in your arm and try to break your arm and your elbow.
Man, a lot of these dudes wouldn't even survive back in the day with that old era boxing, man.
And it was 15 when they used to
The
fight
way
them. When they
that's
used to
what I
fight
see.
them
There's a
15
difference.
rounders.
You got trainers today, and back then you had teachers.
Well, the only two fights I think I did was I didn't really watch them, but what Galata and Riddick Bowe. When Galata was beating Riddick Bowe up twice, but he kept doing stupid shit and disqualified him. What y'all say? Like,
Well, he wasn't beating him up. That's a false.
Hey, Sports Heaven, hey, Tim Zoo, his daddy Costa, he was the first one to knock Zab out, huh? When Zab got knocked out, stopped for the first time.
yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I was looking. I didn't know nigga having another fight. I was like, damn, when his daddy fought Zab Zuda, he was the first one to stop Zuda.
Yep.
Tim Zoo is all right, but y'all think he beats Charlo? Like,
no.
If you get
Now that right there, I don't think so. But shit, he's staying active, so shit, he gonna be more than ready when it's time for him to fight Charlo.
You know what I think could be a good fight? A guy with Tim Zoo, the guy that just knocked out Fondora.
Yeah, Mendoza.
Oh, Mendoza. Yeah. He knocked Fondora. Fondora ass was still standing up when he went to sleep.
I think him and Zoo would be a good fight.
I would like to watch Tim Zoo against my man that just lost to Charlo.
Castaño.
I would like to watch that fight. I would like
that'd be a good fight.
Yeah, Brian Castaño. Mm-hmm.
I thought Castaño might arguably won the first fight.
Hey, what y'all think of the news? Estañones and Ortiz is back on for July 8, AT&T Center in Houston.
Estañones and Virgil. That's a good fight. No, Estañones might be able to pull that one off.
But the thing about it, the fight was supposed to happen a couple of months ago, but
well, it started in March.
Estañones had an injury. He had an injury or something. He had a surgery or something.
What you may call it, Virgil had COVID, and they just find out he had COVID for a long time.
Virgil had COVID, and Estañones had an active deafness surgery.
Yeah, he had some kind of the disease, something.
Yeah,
this is the third time they set up the fight.
That's a good fight.
And y'all heard about Gary Antoine Russell?
Nah. What's the
He
news
got
on Gary
suspended
Antoine?
by the New York State Athletic Commission. So I don't even know he'd have been able to fight.
Hey y'all, before I got kicked out, I was hearing y'all talking about that first fight with Castaño and Charlo. I watched that bitch last night, the first fight, fam. I think one of the judges, bro, I think they scored that bitch like 111, 117 or something like that. And I went and looked the old dude up, bro. Castaño won that first fight. I fuck with Charlo heavy, but I don't think that was no draw, bro. I think Castaño won that first fight, bro. That was facts, man. I ain't gonna lie, Castaño got robbed that first fight.
Yeah, it had Castaño 7-5. Also, the Vandas Martirosyan fight with Jamel was real close too. That
Like fucking Judge had fucking Mel winning 9 rounds in the first fight. What the fuck? I mean, some of them would swing rounds, could have went either way, but nah, bro. Castaño won that first fight. I went and personally watched that bitch last night because my homeboy made a point about something and I had just went and go rewatch it. But I was like, yeah, Castaño won that first fight. I went and personally.
And the thing about that first fight, I think Charlo was always like the better fighter, but he just got, sometimes you get caught in a rhythm. He
don't listen. Derrick James told him, nigga, use your jab. Stay off the ropes. Stay off the ropes. Keep him in the center of the ring.
The thing about it, I told his daddy.
You get me?
I told his daddy that. I said, Jamel lost that fight. He said he did, and I got on his ass because you can't be having shortcuts in your training. Either you're gonna train
and be committed and dedicated, because that's how I brought y'all up into the sport. That's how y'all was raised and stuff like that, you know. And
Well,
with the rematch, he was all in. He didn't even
Yeah,
train at all in Houston. He went straight to Dallas, Texas, and
yeah,
started
but
his
like
training camp until it was time to fight. I told his daddy that. Dad said,
what
yeah, I
I'm
told him he lost
mhm.
too.
what
well, I
I'm
thought
trying to
that.
say is like fighters get caught in the rhythm, and
Well, I,
it's like a trance for them. And I think that's what happened with Charlo in the first fight. And in the second
well,
fight,
well, well, well. Here's the problem that I have with fight. That dog. I did say that I thought that Castano arguably won the first fight, but I will say this though. I will say this is that in my opinion, I thought that Charlo won the championship rounds, and he forced it to be a draw, but there was no way, no how. I thought Charlo won the fight. I thought it was neither going to be a draw or it was going to be for Castano, but I thought it could have went either way, draw or Castano.
Sports Heaven, one of the judges had that whole 111 to 117. What the fuck was he watching?
I ain't talking about the judges' family. I'm just saying based on what I
I
saw.
feel you, but it's shit like that that'll swing the fight when these
No,
scorecards come
I
out.
get that, but I thought in my opinion, I would say this. I would go 60-40 to draw 60, and I thought 40%. I thought I could have gave it to Castano. So if they would have said Castano the new undisputed, I wouldn't have argued it. But I do think a draw. I wasn't arguing a draw
Do you
because
think they should? Do y'all think they should strip Jamal?
yes,
Hell yeah, them been active for shit
fuck,
since.
fuck him. Take the belt from his
Them
bitch ass.
motherfuckers been in actors damn near since COVID.
And he got all this shit to say. Fuck him. He sat up there after he fought for that nigga belt and sat up there and fought for that nigga hole belt and fought for the Django belt on the Juneteenth with the chains on it like a little bitch and kissed that motherfucker on Montiel on his forehead after the fight and said, man, fuck him. Take the belt from his bitch ass. Hell yeah. Strip him. Duck and boo boo. Fuck him. I don't care if he got mental illness or not. Fuck him.
Yeah, sure enough.
He
Because
holding
this ain't no therapeutic institution. This is motherfucking fight institution.
Yeah, fuck him. Take the belt from his bitch ass. He don't deserve it. I thought he dominated Montiel, even though he looked a suspect in the fight. But he's sitting up here. He looked like Mike Tyson kissing Lennox Lewis on the head. After, just fuck out of here, bitch. Take the belt from him. And if you want to be sensitive and try to understand that maybe for all the sensitive fans out here that's listening, take the belt from him so he can understand, so he can get back and fight for something. You know, we live in a generation that everybody think they deserve something just because you're born. You got to work for what you want. Fuck him. Take the belt from him.
I'm with you.
Yeah. They stripped Keith Thurman.
They stripped Pacquiao and they
Yep.
gave the belt. They stripped Pacquiao. Fuck that.
Man, they stripped the undisputed champ, Josh Taylor.
Yeah, hell yeah. That fuck that. Get the belt from him. He opened up the division.
All the
You
belts. What
can't
are we
get
talking about?
you can't get no closer than
Why
me.
y'all bullshit? Mel better come on with it, cause shit, he done delayed the fight again. You know what I'm saying? And still, you know what I'm saying? Still holding on to all four belts.
Well, Mel, I get what you're saying, but Mel's is a dog, man. It's hard to.
Oh, yeah, I ain't taking nothing away from him, but shit, Buddy gotta stay active too, cause shit, division don't hold up for nobody.
Yeah, but you done undisputed. He done beat the division. He about to do a run round. Because no disrespect to Tim Zoo, but I got $200, $300, $400. I put $500. Well, that Jamel getting his ass like.
Oh yeah, I still think Mel gonna get in on him
I don't
too.
think competitive. I think Mel has earned the right. If anybody, I don't think Spence has. I don't think Maul has. I think that if anybody got a right, it's Jamel. Jamel has proven that he'll fight for his. Jamel earned his shit. Because guess what? Guess what? We just sat up here and said I didn't agree with some of y'all said, but I do think Castano arguably, I do think it wouldn't have been I think it would have been fair for Castano to win the first fight, and fuck, Castano's the fucking truth. I don't think Tim Zoo can beat Castano.
Yes, a lot of people don't understand. This man has high pedigree. Brian Castano ain't no slouch.
Y'all think he the one he beat Earl in the amateurs? I know amateurs don't matter.
I had him winning that fight with Laura. They call that fight a draw. He beat Laura.
I agree.
I don't care what nobody said. I watched that fight. He beat Laura.
Yeah.
But at the time, Brian Castano wasn't a household name.
Yep.
Like Erisland de Laura. He wasn't that household name.
Well, we got May 20th right. We got May 20th coming up this weekend.
Yep. And
anybody want to talk about that?
Look, Warren G. That's a loaded undercard and co-main event too.
Who's on the undercard?
They got Abdullah Mason. They have up and coming lightweight Ray Mutala and stuff like that. They got a bunch of man, that's gonna be a good fight card, man.
Well, hold on, Uncle Simon. Let me ask you this: is it a good fight card from a competitive standpoint? It's a good fight card because of names.
It's a good fight card competitive because a lot of these guys, they're younger fighters and stuff like that. And the matchups, they both undefeated guys, like 9-0, 10-0 against 8-0, 7-0.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like, well, this guy is the Knicks and he fighting the guy Rolly fought with 30-something wins and 20-something losses with 15 knockouts and stuff like that. And he was brought in to make the young up and coming look good. Mm-hmm. It's gonna have a lot of good competitive fight and a lot of young guys that's gonna be on the horizon pretty soon that we ain't never seen. They're gonna be on that card. That's gonna be like that's gonna be like their coming out party.
Well, Uncle Simon, you got in that fight Loma or Daniel?
Man. My heart say Haney, but the way I've been seeing Loma look in his training camps,
looking good,
man. You know, it don't mean he gonna win, but
well, hey, let me ask it this way: who's supposed to win that fight?
Devin's supposed to win that fight. He's supposed to win that fight. And I'm going with Devin to win. But if he don't, I'm not gonna be all bent out of shape or shocked, man. Lomachenko won that fight because Lomachenko, like I told everybody, if he can make Devin Haney,
I tell you what, if Loma wins, it's gonna be easy to make a Shakur fight, boy, for that undisputed, boy.
I see with this fight here with Devin Haney.
I'm going with Loma.
I know what Loma gonna brings to the table. Loma been bringing what he brings to the table from day one. I want to see if Devin Haney, because I think this might be the fight where Lomachenko gonna make him have to do something else and rely on something else and bring out all his tools if he do have extra tools in his boxing arsenal. I think this is gonna be the fight. This ain't gonna be no Cambosis 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Well,
Lomachenko said, I'm going for broke. Lomachenko said, I'm going for broke. And in his training, he said, I'm going for broke. What that means, this can be my last hurrah. So all those other fights where I waited and waited and waited and waited and I let the fight slip away, he said, I'm going for broke.
Man, if Loma win, we can go ahead and just crown Shakur undisputed.
Yep.
I'm gonna go and give it to him. Then I'm like, oh yeah, because we won't have no problem about him running up or running down.
We're not just that, Warren G. If Lomachenko makes it a fight, and I think it's gonna go the distance, I wouldn't be shocked if Devin get dropped in that fight. I wouldn't be shocked or nothing. I wouldn't be shocked if Devin dropped Loma because he's a naturally bigger guy. I'm not saying he's a naturally bigger puncher, but he's the naturally bigger guy. But I think Lomachenko is a better puncher than Devin, even though he's a smaller guy. But even if Lomachenko, if the fight go to the cards, and it's a questionable decision, that's gonna look bad on Devin Haney, man.
Oh
He
yeah,
can,
fact.
he can leave the ring with them belts, but it was like, man, you had a questionable decision with this old man you call old that you're gonna retire. He's not on your level. He don't have superior skills as you. And you look at this man pedigree. He's a decorated champion. He might be one of the greatest amateurs in the history of boxing. Back-to-back gold medalists. And you're gonna see all the shit that Devin Haney been talking. He gonna have to back it up.
Yeah.
You've been talking a lot of shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
There was a little difference with Kambosos because Kambosos started. So you know, your rhetoric was bad. Lomachenko ain't saying nothing. He got a ton of vision. He's focused, and he doing what he got to do to be prepared for this weekend.
Yeah.
So he better be able to back it up because he talking a lot of heavy shit. And when he say this man don't have the same skills I got, man, you smoking or drink. I don't know what Muslim meat pie you ate. But you need to give that meat pie up. If you think that Lomachenko is not on your level skill wise, and you crazy, man.
Yeah.
Let Bill fill your head with that nonsense. You crazy, man.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
come to
yeah,
Vasil Lomachenko, you come to Tank Davis, you come to Shakur Stevenson, man. That's par none, man. That's elite level decorated fighters with high pedigree, man.
Well, X said that he had he was punching the pads, and he had Tank Davis and Shakur face on it. He should have been having Lomachenko face on it. I'm not sure. I guess he thinking past him. Yeah, I think he thinking past Loma.
Why he had a Shakur face on it?
Yeah.
Like he gonna get that Tank fight. Like he really gonna get that Tank fight.
Man, Tank gonna come back and fight.
Like he really gonna get that Tank fight. Like Tank, it's like Tank ain't gonna. If Tank take another fight this year, it's not like Tank ain't gonna fight a PBC fighter. Come on, man.
I don't think he's gonna fight till next year.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on, man.
And they finna put some more money in his pocket because he gonna have to deal with some legal issues that he have to give up some money.
I know you're gonna have to pay a civil suit. So I know that woman sued him and stuff that. So
yeah.
And Tank got 2 fights in this year. He done made a whole lot of money. Back-to-back pay-per-views. So he good.
Yeah.
Tank good. You know what I'm saying? He good. He gave us those 2 fights. Maybe that's not the fights we wanted, but it was good enough. He gave us 2 fights, and that's actually a lot because we still ain't getting Crawford or Spence in the ring. And when I say that, I don't mean with each other, just get in the ring, period.
Yeah. Yep.
Aside of each other, when y'all gonna get back in the ring, period?
They gonna be in there. Look for a summer jam. We call that the summer jam, baby.
I don't even like to comment on that because I done been down that road when they project
I
dates.
did too, but
when they project dates and stuff like that, and
I'm
looking at the combatants. I'm looking at the combatants and stuff like that, and I'm saying to myself, they keep projecting these dates, and I'm looking at these fighters. I'm like, when they gonna be in the gym for a camp? They probably work out and train, but they ain't working out and train like they're getting ready for no fight. I seen Spence and stuff like that at the Tank fight. Spence looked big as shit.
Oh, he looked good in the interview.
He looked good, but he looked big. He looked big. I'm not saying fat or nothing. He just
talking
looked
about
big.
Spence or Bud?
Spence.
Oh, okay.
At the Tank fight, Spence. Look, I ain't saying that he don't work out and train and stay in the gym and stay active, but I looked at him at that fight. He looked big. When I don't mean fat big, overweight. I'm just talking about he looked big. Like to see if this fight don't ever come off, I can't stay welterweight too much longer. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get in the ring. I gotta train and prepare to be a welterweight. because he don't look like a welterweight no more.
Yeah.
I looked at him good at that Tank fight. I say, Errol, and that's not an excuse. That's just life. I say he doesn't look like a welterweight anymore. He doesn't look like it. He doesn't look like, and I know he in the gym, you know, because he waiting on that phone call. Okay, the fight is done, signed, sealed, and delivered and stuff. But he doesn't look like a welterweight.
Well,
and Bud stay in shape. Bud is never out of shape. Bud is always in that gym.
Bud looked kind of big at that fight, man.
Yeah, he looked kind of big at that fight, but Bud was just in a training camp, trained with Shakur, he trained with Keyshawn and stuff like that. This last guy at the fight, he was in a training camp with him. If you look at Bud and stuff, he's not in boxing. I'm not gonna say in the boxing shape, preparing for a fight. But Bud in that gym, you ain't gonna see no love handles or no rolls on him. Bud stay working out. Bud stay training.
Oh yeah, for fact. But I think he got. I think he got big. I think he adapted to the 140. He fully acclimated to 140.
35, 36 years old and stuff like that. Yeah. I looked at Bud. I'm like, damn. I said, it must be my eyes. I know my eyes getting older. See, he look like he got taller. I was looking at him. I see he growing a fro in his head.
Yeah.
I said, maybe it's just, you know, the angle of it. I see like he got taller and stuff like that. But
no, he looked like he put on some. He put on some muscle there, bro.
Yeah.
He looked like he put on some muscle.
That's why I'm kind of thinking, Warren G, finally this fight might happen.
Yeah.
Because I was kind of questioning it a couple of years back, even though I wanted to see. I kept saying to myself, is Terence Crawford a legitimate welterweight? Yeah, he beat Jeff Horn, but he beat Jeff Horn with skills. Jeff Horn was flat-footed, slow fighter, heavy-footed, foot and cement and stuff like that.
Well, you know,
it didn't matter. It didn't matter. Anybody with any credibility would have beat Jeff Horn. But I looked at the Spences, I looked at the Thurmans, I looked at the Polar. I see, is he physically can hold up against those guys who bigger or natural welterweights and stuff? And I look at him now, shit. I look at him now, and the difference with that Sean Porter fight, people can say what they want. Sean's never out of shape. Sean is always training. It's just that physically, Bud was the stronger fighter in that fight.
Bud's locked in now. Spence fought him.
Bud was the physical fighter, because if you notice, he kept walking Porter down.
That's right.
Porter fought a majority of that fight before he got dropped on the back foot, because Bud was walking him down. He was trying to be physical with Bud and throw Bud around. He couldn't do it. I said, okay, he's a legit welterweight now. He's a legit, because you couldn't get no stronger welterweight in the division than Sean Porter. He couldn't back Bud up. He couldn't out physical Bud. He couldn't out strength Bud. Nothing. That was to his detriment. I can't fight my style on him because this joker strong as hell.
And you know what? And you're right, Uncle Simon. And when I watched Sean and Bud when they fought, I looked at Bud and said, "This motherfucker bull." Here he is. I wrestle. Let me tell you something. Niggas say what they want to say. In the hood coming up, I whipped a lot of ass. You don't want to fight a motherfucker that can wrestle, because angles and leverage in wrestling, you learn. It's just like in football, offensive linemen, defensive linemen. The motherfuckers that went to Iowa and Wisconsin, those motherfuckers shine in the pros because it's a fight. Bud is full out, and Spencer's struggling to make 147. Spencer should have fought Bud maybe 2-3 years ago.
Right. He could have fought
a lot of people don't give Bud the credit for like you said, sports heaven. Outside of boxing, what was Bud's favorite sport?
Yeah, wrestling.
He was a wrestler, and he'd have been an outstanding wrestler. I don't know if he finished school. He was a wrestler, and they say he was a top-level wrestler.
All right.
You can't be weak in that sport.
Angles. You learn angles. Like I play with niggas. Look, I'm 43. My nephew, I play with my nephew because my nephew 23 now, and I let my nephew know, nephew, if I get diabetes or I get old and you might get me, but nephew, you can't fuck with me for about another 10, 15 years. Yeah, it's true.
That's what he got his boys in sports.
Let him know.
All his
Let him know
boys
ahead of
wrestle.
time.
All his boys wrestle. That's what they do. They don't box or nothing. They wrestle. They might play football and stuff, but his ball, matter of fact, his oldest, I think, is a champion.
Yeah, he is. He is. He is.
Because angles is a motherfucker. Because let me tell you, I learned this, and I learned this through real life experience. The concrete hit harder than my fist hit.
Yeah.
That's so when I hit you, when I slap you in your face and it don't hurt you, but only reason I slap you in your face because I just want you to blink your eyes. When you blink your eyes, I'm gonna dip down and hit you with a single leg, but you're gonna be up in the air and your head gonna hit the concrete, and that concrete hit harder than my fist hit. And that bug gonna slam Spence. But what I'm just trying to say is angles, position, body weight, all that matter, and especially the type of fighter Spence is. And that means something.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
means something.
Yeah, and wrestling too is you gotta be strong, solid, well put together. All those goddamn joints and all those ligaments and the things of that. All that shit has to be in good top working order. You can have a defect or a flaw in boxing and get away with it, work around it, but you can't do that when you're wrestling. Everything's got to be.
I got a weird feeling, Victor, by Saturday. I got a weird feeling. Because I've been following their training camps and stuff like that.
Right.
Devin look big as shit, man. Because normally going into a fight week or going into a fight, we're gonna see the weigh-in Friday. He normally start looking drawn. He don't look drawn. I was watching that Blood, Sweat, and Tears and stuff.
Right.
I was like, Devin look big as shit, man. I said, Devin don't even look like. I said, Devin look like a welterweight. And I'm like, I'm wondering because they normally in those all access and stuff like that, especially a guy like Devin Haney and stuff like that, that possibly this is gonna be his last fight at lightweight. They normally be on scales and monitoring their weight leading into the fight. And I was looking at him. I'm like, damn, when he had his shirt off hitting the bag, I'm like, Devin look big as shit, man. I said, because he wasn't looking like that for Kambosos.
Right.
He was looking drawn. He was looking, like he was trying to make the 135 limit. But I look at him going into this fight. I see, man, Devin look big. He don't look like a lightweight. He look big. And I'm wondering where his weight is at right now, knowing this is fight week.
Right.
And how much he got to take off because he don't look like what we were saying. He looked like a skeleton.
Right.
He's not looking like that now.
You thinking he gonna go overweight?
He's not looking like that now. Devin looking like he big as shit, man. I was looking at him. I'm like, Devin big as shit. He was looking drawn and sunken in against Kambosos.
So you think he put himself in danger by being lackadaisical and having to do that last minute drop weight shit?
No, I think
if he do that, man, that's not good on your heart. That's not.
That's
good
what I'm saying. That's dangerous.
Man. That's not good. That's dangerous, man.
I'm
not saying maybe he's on weight because Devin is a hard worker. Maybe it's just the way he looked. But I'm looking at them last two fights with Kambosos. He looked drawn. He don't look drawn.
Uncle Simon, you saying that he basically saying, I don't give a fuck. I'm coming in overweight. They can strip me for the belt, so I'm gonna go ahead and just whip his ass and be overweight.
That could be a possibility.
That's one way of looking at it. Shit,
I'm not saying that's going to happen because I don't want to build.
Shakur didn't make weight in me, they didn't.
Because I ain't gonna lie, Shakur.
That's one way. That's one way of getting past. That's one way of getting past Shakur.
Yeah, because he did say this, Warren. He did say this, and they mentioned Shakur Stevenson name going into this fight because he had been in camp like 2 weeks. He said, I want to see how I look at the win, and I want to see how I feel after the fight. He ain't never said that.
There's some
He ain't
shit
never
behind
said that
that.
going into no other fight. How I'ma look and how I'ma feel. He never said that before at all. Now Shakur is on the horizon. Is how I feel at the weigh-in and how I look and how I feel after the fight. Just see, man, this is my last fight at 35. Leave it like that.
I'm sorry, man. He moving up, man. Fuck that. It's final.
Just
That's
say
my
it,
final
man. Stop beating
prediction.
around the bush. And
Yeah,
ain't
140
nobody
is
gonna
where he's on.
ostracize you or curse you out and
Come
stuff
on,
like
Loma, let's
that.
get it. Let's go.
Just do what you gotta do, man. If
Loma,
Loma's
let's
your
get
last
it.
fight
Let's
at the
go.
weight class, so be it.
I got root. I'm rooting for Loma just for that for that
Hey,
purpose. So he beat the belts right there at 135. So we don't have
but
to
you know
run
what?
around.
But if Haney moves up, he gotta drop the belts anyway, doesn't he? If he moves up.
Yeah, he gotta
Not
drop.
if Loma win it.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, Loma gotta win it. But if he wins, yeah, he gotta vacate.
Yeah.
All them belts gonna be scattered now.
Right. I don't need no hard work. We don't need no hard work. Let's just get that belt, Shakur. Come on, Loma. I got root for Loma.
And that'll be good for the division, though. You know, like
it will. It would.
Yeah, for real.
Now then we can hold Shakur accountable. Okay, let's see how you moving now.
Not just Shakur won. Gotta hold Tank accountable. He's gonna be a super champion. Gotta hold him accountable. Him too. You gotta get it too.
Then you got Andy Cruz in the mix. He'll be mixed in. You know, that's gonna be interesting.
Yep.
That'll be good. I see what you're going with it, Uncle Simon. Because here's the thing. Now I know some people can. if you say he looking big like that, it sounds like to me. I'm not drinking. I don't drink. I haven't drank Kool-Aid in over 30 years. So I'm not gonna drink Kool-Aid today. I don't drink diabetes water. That sounds like to me that Haney gonna come in a little bit. He gonna come in a little bit overweight. And Loma, he's a warrior. So Loma, he gonna catch the smoke, and he just said, "I'm just gonna whip your old ass. I'm gonna take advantage of my size. I'm gonna whip you."
So that might be a plan, a strategy.
Might be. Uncle Simon said it. It's based on what Uncle Simon saying. It sounds like to me, Haney gonna come in overweight. He might try to make it, but it wouldn't be wise for him to try to make it at the last minute.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not with that. Not with Loma, because Loma can run you around that motherfucking ring, make you chase him around that ring, twist you and turn you, and all that kind of shit. And you need to have your energy up and your strength up just for that alone.
And holding that jab holding, Long was the type to make you think he finna clinch you, and when you go to reach to hold him, he gonna hit you with 2 or 3 punches. Step to the side, and you don't see.
Yep.
I mean, I think Haney might hit the ground. He might hit the ground.
Yeah, I can't call this one. Because
a lot of people don't remember that
Loma, man. That's what we call him, Loma.
We know PBC hater. Devin Haney gonna hit that knee like he did in the first fight against Cambosis. People forget, Haney did do the Kaepernick. I know they get mad at me when I say that, the Haney fans, but he did do the Kaepernick.
He sure did. You ever seen them business balloons that they got a person's face on it or whatever, and they're way high up in the sky, and the wind blows them, or there's some wind, they're blowing wind into it, so the motherfucker kind of wobbles back and forth or does whatever it does, right? You ever seen one of those?
Yeah.
That's what Eddie looked like when he was walking back to that corner.
Oh yeah, when he fought. Oh yeah.
The whole body. It wasn't just the legs. It was the whole body. The head was going back.
You talking about them
Lenores.
Yeah, them balloons they be having at a car dealership.
Yeah. And it's just like a human being. It got little arms on the side, and they be blowing air up in it, and it straightens up, and then it wobbles, and he falls all over the place, and then it straightens back up again and shit.
Because I was watching that fight.
Just for me, from the outside, I think Devin Haney should have kept Floyd Senior in their camp.
Mm-hmm.
Because in spots, I see Devin Haney, even though if Rolly can win a championship, regardless of what we think on how he won it.
Yeah.
Devin Haney put himself in a position, and he's undisputed. But I still think, to me, when I see him fight, that's why I say he looks the same every fight. Still fights like he's an amateur fighter, even though he's a professional. But like, well, how you gonna say that he's undisputed? And the reason why I can say that and stuff like that, Floyd Senior trained Floyd a little while as an amateur. Floyd went to somebody else. Floyd turned pro. His daddy job was to make sure you are prepared and make sure you're able to look and fight like a professional fighter. And I feel to believe that Floyd Senior had Devin Haney at his best. He looked at it like a legitimate professional fighter. Now he's with his dad and with other people and stuff like that. There's a lot of things that he does is uncharacteristic.
Right.
And to me, that's just me looking on the outside and stuff like that.
Right.
Floyd Senior, I don't know what happened. I don't know what that situation. They went separate ways and stuff. But Devin Haney was undefeated, also with Floyd Senior, and he was just as effective and dominant with Floyd Senior. A lot of his knockouts came under Floyd Senior watch.
Right.
A lot of his knockouts was under that because he taught that man when to throw a punch, how to throw a punch, sit down on a punch, and stuff like that. You know, a lot of things. I don't see Devin Haney using that same head movement. I don't see a lot of things that Floyd Senior taught him that he's not doing with his dad.
Yeah.
He should have never got hit with a punch he got hit by Linares. That fall into the fight and that led in the fight and stuff like that. Because he was really putting on a boxing clinic and stuff like that. Now, if he'd have got hit with that punch early, that happened. But you got hit with that punch late.
Yeah.
And that punch got you out of there.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, Heaven, you still here? Sports Heaven.
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
You still here? Hey, look here. I wanted to chop this up with you real quick. This goes back a ways because I was listening to the channel long before I got on the channel. I've been listening to the channel for about a year and a half almost before I decided to go ahead on and jump on. And from that and hearing some of the discussions that included you, I concluded that you, like me, share as having one of our favorite fighters, especially in the 135 weight class, Gervonta Davis, right?
I do, yeah.
Okay, all right then. And so what I wanted to chop up with you real quick is about Tank. And if you agree with me on this, one of his features, one of the things that he stands out and stands above all others. And there are two things. There's a whole lot of things, but there's two things. Matter of fact, I'm gonna mention three. And the one might be controversial. This is the one I want to chop up with you if it is controversial, and that is he can't be hurt. There's nobody in 130. That's going backwards, I understand, but I'm 130, 135, and 140, including the pro graces, that can hurt Tank.
Well, no, I don't agree with that. I think he can be hurt.
Okay,
I do.
Okay, all right.
You're looking at the guy that can hurt him.
Well, no, hold on. I know. And when I say
The picture right there in front of you. The picture right there in front of you. Choose. You know which one. I know you wise
You talking
man,
about
so you
Bud?
can
You
choose.
talking about Bud?
No, I'm talking
That's
about.
what I
I'm
was
talking
looking
about
at. I was looking at
Shakur.
Bud.
We
There was
talking
like
about
5 or 6
Shakur.
of them up there, but I was looking at.
You talking about Shakur. We talking about Shakur.
No. I wasn't talking about Shakur. I wasn't talking about Shakur because you said, I said he can't be hurt, and then you said, "Oh no, somebody can." So I looked on them. I said, "Look at, he's right there in front of you." And I looked, and I said, "He can't hurt him. He can't hurt him. He can't hurt him." And Shakur wasn't in that category. And then when I looked at Bud, I said, "Well, maybe Bud could hurt him," but it wasn't Shakur.
Shakur was in there. Yeah, he in there. His
I know he
picture
was
was
in
up
there,
there.
but what I'm saying is, when I looked at
That's
Shakur, I
that's
said,
who
"Oh, he
gonna hurt
can't
him.
hurt him."
That's who gonna hurt him. That's who
No,
gonna
no,
hurt him.
no.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get it. Let's go.
Let's go.
To be honest with you, I thought that Pitbull hurt him. I thought that Barrios hurt him. I thought Ryan hurt him. I thought
sports.
I'm giving my opinion. I'm giving my opinion.
Okay.
But what I'll say is Shakur, Nor Haney, and Nor Loma hit like none of those guys I just named. Now the difference between those guys is they can hit you with some shit you don't see. But what I love about Tank is, and this is what separates, this is my opinion, to really get into what you really get into, brother, is that this is what I love about Tank is because Sugar Ray Leonard, Muhammad Ali, Sweet Pea Whitaker, even though those guys, and I'm not comparing Tank to them, but even though those guys were dancers or they knew how to move and they had good footwork, they were boxers, quote unquote boxers. They didn't mind getting hit. And what happens is when you get into the elite competition, in my opinion, when you get into the elite competition, you got to give some ass. You got to take some ass to get. You got to, you got to get hit.
Yeah, you got to bring ass to get ass.
And Tank don't mind getting hit, and he don't mind getting hit by hard punching fighters that's bigger than him and stronger than him. In my opinion, Shakur nor Haney like to get hit. And that's separate. Yeah, I said. Yeah. They don't. And that's
it just ain't can't nobody hit Shakur. Can't nobody hit Shakur.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Yes, sir. There we go. Let's get it. Let's go.
Well, Uncle Warren, because you wasn't talking to me, Uncle Warren. I know that laugh. I love that laugh. Uncle Warren. He wasn't talking to you. He was talking to me.
Hey, hey, sports. I don't have to tell you this. I don't have to tell you this about Warren, but let me just warn you just the same. He don't just have that laugh, but he can make you laugh too.
Remember the last time, Victor, it was a Monday night.
Shit. Man, I lost control. I'm too old to be losing control. I shit on myself, man. I said, I got to get back up off of this. Warren got me get ready to shit on myself.
But this is what I'm saying about Devin and Shakur. And this is even when people say they're these master boxers. Well, Floyd is great. Floyd is one of the best master boxers I've ever seen. That motherfucker had plenty bloody noses. The thing is that the reason he was able to beat Castagna is because it was a situation in the fight that he jumped in the middle of the ring and he turned it into a dog fight. And had he just went ahead and danced the whole night, he would have lost. That's what separated Floyd. Great fighters, it's a fight. So what I'm saying is that at this point, just in my humble opinion, and I'm not saying it can't happen, but I'm saying that Devin and Shakur, in my opinion, they have not showed me that they're not willing to give ass to take ass. And I don't know how. I don't think they're just gonna jab Tank for 12 rounds and beat him on the scorecard. They're gonna have to basically turn it into a fight.
I think Sports Heaven. I think Shakur is gonna get in that lion's den. How long he's stay in the lion's den and don't adjust. I think he'll more so than Devin. I think Shakur, because he got a little bit more fight in him than Devin. Devin is purely technical.
Well, I get that,
Shakur can
Uncle
box
Simon.
you. Shakur can fight with you and everything. He's multidimensional.
Uncle Simon, you know what? I will high five you, and I will double down on what you said, and I stand by what you said. And if I could record it, and I'll put that shit, and I'll make that my phone call, my ringtone. But what I'm saying
Make
is,
it your ringtone right now. Just go ahead and give.
hold on, Uncle Warren, because I'm talking to Uncle Simon right now. I ain't seen him do it yet. I know.
I mess with y'all, man.
No, we
go
know.
ahead, bro.
No. I'm just saying, Simon, is that I haven't seen Shakur, even though I agree with you. But after Shakur fought my man, he said, I didn't like that when he hit me like that. That's what he said out his mouth.
Okay, all right. So there goes Shakur, the one that Mr. Warren G said that's the one that's gonna hurt him. And yet, Shakur, who does what everybody says is an excellent job, a professional job, an expert job of avoiding getting hurt. And yet he came out the ring, whoever he fought, and said, dude, jeez, that hurt. That motherfucker hurt me. I didn't like that.
Chicago, the same one that Ryan.
So how long ago was that?
I don't know, but wait a minute, hold up. Now listen. I'm
just asking.
Yeah, well, he said Tago. I think he said Tago. Oh, how long ago was that? I don't know. And in this case, Warren G, that angle doesn't have any effect. How long ago that was don't make no difference. That's anyway.
It does make a difference.
Well, okay. Let's see if it does. My first thing, I'm gonna try to chop this up. I'm gonna try to chop this up in from three different angles. One of them is where we are now. Tank can't be hurt. Right? That's what I'm saying. So now you saying Shakur can hurt him.
That's before you meet that's before you meet Shakur though. When you meet Shakur, he's gonna be hurt.
So so no, wait a minute. Listen. Okay, where's that proven? Where's that proven that Shakur has that?
Okay, so let's go back to Pitbull Cruz, right?
No. We talking about Shakur. We ain't talking about.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm getting there, man. Can I present my debate? Can I present my debate, sir, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. God. Hey, you ready to shoot me down, brother? Let me get out of line of fire. Let me put on my bulletproof vest, man, and you know, yeah. Shots fired. Now, do you agree that Pitbull hurt Tank Davis?
Yes.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, y'all need to get y'all on the same team now. Y'all need to get together. Which one y'all gonna go with?
All right, but that's what I wanted to get back to Sports 7 about how do we what are we talking about when we're talking about getting hurt? See,
hurt meaning that goddamn. I feel like he's been hurt. I mean, the thing is, and I'm gonna let you rock because you're preaching right now. So I don't want to throw you off your rhythm. But hurt mean that that motherfucker hurt me, and that's all.
All right.
Okay. So now, wait a minute. Now here's my. Let me finish my argument. Then you can roll on out the red carpet.
I try not to cut him off, Uncle Warren. Now you throwing his rhythm
off.
But
y'all cut me off. You throwing my rhythm off. Let me get this out. So Shakur, who wanted to fight Pitbull turned down that fight.
All right.
Well, we can't do that because that's not.
That's what I can do. But my argument. That's just my argument.
Right, Sports 7. Well, that ain't gonna rock because what you're saying is there was somebody that was afraid of Shakur, and therefore Shakur can hurt Tank. Now that's my
argument. That's my argument. I'm sticking with it.
Chicago, but after the fight, they said Shakur was the most boring fighter in boxing. Remember that, Uncle Warren? You remember that? And that came out of Top Rank. They commentators during the fight. They was disgusted after the fight and said he was the most boring fighter. And when they talked to Shakur, he said, "Man, he hit me and I didn't like it."
So was he born last fight? Was this the last fight they were talking about?
How is he gonna react when Tank hit him?
Again, was that the last fight? Was his last fight boring?
No. I ain't. I just cut you. I just want you to get the blood off. Put a Band-Aid on your cheekbone.
I'm already in my corner and spitting into the bucket already, bro.
All right, now that
put my mouthpiece back in, Jay. Put my mouthpiece back in. I'm going back in fighting, bro.
All right, here we go. So now look. So now
I can take a punch.
let's not go into too far into the past history. Let's go as current as we can, for me at least. And then I'll say that, for example, Barrios. Who's that other motherfucker that cracked Tank? There was another motherfucker that cracked Tank, man. I forgot who that was. But just to stick with Barrios. So Barrios got what one could consider a clean flush with form. See, remember, I said this earlier when we had our earlier discussion. Boxing proficiency requires, like when you're swimming in competition, like when you're even racing, form. Form. Sports 7 is an athlete. You've done, I'm not professional, but you've done competitive athleticism in different areas. You know that form. So you get in there, the coach is fucking around with you, and he says, stop right there. Come over here. Listen, use your form. You're not using form. All right. So that's applies to boxing too, in terms of a punch application. You can't just swing. You can swing, your wrist will fly back. If you don't keep that fist nice and firm in front of your wrist, so that when you make that contact, all of that pushes through, your wrist will turn. So you got to have form. So what Barrios hit Tank with was flush. And it was so motherfucking flush that he pushed Tank's head to the side. I don't think Tank really rolled with that. I heard that motherfucker make contact. The whole impact.
It looked like the feet was gonna turn sideways.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
So,
and he came back off them ropes and he danced for the motherfucker. He didn't show any sign. And then, because there was some hesitation, and I'm going to get to that in a minute, but there was some hesitation on Barrios to go in there and get him. Because, if you're a real go-getter, let's put it that way, and you hit a motherfucker, you know it. You can feel it in your glove. And if you hit him enough to where you turn his head just slightly, that's a moment. And I'm going to get around to that too with Tank. That's a moment to take advantage of that lull. It's fractions of a second, but that motherfucker's head has turned. You turned that motherfucker's head to the side. You cracked him good because you can feel it in the body of your glove. And so I turned him. Let me jump in on him real quick and be on guard, because that motherfucker come up out of that turn with a nice left hook. He turned him to his left so he can come back up out of that motherfucker real fierce with a left, right?
Ooh, that's that good talk. You talking that good shit,
But I'm just saying. But so what I'm saying is,
come on out my corner, man.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Let me just finish.
Hold on, listen to your uncle.
Let me just finish this description. So when Barrios hit him, he hit him flush. He turned him. He hesitated for just a minute. Why did he hesitate? He hesitated because of what I just said. I got him. I cracked him. But I don't know if he's hurt. And I sure the fuck ain't going up in there and have that motherfucker come out of there with that left on me. No, I'm not doing that. So he hesitated just enough to let Tank turn back around, get back under himself, and then dance for him. To say that didn't hurt. Yeah, you got me. That didn't hurt. So I'll stop there. That's my first. Yeah.
Go ahead. This is a tag team over here.
And Shakur Haney can do that.
Ding ding. Same fight, different round. Here I come. Let's get it. Let's go. Listen, it's your same logic. In the last fight we talking about, you said let's talk about most recent fight. So you saying that are you suggesting that Shakur doesn't have form?
No. I'm saying he doesn't got enough power to hurt Tank. You need power to hurt Tank. Oh, by the way, I'm not Rolly. What's his name? Ryan Garcia hit Tank too. Flush.
Okay. Wait a minute. Are you saying? Are you even saying that Ryan and Barrios is compared to Shakur? Are you even really
in terms of power?
Yes.
Okay, so let's
Didn't
talk about
Ryan
that.
already
Then. Let's
knock
talk
them
about
out
that.
in the amateur?
I'm glad you said that. I'm
Didn't
glad you
Ryan
said that.
knock? Hold
It's
on,
my
Warren
turn
G.
in the debate, right here.
Well, I'm a
Y'all
hush.
had y'all
Hold on,
debate.
Warren. I'm
Can I
a hush.
debate that and then you come back and
No,
rebuttal?
I just want to. I want you to answer this, and I'm gonna be quiet, brother. I'm gonna let you rock. I don't want to fuck it up like that. Did not Ryan stop Haney in the amateurs?
Did not Ryan stop who?
Didn't Ryan have Haney 8 count and stop Haney in the amateurs?
I'm not even thinking about Haney. I'm talking about Shakur.
Okay.
I kept less about that. So yeah, why? So this is the reason why you can't hit Shakur. But did not Shakur stand in the pocket and not only hurt dude, not only did he hurt dude, but he also followed up with combinations. Did he not do
Okay.
that? Okay.
Yes.
Ryan, so wait a minute, Ryan Barrios are not those type of cats that come with combinations from everywhere.
They're not.
No. Ryan, not. Come on,
Ryan isn't, but Mario got combinations for you.
Yeah, I was going to say Barrios fought a couple guys where he used that goddamn combination. Barrios used some combinations on
right.
Thurman
That's for
and hit him in
somebody
that
that
body.
can't move. That's for somebody that can't move.
Who can't move?
Barrios used that for somebody that can't move.
No. You saying Thurman can't move?
Oh, Thurman should have knocked him out.
No, I asked you what he should have did. He didn't.
Well, man.
I asked
Well,
you this.
no.
Can Thurman move?
That Thurman can't move.
Okay, that's what you say. Okay.
That version of that Thurman couldn't move.
Okay.
Not like no Shakur.
Shakur don't move.
Man, Shakur move. It's so sweet. It's so sweet. It's so sweet. No, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me finish. Man. You was long winded. Let me get my little debate out. Let me get my argument out. My propaganda out. Now, please. Now, Shakur stand in the pocket and move so smooth. Boy, it's so smooth. It's so smooth, man. You wonder how he's standing in that pocket like that.
You trying to sell me a car. That's what you're doing.
I'm just saying, come on, did he not stand in the pocket and dude was swinging and he was still missing, he was still making them miss and firing back at the same time.
Yes.
Man, come on. I'm telling you, he's gonna be the one to hurt him. But
all right.
That remains to be seen.
All right.
Until they get in the ring, we'll never know.
Okay. Now you haven't proved to me that Shakur can hurt Tank. You haven't said nothing about that. All you said to me was he's gonna beat Tank up and Tank gonna be able to hit him. That's what you said.
He's gonna hurt him too.
Okay, well, we if you want to stick with that and try to figure out, I'll try to show some proof.
Man, that's what I'm sticking with, man. I'm going down with my sword. You're gonna have to knock me out the ring, bro.
No, he about
Get
to.
the stretch out.
He about to.
Okay, yeah, I am. I am. Because let me tell you. Okay, so you moved me away from because listen, I could put y'all to sleep. Everybody on the panel, I could put you right to motherfucking sleep because I can explain to you scientifically and through anatomy, Tank's anatomy and the science of the anatomy, why Shakur in particular and nobody else can hurt him. I'll get to that if you can endure it. But we'll move away from nobody can hurt Tank to what you said, where Shakur can move and slide. He's slick. You said that slick. So then he can move out the way. And oh shit, I missed him. I can't hit this nigga because he's slick. He can move out the way. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you about motherfuckers miss opportunities when they fight, and I'm gonna give you an example of one. When a motherfucker's fighting a motherfucker, and that motherfucker likes to throw that overhand right. Most of the time, if the opposition is not in a position or doesn't feel like counter punching it, what he does in common, he ducks up under it. He takes a few steps to the side or whatever, but sometimes they might, give him an uppercut, or not an uppercut, but a body punch or something like that. But for the most part, especially somebody that has the threat of having power, when they throw that overhand right, they usually go up under that motherfucker and then get out the way, find some distance, and start all over, reset, like they say. That's a missed opportunity. Because when a motherfucker throws an overhand right, when you're going up under that, you should bring that scorpion tail with you. I say, this is my opinion. Every time. If that motherfucker throws out overhand right and you can duck up under that motherfucker clean enough to get cleanly away from it, bring that scorpion tail with you. Bring that fucking right hand. You're ducking under his right hand. It's gonna go past you. It's what Tank did to a degree, but he didn't. He did it in a different position. But when he swings at you and he misses, and you up under him, his momentum is gonna be taking him forward. If while you're ducking up under that motherfucking, moving away from him, not away to the side, moving, a little bit forward in his direction, so to speak, bring that motherfucking scorpion tail with you. Roll that goddamn right hand up and bring that with you. It might even be a blind shot, but his face might be right there. It should be, because the nigga just threw an overhand right at you, and his face is right motherfucking there. And if you bring that your overhand right while you ducking up under that motherfucker, you get it. But people don't do that. They just duck up under that right hand and they get away. Now, that's an example of what I'm saying is an opportunity. What I'm telling you about Tank is that, and what you're saying about Shakur, is that, what they say, everybody gets hit, so does Shakur. And the difference between Tank and all others is the motherfucker is lightning fucking quick. The motherfucker has great eyes, and the motherfucker can identify an opportunity and get to it before it gets away. So slick ain't gonna be enough. Slick is not gonna be enough. You see,
Okay,
slick's not gonna be enough. Now, I'm gonna finish up right here. When that motherfucking hit, that's not quite what I was saying, but it had the same kind of dynamic. When Rolly threw them punches at Tank, first of all, we know Tank lured him over there, but Rolly was throwing a punch at Tank when Tank hit him with that when Tank hit him with that left. Rolly's punch was on its way there, hadn't even got there yet, and Tank saw that motherfucker's face and hit that motherfucker lightning quick before Rolly could even finish the motherfucking punch he was throwing. And that's why, because remember this, Tank was hitting him with not all his power, but he was hitting him. Rolly's momentum with that punch was going towards them fucking ropes. Tank didn't hit Rolly into those ropes. Tank used Rolly's momentum. That's why he didn't throw the punch that hard. Used Rolly's momentum to slam into that brick wall, which was Tank's fist, and then that punch that he was throwing carried him over into those ropes. And those ropes turned him around, twisted him around so that he could safely land on his ass. Because if them ropes wouldn't have been there, that motherfucker would have went face first into that goddamn.
And
Okay.
the doors of the church is open. Come to Jesus. Come to Jesus.
Yes, sir. Amen to that. Listen, I'm in agreement with the come to Jesus. I agree.
Yeah.
Now,
So
let me hold on now. You had
the only thing I'm saying is,
let him finish because I cut him off.
No. All I'm saying is, Warren, is that you're telling me that with a guy that has that kind of quickness, lightning speed quickness, who knows how to identify opportunities that other motherfuckers are either see, because this thing is compounded. But I'll stay right there where we are. And you're telling me that kind of lightning quickness, that kind of being able to identify an opportunity, that he's going to slick his way out of that?
Thunder and lightning. Get out the rain. It's about the lightning. Man, you're gonna hit it with a thunderbolt, bro. Get out the rain and make sure you somewhere safe, bro. Listen.
Okay.
It's not secure master at distance. Is that what he's not known for?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, hold on. if he's a master of distance, what makes you think? First of all, I wouldn't even use Rolly as a comparison to the kind of fighter that Shakur is. Shakur is just like I rate um Tank Davis IQ high. Shakur got a goddamn great IQ. He stands just enough in range to make you miss and while he's throwing back. It's not like a 1-2. That motherfucker is good at distance. And when he stands in the pocket, he stands just enough in the pocket and be able to move out the way quick enough. He's able to move quickly out of the way of a punch while still somewhat in the pocket. I'm telling you, his distance is masterful. The man trains against a Terence Crawford, and anybody that sits in the ring with Terence Crawford is gonna learn something.
Yes,
But
I agree.
I promise you, Tank is gonna get hurt because of the frustration of not being able to connect the way he usually likes to connect, which is going to end up causing him to overcommit. And I guarantee you, if you watch the last fight, Shakur don't have no problem with throwing some uppercuts when you go down low.
Well, he don't have
And
to
so,
overcommit
and
to
so,
hit his body though.
And so now we're back to square one. Tank is going to get frustrated. Tank is going to do something clumsy and sloppy. He's going to try to come in on Shakur. And I think what you're trying to say is, and Shakur is going to touch him. And we're
He
back to
gonna catch
square
him with an
one,
uppercut.
which is
He gonna come in. He gonna
yeah, all
catch him
right,
with a
okay.
couple of
And
uppercuts
so now we're back. So now we're
in
back
an
to square
overhand,
one. So now we're back to square one.
and he
Tank
gonna
is
hurt
going
him.
Shakur. No, that's what. There you go. Just because he's gonna touch him, I'm going your route. Tank's gonna get sloppy. No way. But I'm going your route. Tank's gonna get sloppy. Tank's gonna get frustrated. He never showed that before. Never showed that before in any fight. But
Because he
I'm
hasn't
going your
faced
route.
he
He's
hasn't
gonna
faced
get
Shakur
sloppy.
yet.
He's gonna get frustrated. He's gonna try to
And
punch at Shakur with something crazy and stupid.
just like
And
just
Shakur's
like
gonna
Tank
what?
having
Shakur's
just
gonna
like
touch him.
Tank having faced a Shakur haven't faced a Tank Davis, and I'm guarantee you, if Shakur do have a chin, I believe he does have a chin.
What's
It hasn't been
Shakur's? Hold
tested
on.
yet,
What's Shakur's
but
reach? What's
wait,
Shakur's reach?
hold on, it hasn't been tested yet. At the same time, Tank hasn't been tested either.
Shit. What's Shakur's reach?
I
I
don't know,
think.
man.
Let me answer for you. Let me answer for you. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody can Google this. I think Shakur has a half of an inch reach advantage.
That's all he needs.
Well, let me
The
finish.
man's a master at
Hold on.
distance. He ain't.
Let me Warren. Let me finish. Shakur, up until he got to his weight division now, he was the bigger fighter. He's basically had a career where he had the reach advantage. Half of an inch reach advantage against a fighter like Tank. You talking about, which I think you're right. Shakur is the greatest to me, even better than Haney. He's the greatest at distance. But the problem is, you talking about him playing. He gambles because when you got an inch, 2-3 inches over your opponent, you can stand in the pocket.
When did you see him
Let
gamble?
me finish.
What
Let me
fight
finish.
did you see
Hold,
where
hold,
he
hold on.
gambled?
Hold on, brother. Let me say what I'm saying. When you in the pocket and you got 2 or 3 inches reaching over your opponent, you can sit up there and you can stand in the pocket and you can play those type of games. But when you fighting Tank and you only got a half an inch reach advantage, you playing Russian roulette because see, regardless if you accept it or reject it. Hold on. Let me finish, brother. I'm gonna shut up. Let me finish. The bottom line, rather you accept it or reject it. And what old school is saying is all the way right. We're going off of what we've seen thus far. Shakur said out his own mouth he didn't like when Tagago, the African brother, was hitting him.
Nagatilia.
He didn't like that. So what I'm saying to you is that if he's playing this range game you're playing, Tank is you feel like his reflexes, Tank is just as quick as he is. Rather you accept it or
Don't get hurt, man. That's
hey, what I'm saying is this. At the end of the day, let me just put it like this. Let me say it like this. at the end of the day, Tank has showed you because Shakur don't got no superpower, so let's not act like he got some type of special power. Tank don't have a problem putting his high guard up and walking up on you and taking punches. So just by him
Oh
doing
my
that,
God.
he's taking away this range game you're playing, and Tank will hit you in your body.
Okay.
So I've seen because see at the end of the day, I've seen Tank get hit. I've never seen Shakur get hit, and
What's
he
the
ain't
reason
been.
why you never seen him get hit, bro?
Well, guess what though? He ain't fought nobody on the same area
Oh
code as Tank
man,
Davis.
come on. We're gonna go to that now,
No.
man.
Who has he fought that's in the same area code as Tank Davis?
I'm just saying, man. Is he
No.
not? Is
Who
he
has
not?
Answer the question.
Oh.
Who has he fought? Uncle Warren. Uncle Warren.
Well, then who has Tank fought somebody
No.
of the
I'm gonna answer. No.
caliber
I'll
of?
answer you. No. I'll answer you. But I want you to answer me first because I asked the question first. Who has Shakur fought that's in the same area code as Tank?
Nobody.
All right.
The thing
But
about it,
likewise, that same question
when the
I
thing
have for you: Who has Tank fought in the likes of Shakur?
Nobody.
The thing about it,
Okay.
when you get if that fight ever comes off, you're looking at two of the best fighters in the world of boxing. It's going to come down to more than just a punch by Tank and a distant fighter like Shakur. It's a bunch of different variables that's going to happen in that fight. One of the main variables when you get two fighters at that level, and it's rare in this era that we get these guys fighting in their prime, is going to come down to who can make the adjustments on the fly when they need to make them.
Well, let me just say this. Yeah, I don't know how you make adjustments on not being able to get hurt. How do you make that adjustment?
You can make adjustments because Pernell
I'm
Whitaker wasn't the biggest puncher, and he fought a lot of big punches, and he was able to overcome that.
Well, but I'm saying he had a chin. He was able to take a punch, and that's fine. I don't know if those punchers had the kind of immense, shouldered or unmatched kind of power to Tank has. So that doesn't really count. The point is on what you said, make an adjustment. How do you adjust to take that kind of power anywhere in your body, on in your jaw, on the top of your goddamn head? How do you make an adjustment to be able to take and endure and survive that kind of power?
But you're assuming you're going on the assumption that he's going to be hitting Shakur. That's what you're assuming. You're automatically
Wait a minute. Whoa. You said I'm assuming that? I got my eyes closed?
You're assuming that.
Hold
on. Wait a minute now. You see, I listened to you.
That ain't no assumption. That's record. That's receipts.
We're talking about Shakur. We're not talking about who we've been fighting. I'm assuming that Tank Davis is going to overcommit from missing Shakur. I'm assuming that what's going to happen is he's going to overcommit. He's going to get caught with an uppercut.
It doesn't make any difference.
That's just assuming.
It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference. Doesn't make any difference.
When you get to that level, you can throw all that other stuff out the window.
Tank hit him,
punch.
It's going to hurt him.
And Shakur Stevenson distance. You can throw that out the window. When you get to that level and stuff like that, you can throw that out the window. Tank got away with that against the guys he fought. Shakur got away with the guys he fought. When you match these two guys up, if they fight at the level that they are, it's going to come down to who can follow a game plan. If that goes out the window, who can make the right adjustment on the fly?
This is what I want to say.
Because a lot of people, and I'm not comparing them, I'm gonna let you cook, Vic. A lot of people thought, Tommy Hearns just the better puncher. Sugar Ray is the better boxer. That was proven wrong. Tommy was always the better boxer. He was always the better boxer than Ray Leonard. He just didn't have the feet Sugar Ray Leonard, which a lot of fighters didn't do. He didn't have the feet and the hand speed of Ray Leonard, but he was the better boxer. Nobody thought that Sugar Ray, but if you didn't watch that Duran fight, nobody thought that Sugar Ray was a fighter the way he was. They figured he was a pretty boy. He was stylistic. He was a combination puncher. In that fight, he had to make an adjustment on the fly. I can't just try to box this guy. I can't just try to fight this guy like I fought in my other fights, and I was able to get away with it. I got to actually bite down and make it a dog-ass fight, and that's what he did to get Tommy Hearns out of there.
Yeah, well, he fought a variety of other guys, really beat the shit out of them up against the ring. And you know, and these guys that I'm talking about and I'm referring to, you know what it was? He noticed an opportunity. For example, a lot of times a guys can hurt a guy or wobble him or whatever, you know, say, oh, he smacked him, he's hurt. Go get him, go get him, go get him. And for some reason, everybody's shouting, go get him, goddammit, don't you know that you hurt him? So Sugar Ray fought a couple guys. One of them was some kind of Texan cowboy or something like that, and he hit that motherfucker. And when he hit him, he could see in his eyes that stunned him, froze him just enough, 1 second, fraction of a second, and Sugar Ray hit that motherfucker with 6 more fucking punches. In other words, he saw an opportunity, it was there, and he jumped on that motherfucker with lightning quick speed and didn't let it get away from him.
He was a great finisher.
That's important.
He was a great finisher, man. And from what it sounds like, y'all was talking about Tank versus Shakur Stevenson, right?
Yeah.
So the subject was, can anybody at 135? Let me just put you. The subject was, can anybody at 135 or 140 hurt Tank? And so I rebutted with, Shakur can hurt Tank. That's what I think.
Okay. Well, at the end of the day, anybody can be hurt. Now, as far as how that fight will play out, usually in boxing, when you have a highly skilled boxer against a guy with puncher, most of the times the boxer wins. But in this situation, Gervonta Davis is not an ordinary one-dimensional puncher. All the slick stuff that Shakur Stevenson could do, Gervonta Davis can do it also. Maybe not as good as Shakur Stevenson, because Shakur Stevenson specializes more on boxing and defense. But Gervonta Davis has the skill set to set up for the knockout. Now, the fight can go one of two ways.
And so does Shakur.
Real quick, the fight can go one of two ways, right? Shakur, in his fight, I believe Shakur does have the defensive skills to beat Tank, right? It's just a matter of.
No, you can't beat. Wait a minute, hold up, money. You can't beat nobody with defensive.
Hold on. I gotta get over real quick. I'm gonna be back in a couple minutes. I'm gonna get back on with you. Hold on.
Okay, yeah. Okay, because that don't work. We'll go over that again. But so now, No, because he said Tank, he made a mistake. He probably wasn't listening to what he said. He probably just spewed that out because he said Shakur can hurt Tank with defensive skills, and you can't hurt nobody as far as I'm concerned. But you sure the fuck can't hurt Tank with defensive skills.
I think he moved on past that though. I think he was just making the fight. He was talking about the fight itself.
It's going to come down to intangibles. If them two ever fight, it's going to come down to who intangibles they can impose on each fighter.
Hey, Devin Haney just did an interview, y'all, with Brian Custer. I don't know if y'all seen that, but
I didn't see it, but I seen like the little promo. I didn't actually watch the video.
I seen it.
What craziness do you have to say now?
He kind of slipped up, man, because Brian Custer was on Devin Haney asking him all type of shit about Shakur and stuff. What Shakur was saying, man, he kept asking, like, and Devin Haney kind of slipped up because he asked him about what Keyshawn Davis said. Keyshawn Davis said Devin Haney gonna duck Shakur, so he told Devin Haney that. And look at this response. You know what I mean? He kind of slipped up, bro. It looked like he definitely gonna duck him. Check this out. Look at this. This is new. So he spoke on Shakur, but he was like, Keyshawn said, you scared of Shakur. You know what I'm saying? You ducking Shakur. Check this out. Look.
I love it. Another guy we just had on The Last Stand, and man, he was talking about Devin Haney, Keyshawn Davis. He said Devin Haney's a guy who's been avoiding Shakur Stevenson, but he called you light skinned. He said, light skinned, you need to see me at 135. Your response to Keyshawn Davis.
Keyshawn can say what he want to say.
Like I said, my main focus is Loma, and then Shakur, we can get it on as well. I want to make all these fights happen in the lightweight division, or even at 140, when we can. It is what it is. I don't know if he want to fight. I don't know if he wants to fight me, or he wants me to fight Shakur. But he flip flops it. But it is what it is. He's supposed to say them things.
What's it like being the undisputed?
See, Devin Haney fucked up right there when he said that, because he said we could fight at 135. He said I could fight Shakur at 135. Then he brought up 140, and then he said when we can. He said we can do it when we can. What you mean when we can? Shakur's your mandatory. You could do it next.
Yeah,
You talking about? Look, he said me and Tank Davis can get it on next, but he talking about when they asked him about Shakur, we could fight at 135 or even maybe 140 when we can. When we can, like he don't want to do it now. Look,
another guy we just had on the Last Stand, and man, he was talking about Devin Haney, Keyshawn Davis. He said Devin Haney's a guy who's been avoiding Shakur Stevenson, but he called you light skin. He said, light skin, you need to see me at 135. Your response to Keyshawn Davis.
Keyshawn can say what he want to say. Like I said, my main focus is Loma, and then Shakur, we can get it on as well. I want to make all these fights happen in the lightweight division, or even at 140, when we can. It is what it is. I don't know if he want to.
I didn't like that. I don't like that response right there, bro. He talking about, nigga, he said we can fight at 135. Then he brings up 140. Why would you bring up 140? Well, where did that come from? And then he stops and says, when we can. When we can. What does that mean? When we can. That nigga's trying to fight next. Shakur trying to, why you can't fight Shakur next? He said him and Tank Davis can get it on next. Look, man, that's some bullshit, bro. That's some fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Hey, you know what, man? Excuse me.
He don't look green. He don't look green there. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Hey, but whenever I hear Haney answer these kind of questions where somebody conveys to him that somebody's calling him out, you know what his response reminds me of? When I was in school, junior high school, and even in elementary school. And motherfuckers would spread the rumor around. Yo, so-and-so said he's going to beat you up. So-and-so said he wants to fight you. And the guy would say, I don't care. Well, you can say what he wants. That kind of stupid shit. And this guy's a professional boxer. And somehow it just sounds like, or has the texture when he makes his responses to these call-outs that, I don't know. It sounds like a kid in school, man. Like,
when he talk about Tank, look. He said him and Tank can fight next with no problem. Look,
and I'm taking on all.
We're talking about Tank right here.
We can get it on.
He said after this week,
I love
we get it on.
Another guy we just had.
Look, this is what he said about Tank.
Numbers up, especially if he wants to get into the ring with me. This is a guy who calls everyone out and yet doesn't fight anybody. Your response to Tank Davis?
I'm fighting a guy that was number one pound for pound for a long time. The guy that a lot of these guys avoid it. So I'm going in there to prove myself and prove that I'm the best guy in the lightweight division. And I'm taking on all comers. After this, we can get it on.
See,
I love it. Another guy we just had on the Last Stand, and man, he.
You seen that though? You seen that when he said after this we can get it on? He don't bring up 140 or nothing. Or he said, you know what I mean? He don't bring up 140. He don't say when we can do it. He don't bring that up. Now look, you just heard what he said about Tank Davis. He said after Loma we can get it on. Now they ask him about Shakur, what Keyshawn Davis said, and you see how his shit is different, bro. Like he don't want no fucking smoke.
But I told you this. I told you
that
this a
shit
couple
is sad
of months.
to me, bro.
I told you this a couple of months ago, H Money. When it comes to Shakur Stevenson, it's a stylistic matchup that they know. Him and Bill knows that Shakur is a problem. To whereas Tank, they figure All we gotta do is be careful of his punch. With Shakur, they don't know what they're gonna have to deal with in that ring that night. And they're not
Exactly.
amateurs anymore. They're not
Yeah.
amateurs anymore.
Yeah, so when Tank Davis, when he said what Tank Davis said, he don't say, "Oh, Tank Davis, he's supposed to say that. He's supposed to call me out. He's supposed to say those type of things." No, he said he wanted to get it on with Tank Davis next. But then when they asked him about what Shakur said, he told them, "Oh, he's supposed to say those type of things. He's supposed to say that." Even with Keyshawn Davis, what he said, oh, he said it again. He said, "Oh, he's supposed to say those type of things." Now that's his response to everything. Check it out. Check this out.
I love it. Another guy we just had on the Last Stand, and man, he was talking about Devin Haney, Keyshawn Davis. He said Devin Haney's a guy who's been avoiding Shakur Stevenson, but he called you light skin. He said, "Light skin, you need to see me at 135." Your response to Keyshawn Davis?
Keyshawn can say what he want to say. Like I said, my main focus is Loma. And then, Shakur, we can get it on as well. I want to make all these fights happen in the lightweight division, or even at 140, when we can. It is what it is. I don't know if he want to fight. I don't know if he wants to fight me, or he wants me to fight Shakur. But he flip flops it. But it is what it is. He's supposed to.
Man, I don't like that response. That was when it came to Shakur, he said we could fight next, or maybe even at 140 when we can. That's a whole different type of energy, my brothers. I just had to point that out, man.
Yeah.
I had to point that out.
It's obvious.
You feel me? You see where I'm coming from? You see? I just looked at that. I had to show y'all, bro.
Yeah, but it's obvious this money when it comes to Tank, or we can do it now. When it comes to Shakur, and you're on the same side, you're with the same company.
And you're mandatory, and he calling you out.
You know what I'm saying? Well, we're gonna see if not 135, we can fight at 140. Y'all on the same side.
You can
see with the same company. Y'all got the same promoter.
When we can, he said when we can,
but it's not when we can.
Shit, when we can be a long time ago. It could be 3 years from now.
That man just don't want to fight Shakur because he know that's a bad matchup for him. He know that, and his dad know that too. So it's a bad matchup for him. He gonna get exposed in that fight, and they know that. And I've been saying that as the fighter that Devin Haney don't want to fight because from a stylistic standpoint, is a bad matchup.
Yeah.
Because what can David Haney do to Shakur Stevenson to offset what he does? Nothing. He's straight up and down. He fights high, and at times he gives away his size. It's just gonna be the right fighter to expose that.
And Eddie Hearn just did an interview. He said that Devin Haney cannot beat Shakur Stevenson. And remember, Eddie Hearn is the first person to sign Devin Haney. That was his promoter. And you know what I mean? He said that Shakur Stevenson is unbeatable at 135. He's saying he's unbeatable. He said Devin Haney, he grew up with Shakur. So Devin Haney know all about Shakur, and that's why he don't want to fight him. And even Eddie Hearn said that, bro. So the whole boxing world know it. Even his own promoter said that. Say he don't want no smoke with Shakur. He don't want to fight Shakur. He's saying it's gonna be a hard fight to make because of that. That's why Devin Haney don't want to fight him. So the whole world know it, bro. That's crazy, bro. This man is really ducking Shakur, bro. He ducked. That's why they got mad at me.
About Brian Custer, Money Victor. He's gonna ask you the tough question. He even asked Tank about
Custer,
Devin Haney. He said, what about Devin Haney, undisputed champion? And what Tank said, if he wins his fight with Cambosis, I want to fight him next. Brian Custer don't pull no punches. It's not you're on top rank in ESPN. I'm with Showtime. No, he look at you as the fighter and stuff like that. You want to see you on the big fights. He don't pull no punches. I don't care who come on his platform. He gonna ask you the tough questions, and he want answers.
Yeah.
So the best thing for you to do is not do an interview with him because he gonna ask you the tough questions.
Yep, he did. He said everything Shakur said, bro.
Yeah, this ain't ESPN because none of them fight on the platform he commentated.
Yep, and he brought up when Shakur said he was gonna smoke him. He was like, Shakur Stevenson said he gonna smoke you and all of that. And then Devin Haney was like, oh, he's supposed to say those things. He said that again. Like, a man's supposed to say he gonna smoke you, you gonna be easy work, he gonna dominate you, and your response is that he's supposed to say that, bro. You don't say that about Tank when Tank say what he say, or what T.O. said what he say. Only when it comes to Shakur, oh, he's supposed to say that. Man, he looking like a damn fool, bro.
Yep.
That's why I couldn't mess with Haney no more, bro. When I seen that type shit, I seen it coming, bro.
That's why I see each after May 20th, win or lose, I know they're gonna renegotiate a contract with ESPN because they got too much smoke on their PBC side. They got a lot of smoke. They got fighters at 135 on that side, and they got a bunch at 140. So he gonna probably take the easiest route possible.
That nigga's a duck, bro. He's ducking, bro. That shit is sad, bro. That shit hurt me, bro. That shit for real, it really did, Warren. That shit, it hurt, bro. Like, damn.
I understand your pain. Shakur, baby. Shakur all the way, all day, every day.
Man, bro, I can't lie. Shakur is the man, bro.
Yeah, because Haney just, it seems like the dog. You know, you got to have some dog in you. And I think by that dog, what they mean is, it's like being the fastest gun in the West. You know motherfuckers are coming after you. I'm the baddest motherfucker. I'm on top of the hill. I know they coming after me. I'm going to take them one at a time. And there's some way, some sophisticated, elegant way that you can say, well, I know he's calling me out, but he don't know what kind of trouble he's getting. Something you can say besides, well, you know, that's what they're supposed to do. This, come on, man. You're a professional boxer. Talk boxing language. Talk boxing language, man. And I don't think he has that.
You just did like Mike Tyson. I'm gonna eat your kids.
Exactly, baby. You know, you kidding me? You challenge me? You insult me like that? I'm the king. I'm on the top of this hill, and you insult me? You got babies? Because when I get finished with you, I'm gonna eat your motherfucking babies, nigga.
No, what's gonna be the telling tale for me at the Wayne Friday, and I'm gonna pay close attention to that. Most of the press conference coming up, because you're not gonna get too much from Lomachenko. You know, you ain't gonna get too much back and forth with him. I know Devin and Bill gonna try to, you know, spruce up the press conference they're gonna have Thursday to bring more eyeballs to the fight. You know, as par for the course.
Yeah,
we'll be paying close attention to that weigh-in. And if Devin Haney got to do a second weigh-in because he a half a pound or a pound over, he ain't staying at 135. And he's gonna do that purposely. Because we talked about that a couple of minutes ago. He's gonna do that purposely. If he ain't 135 on the nail, and if
Man,
he
you
ain't
better
looking
make that
drawn
way
like he
in
looked in the last
so
two
Loma
fights,
can win that
stuff
belt.
like that, if he gotta go back, because he ain't gonna wanna do that Shakur. He ain't gonna wanna relinquish them belts only if he lose. He don't want to relinquish them belts on the scale. But if he have to go back and come back and re-weight, that dude ain't staying that lightweight, man. He ain't fighting Shakur. That's gonna be his excuse out.
Yeah.
That's gonna be his excuse out. I'm telling y'all. If he have to re-weight, if he an ounce or two, like say 135 point whatever, and he gotta go like Shakur was at 130, and Shakur said, "No, I can't do it," and he gotta go back and do it because of principle. The dude ain't fighting Shakur, man. That's gonna be his way out.
Yeah,
I told y'all I couldn't make the weight. My dad told y'all that's gonna be their way out, and that's why I can't deal with the Haney's no more, man. I want to support the brother. I'm going with him Saturday, but they got too much shit with him, man.
Hey, and you know what I think is missing with a lot of boxers, excuse me, it appears to be Haney's one of them, is that, listen, when you become well known, or more than that, admired, looked upon, appealing, you attract people to you and so on and so forth. And of course, it's from a distance because you're a star, you're a celebrity. So they don't really know who you are, but you bond with them. When you perform, you say, I'm going to get into this line of work. I'm going to get into entertainment. I'm going to get into performing. And that's going to bring me a lot of money. Of course, but why? Because it brings me a lot of attention. It brings me a lot of what do you call it? Well, consumers. You can call them consumers. What? There's another word for motherfuckers that purchase things. I forgot. But anyway, and you make this kind of sneaky bond, not sneaky, but this hidden bond. Now you're supposed to recognize that when you got motherfuckers coming to an arena and paying money out their motherfucking pocket to see you perform for them, you better realize all them motherfuckers in there, you made bond with them. You got to realize that they're bonded to you. I like Haney. I seen Haney. I know what Haney can do. That's my nigga. You're bonded with some motherfuckers you may never meet, but you better realize you're bonded with them, and therefore you have an obligation. You got an obligation. You know what I mean? And so they're gonna expect for you to be doing something. Hey, where you at, man? We're waiting on you.
Some of these fighters to me, Vic, in this era, they're too nice.
Yeah.
I'm used to seeing guys that interrupting press conference.
Yeah.
They're going to press conference and telling you guys,
yeah,
when I'm gonna get my turn.
Yeah.
And that's what Tarver did with Roy Jones. He put himself in a position just like Shakur Stevenson to be mandated contender, but he also went to Roy Jones's fights. He went to his press conference and called his ass out and stayed on his ass.
Yeah.
I got to the point to where Ross said, "Man, I gotta fight this guy.
Yeah,
I gotta, because he's in the position to fight me. I'm the champion, but this guy's talking just a little too much."
Yeah.
And he got under Roy's skin. All this, well, I called him. I know. I hope Shakur go to that fight.
Yep.
I hope he's in the audience at the press conference. Devin, am I next?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my chance at Undisputed next.
Yeah. And that bond is particular. It's specific. I like Haney because Haney beats people's asses, and then it advances. The love becomes stronger because, oh, my nigga got them belts. He's a motherfucker disputed. That's my nigga. Now you can't abandon those people. You're bonded with them. They're invested into you emotionally, psychologically, and they'll spend their money on you. I'm just repeating what I just said, but I'm just saying that part. And so therefore, guess what? When you're on the camera, you might not be, you say, hey, leave me alone now. I know you love me. I love you back, but don't keep bothering me when I'll be in the ring. But if you're going to get out in the public vein, in the public view, where they can say, hey, Haney's on. He's getting ready to talk. Them niggas that pay to come in that ring are going to jump in front of that motherfucking TV. Let's see what this nigga got to say. He probably getting ready to announce it. You know?
All this brotherly love stuff. And I'm going to kiss you and hug you. I love you. I can do that when you're retired, old and gray.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that when he gets in front of that camera, he's got to realize that those people that are bonded to him, that he's bonded with, they're sitting in front of that camera waiting on to hear what he got to say. They ain't just waiting on him to fight; they waiting on to hear what he got to say, and you got to perform. Are they going to turn on you? What the fuck was that?
Yep.
So I mean, you got the point that I'm trying to make is that
now the stance starting to shift now, because it was Devin Tank Devin. Why Tank gonna fight Devin? You know?
Yes, exactly. You know, that's right.
Now it's Thomas.
That's right. And listen,
because now Shakur done put himself in the mix with either, but more so Devin Haney. He said, I'm more in line and I'm more closer to that fight than a Tank fight. So I'm lined up. I become undisputed or whatnot. That even makes it more attractive to where everybody and their mama gonna ask for that fight.
Yeah.
Tank can't fight no Pitbull. Tank can't fight no Frank Martin. Tank can't fight this. Shakur's a champion. That's the fight we want to see. But as of now, he take care of his business May 20th. If that dude don't mention Shakur Stevenson's name as his next opponent, I don't want to hear shit from him or his daddy. Nothing. I don't want to hear shit.
And see, you know what?
I want to hear shit.
Right. And see, listen, let me say this too. I might be taking this little step too far because I don't have that kind of knowledge and understanding of like I said, the in and outs and the management and Al Haymans and these kind of Mendozas, all that. But let me just say this too. You know, he got them belts, and loyal fan people that are loyal to Haney because he got them belts. They were loyal to him because he could fight. They were loyal to him because he could beat motherfuckers up. They were loyal to him because he was undefeated. And then the motherfuckers got those belts. And he put hard work in to get them belts. He traveled. And and twice. And he beat that motherfucker twice. He even gave him a second chance. That's my nigga. I'm sticking with him. Right? So now he stands up in the ring, right? And he holds those belts up for his fans, and they all cheer, and so on and so forth. Now, if he doesn't honor and continue to bring an honor and integrity to those motherfucking belts, he can lose those loyal fans. And then what does that mean? Means them belts don't mean nothing. He's also responsible for them goddamn belts. He's got to bring honor to them belts, or people gonna start dropping off. Not as just Haney fans, but saying, "Well, the belts don't mean nothing." That's the kind of calamity he's in, and he can recover from it. But the only way for him to recover from it is to do just what everybody on here is asking him to do.
Yeah. Yep. So the question is going to be asked on Saturday night if he's victorious. Whoever's going to interview him after the fight, Krieger, whoever, Bernardo Suter, whoever they're going to mention is Shakur Stevenson, the guy next.
Right.
That's the question they're going to ask. Is Shakur Stevenson is the guy next.
That's right.
They're going to want to answer because after Shakur Stevenson last fight, you tweeted.
Yeah.
I'm staying at 135.
The way they
did in response.
Yeah, the way they did
the best of Devin.
Yeah,
so you got to stand on your word, Victor. You mentioned it in this video. We can fight at 135, but you're still talking about 35. We don't want to hear 40. I'm gonna wait and see how things play out if I'm victorious in that fight and stuff like that. He didn't say that. He said 135 or 140, but you should have said 135.
Yeah. But the only way
that's the weight class you in, Tank in, Shakur in, Frank Martin, and the Cruz just turned pro. Them guys, you know what I'm saying? That's a loaded division.
Yeah.
It's not like Tank saying, well, I can fight. I could have fought Ryan at one. No. Or I could have fight this guy. No. Tank said, this is my weight class. This is the weight class currently I'm a fighting. Because I'm not thinking about no other weight class, no other fighter. I'm a lightweight now. I'm a small lightweight. Same thing with Lomachenko. He didn't say, well, maybe, I can go back down to 130 and stuff. I'm a lightweight. I want all the belts.
Yeah.
And Devin Haney is the only one that's talking different.
Yeah. And the only way that Devin and Bill are going to be able to dig their way out of this motherfucking hole, I'm going to tell you specifically and particularly, he's going to have to beat the motherfucking shit out of Lomachenko. I don't mean necessarily knock him out or bloody him up or whatever, but what I'm saying is it can't be no close call. He has to beat the shit out of him. It has to be decisive. And then after he wins that fight, he needs to stand up and show his fans and his loyalists, hey, still got him right here. Whoop that motherfucker's ass, got him out the way. And this little nigga, who Shakur, I think I'm gonna try to take him next. Whether he does it or not, that's what he's got to say. I'm saying he got to whoop this nigga's ass, Lomachenko's ass, and then he's got to stand up and he's got to specifically mention. That's the only way. If he doesn't, after a win over a very renowned fighter, if he doesn't, conjure up that fucking courage to say, let me say something about that. Because, I think you said that's what you were saying too, Jonathan, that once the fight's over and they start talking to him and say, so what do you got next? What's your next plan? So on and so forth. They might ask him about Shakur. He's going to have to answer that.
Yes.
And he can't say, well,
that's the fight that I have to fight. That's the guy that I got to fight next. Best believe ink to paper will be ready by next week. Because Top Rank will renegotiate.
Yeah.
You're going to fight Shakur, well, then we're going to have to re-up and give you a new contract.
Yeah.
but it's gonna be at 135. There ain't no 140 fights.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I said, we gotta wait to see.
Yeah.
May 20th. You know what I'm saying? This is the week of the fight and stuff like
Yeah.
that. All roads lead to Undisputed with Devin Haney and Vasyl Lomachenko.
Yeah.
You know, this is the time. You know, it was an unfortunate boxing situation last weekend with Rolly Romero. We had some good fights. Besides that fight and stuff like that, I told his money. It's a new fight week. It's a new fight. It's a different fight. It's a big fight. It's an important fight.
Yeah.
Not just to the two combatants, to the division, because you know what I'm saying, could be a changing of the guard. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney could stay undisputed. The old dog could be undisputed and achieve his goal, and that can change the whole landscape of the division.
Yeah, you do that too.
Yeah.
But I mean, but I know that Haney can recover, especially if he does want to move up, if he is struggling with that weight, especially if he makes that special effort and said, let me go ahead and fight this nigga, fight Shakur. Let me go ahead and fight him. I'm gonna stay down here. I'm gonna fight this nigga. Win or lose. Even if he loses to Shakur, he can say he was a better man tonight. I don't hold my head down. Nobody will be mad at him. They'll love him for doing that. And then what he say, but I'll see him again somewhere down the road.
Especially over here, I can't speak for other platforms. Devin Haney gonna get the most admiration from us on this platform just because he took the fight.
Damn right.
Win or lose, he gonna get so much admiration because we never fully threw Devin Haney to the curb. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We just gotta hold these fighters accountable and stuff.
Yep.
And him and his dad especially been saying a lot of stuff, but when they came to Shakur Stevenson, the energy was a little different because he's still calling for a tank fight. But it's going to be the issue with the weight to fight Shakur, a guy that just moved up.
Yeah.
That's my thing. The guy just moved up. The guy had one fight at 135. Lomachenko, you can see he been there for years. Tank been there for years. That was two guys that came up from smaller weight classes. This guy just moved up. And your energy is different when he's mentioned. I looked in the video that H Money posted. I looked in Devin's face. When they say Shakur, it's like his facial expression is just different when that name is mentioned. But if you say Tank, his eyes gleam and everything, he's energetic and stuff like that. But when you say Shakur, that's the quietest I hear Devin Haney. Because he's talking a lot of shit going into this fight. I don't see that same energy when Shakur Stevenson name is mentioned.
Yeah, well, they're friends. He knows Shakur. They've sparred, from what I understand, so he knows Shakur's capacity and capability. And so I was getting ready to say, it seemed like Haney knows something we don't know. You know what I mean? But I think, again, like I said before, he has to redeem himself, man. He really does. He's got the belts under his custody. And then he's got his own motherfucking. That's important, man, to hold that up in honor and defend the honor of it. You know what I mean? And so, and then another thing too, my simple-mindedness about the sport and looking at the sport is that, golly, man, I understand Shakur a little bit. You know his capacities, his capabilities, his skill sets, and all that kind of stuff. But he just got there. That's the time to get him. Get him now, man, before that nigga gets real polished. Yep. Before he acclimates into that weight class, then it's gonna be too late.
And I think that's the disconnect. It's like Shakur is a big kid.
Right.
Not as long and tall like Devin, but when you look at his body and his frame, it's like how he made 126 and 130.
Yeah.
How he was able to make that class, and Devin Haney been a lightweight since his amateur days, and they sparred and trained, and then they looked like Devin was the bigger fighter. Maybe he's the taller and longer. Then looked like Devin was the stronger fighter. And I'm like, and Devin knows all that, man. You see?
Yeah.
Them two fights, Victor, there's a lot of stuff that people don't see with the common eye.
Right.
Behind the scenes with that fight. There's a lot of stuff that nobody don't know. Only them two know. Only their camps know.
Yeah. But listen. But see, what it boils down to, Simon, is I'm telling you, man. For me at least, it's the honor. The honor. God damn it, losing the fight doesn't make you dishonorable or hell no. Facing up to the motherfucking taking the fight, that's you honoring what you've achieved in your life, honoring those belts, honoring your courage. That's honor, man. And you can lose that fight. And you know how a lot of times, man, when somebody loses a fight, they get made fun of. That I don't know. I remember that happening when we were kids, but grown-ups and adults, they don't do that. We don't do that. We do not do that. Boxing fans don't do that. We don't do that. When you take that fight, you lose that fight, we don't laugh at you. We don't clown you. We'll help pick you up and say, hey, man, good motherfucking job. Good job, money. So he's got his honor is at stake too,
That's why I say when I hear this fight, when I hear these athletes say, I'm the second coming, I'm the next so and so, because such I was the idol of, such I was a fan of. Yeah, but you're not behaving like that person.
I know.
You can't say you are Mayweather, or you can't say you are Sugar Ray Leonard, whoever. I'm in the mold of Hagler. You might have some attributes and some similarities in your fighting ability, but can you stand up to the plate and fight the top-notch fight and be legitimate competitive fight that the fans want to see? That's the difference with them and y'all.
Yeah.
It ain't about what you can do in that ring, or you're willing to take on the best. That's what we hold y'all accountable to. Don't say you like a Ray Leonard, but you fight secondary or monolary, lower level opposition and stuff like that, but you talking like you the second coming. No, you're not, Mars.
Yeah.
Because them guys fought the best. They fought each other. They fought the best when it was supposed to happen. It wasn't about no weight or maybe we can fight at this weight. Them guys didn't say that. If this fight gotta happen, the fans want to see it. They paying the money. We got to get it on.
Yeah.
Like Ali used to say about Joe Frazier, his famous quote: "We don't get along, so we gonna have to get it on."
Yeah, exactly.
All that friend stuff, Mayweather, you can and they like brothers. Victor, you couldn't get no closer with Mayweather and Zab Judah. Didn't them two fight?
Right. Yep.
Zab Judah is the reason. Mayweather is the reason why Zab moved to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
He from New York, Brooklyn. Floyd Mayweather was the reason why Zab moved to Vegas. They was in the Olympic team together. They roommate together. They fought in the amateurs together and everything. They was like brothers. When they turned pro, it was like, I didn't expect this to happen. I didn't envision us fighting. But this is the job we took.
Yep.
And it's a big fight.
Yep. And I can see two fighters avoiding each other because they're fond of each other, because they have that background or that history. I can see an attempt to do that. And so therefore, Haney just might be that kind of a soft-hearted guy or kind-hearted guy or a loving-hearted guy where it's like, I know they want me to fight this. I just can't get in the ring and ball my hand up, make a weapon out of it, and hit my friend in the face. I just can't do it. And therefore, but I can tell you this: if that's something like that does take place in the mind of a fighter, and he gets in the ring and he says, "This is going to be so hard for me because this is my friend," so he comes out. Or they come out and they start punching. He won't punch him hard because that's his friend. But then when his friend hits him in that motherfucking face hard, he said, "Oh, okay, well, fuck this shit then. Oh, okay, you coming like that? I thought we were friends, nigga." And it's over.
What did Bud say, Victor, after Sean Porter Daddy stopped the fight? What did Bud say in the post-fight interview?
Remind me, what did he say?
Leading into the fight. Going into the fight, Bud said he never wanted to fight Sean Porter. He said, "That's my brother. We've been together since kids. His dad is like a father to me, Kenny Porter." He said that after the fight. He said, "That's my brother. I did not want to fight him, but he knew he had no choice because this is the profession we took.
Yes.
We made an oath when we became boxers. This is the profession we took. We can't turn nothing down that's available."
Yeah.
And he didn't want to fight Bud. I mean, Sean Porter, he said it.
Yeah.
I didn't want to fight him. Sean is my brother. I didn't want to fight him. But that's just the nature of the business. Floyd didn't want to fight Zab. Zab didn't want to fight Floyd. But that's what we took up. That's our occupation. That's how we live.
And you got to be, and somebody's got to be there with you to stop you every once in a while and say, "Hey, you're looking good and you're doing good. We can take some steps further, but let me ask you again, you sure you won't do this?" Somebody got to be asking that. "Are you sure you won't do this?" I'm telling you, you can.
Look how I look at legacy. I can't. That's just my own opinion. That's how I look at legacy. Legacy to me is not just about championship belts.
Right.
Did you fight your competition at the time that fight was supposed to happen? Shakur Stevenson looking at it as this. Yeah. Who would want to be undisputed?
Yep.
Yeah. But it's more just being a champion. Legacy for me, it's not just the fact of me being undisputed. Is it the fact the person I beat to get undisputed?
Right.
That's how Shakur is looking at it.
Yeah.
It's not just the fact Devin Haney got all the belts. Yeah, you come with the equation, but it's a legacy fight for me. Because not only did I beat you or whatever we fought in our prime, and they had all the marbles on the line.
Yeah.
You're looking at it. I don't have no hatred. I got nothing but love for Devin Haney.
Yeah.
But just like you got a legacy, I got a legacy too.
Yeah.
You talk legacy, I talk legacy too. And we gonna have to be a part of each other's legacy, whether you want to or not.
Yeah.
That's just the nature of the sport.
Yeah. And you know, fighters, they know the talk around town. You understand? If somebody's talking about them, anything about them, the last fight they had, or the motherfucker that they got the belts from wasn't nothing. You know, that's some of that kind of talk goes around about Haney getting them belts from Cambosos. They say that Cambosos wasn't nothing. So even in that kind of a scenario, a fighter had to say, "Hi, damn!" They didn't think that was much of anything. They don't place too much value on these belts because of who I got them for. So they still waiting for me. You know, they questioning me. They doubting me. So I'm gonna prove them wrong.
That's what I see. Devin Haney, or his dad, and I like I said, I can't speak for him. From my perspective, it'd have been, I'm a wait and see. You know, I got one more fight with Top Rank. Everybody knows it was gonna be Lomachenko. I just gotta wait and see if I can maintain this weight and start having title defenses, because this is a title defense for my belt. Or if not, I'm gonna just have to move to another weight class because I can't do it no more.
Yeah.
But they didn't go that route.
Yeah.
They made us as fans seem. They said all kind of stuff. They didn't include 140. And then when the subject of Shakur came up, and it started becoming a pressure type of situation where they was putting pressure on him, and then the media and then the fans and stuff start talking to Shakur, and Richard started on this channel. You can't start mentioning another weight class.
Right.
The belts, that's for the foreseeable future. The belts ain't leaving the weight class in 2023.
Right.
I can make weight. I can stay in the weight class as long as I want. I got the Lomachenko fight. I can fight Tank and stuff like that. But when it comes to Shakur, the 140 come in, and I just want a legitimate reason why. They're not going to say it. And the hardcore Devin Haney fans that just not really boxing fans, they pick and choose fighters. They can't give an explanation, because that's why a lot of them don't come back to this channel because we ask for explanation and we don't get the answers we want. How come you and your dad is fine with staying in the weight class to fight two certain fighters? Shakur Stevenson is a different scenario. Because I never heard 140 for a Lomachenko fight. I don't hear 140 for a Tank fight. But when it comes to Shakur, yeah, we can fight, but it could be at 140. But you don't say that for nobody else.
Yeah.
You don't say that for no other fighter.
Yeah.
But
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, you don't see everybody know, but the 140 topic don't even come up unless Shakur Stevenson name is mentioned. And I just want to answer to why it's like that.
Yeah.
And then the Devin Haney supporters, they can't answer.
Yeah, right. That's another thing too.
In left field and right field and center field, but this and that.
Hey,
but you know, he been in the weight class a long time. You know, we all see he looked like a skeleton. He was drawn for the Cambosos rematch and stuff like that. But he good enough for Loma and he good enough for Tank, knowing that those fights gonna be at lightweight. But it's not good enough for Shakur, a guy that just moved up. And we want answers why it's like that.
Yeah. And that's another thing.
Fighter is single out from where it's not with the others.
Yeah.
That's all we want to answer. Why?
Yeah. And that's another thing too about this, even though we covered it, but we didn't point this particular bullet point out, is that, you know, you got your fans, you got the boys that believe in you, out there. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers coming at him, right? And he's like, "Come on, man. That's my boy." So, well, why? Why is that your boy? Yeah, well, he got the belts, motherfucker. That's why. Well, yeah, but he ain't fighting. He's supposed to fight, and he's ducking. Oh, fuck you. And so now they mad at Haney because they out there in them streets trying to talk that shit about the motherfuckers they support, and Haney's got them with their backs up against the wall, trying to fight these niggas off, talking about Haney's a duck and shit.
I've been riding with Each Money a minute, Victor, and Each Money know I'm a straight shooter. You know what I'm saying? I might be one of the OGs of the platform, but I'm a straight shooter and stuff like that. I hold all of them accountable.
Yeah.
I got Tank in high regard.
Yeah.
But Tank and his team and whoever he's aligned with, I don't know if he's with his own and just Showtime and PBC, if he's past the differences with Mayweather and stuff like that, you know, I'm not trying to see this one cross promotion. If you're the face of boxing and you that guy that everybody see you are and stuff like that, it was cool. It was a good
run.
We had a good time with it and stuff like that.
Right.
But that shouldn't be the only one. If you consider that face, if you gonna consider yourself the face of boxing, that's why a lot of people thought they have an issue with Canelo. Canelo was the face of boxing because Pacquiao was on his way out and Mayweather was retired. And he was the new up-and-coming star. But nobody looked between the lines to where, man, this guy's picking and choosing who he want to fight.
Mm-hmm.
Because
and then he got
he's in a position to do that, and we can't keep allowing him to do that. So that's why you have the argument with some people who's really the face. Where's Canelo? His numbers are better and stuff like that, blah, blah, this and that. And then I said, well, he's been a pro longer than Tank. He's been out there exposed to the world as a fighter longer than Tank.
Yeah.
You know? Tank just started. Tank basically scratching the surface. I said Canelo been there, but Canelo got so much excuses with his career because he been dodging fights that we should have seen that probably would have been competitive. And I noticed that after the Laura fight, after he fought that fight, every fight that he fought since then, he was heavy favorite. He was favored to beat Laura, but not by a lot. He became heavy favorite. I said, these guys are not going to be competitive with him.
Yeah.
They're not going to be competitive with him. The guys that we want to see him fight, that's going to be, and that's why he never took. That's why he took the longest to fight Triple G. He figured I can fight Triple G when I feel Triple G starting to lose a step or starting to slip. And he thought that with the Danny Jacobs fight. He thought that, but he didn't realize Danny Jacobs was a legit fighter.
Yeah.
But Jacobs was a good fighter.
Yep. But let me say this too about now. You mentioned Tank. I'm glad you did. So let me say this about Tank, by the way, because Tank's my nigga. But let me say this: this thing about but he ain't fought nobody. See, that motherfucker keeps trying to pop his head up, and there's some legitimacy to that. There is some legitimacy to that. Before you know it, these picks, so to speak, if you want to put it that way, that Tank of fighting, he'll run out of them, run out of them, and he's eventually, or even before the picks, there's these Shakurs and Haneys and these other guys. They are out there, Tank. You gonna have to eventually. The reason Tank is getting away with it, you mentioned it. The reason Tank is getting away with it at this point is because of one, he's somewhat of a newcomer his damn self. But he elevated quickly because of them picks. See, but when he got in the ring with them picks, what he put on was a very persuasive, convincing, attractive, you know what I mean, win.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
He's the second wave of a Mike Tyson prototype because he gets people out of there.
Yeah.
A fighter like that since Mike Tyson that can punch like that and keep and you're on the end of your seat. You just wait for it to come. That's why they say
that's it.
Don't go to the refrigerator too fast because the fight could be over in a split second.
So it's like that.
It's the second coming of a Mike Tyson type, and everybody was attracted to that big thing. It was like, oh Lord, Mike fighting and stuff like that. Oh, I gotta watch it. That's how Tank be coming. That's how Tank is coming.
Yeah, but that's why he's getting away with. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like that game that they used to have back in our day, Simon, where they had these holes in this wooden box, and the head would come up, and you got to hit the motherfucker before it. You know what I mean? Well, that's what see, because Tank got these heads coming up, and then when that head comes up, Tank gets in the ring and he stomps that motherfucker back down, and he's able to get more time. You know what I mean? He's allowed more time. He's allowed and permitted. He has more permission to carry on because he's, the devastating wins that he puts on, and the entertainment and the draw and the excitement that he puts on when he's in that ring. So they give him a pass, but it's gonna run out on him, and he's gonna have to fight these motherfuckers, man.
He's gonna have. He eventually, all of them gonna have to fight each other. You know what I'm saying? Even if a lot of people think if Devin Haney wins or lose Saturday night and he got to leave the weight class is going to be at a detriment. No, it won't. The weight class is going to be more lava than it already actually is. With or without Devin Haney and stuff like that. We're not saying that if he don't fight again at the weight class again and stuff, it's a bad on his part. No, that was just a personal decision he made. But the division is going to be in good hands.
There's
still makeable big fights that's at the weight class.
Yes, sir.
Big fights. A lot of fighters that we want to see on that big scene. Not just named Devin, not just named Tank, not just named Shakur. They got a lot of fighters at 135. We're like, okay, let's see if they really legit. Let's see if they really belong at the top of the class like we think they should be. And stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The weight class is top heavy, man. It's loaded, man. When this guy and the Cruz turning pro and stuff like that, you know, you still got Frank Martin. You got Pitbull Cruz. You got Williams Zepeda and stuff like that, and you still got a lot of guys, man. A lot of guys, and who knows who's a name at 130 and move up to 135. You know what I'm saying? He could have left for featherweight, move up to lightweight and stuff like that. Who knows?
And and there's a whole lot of. I'll give you another angle too. Between people like Big Baby Anderson a little bit, Morrell a little bit, Tank for sure, Shakur for sure. The boxing survival, the sport of boxing is on at this point on their shoulders, man. That's on their shoulders. They're carrying the weight. And like you said, there's a whole lot more fights to be made with some people that a lot of people don't know, and so on and so forth. Exposure is important. I mean, to be introduced to the public, so to speak. And what I'm saying is that these guys are keeping boxing well and alive for sure. But man, it's at risk. Listen, let me tell you this. The sport of boxing is a anomaly. It's an anomaly, brother, and it's been around. Don't get me wrong; it's been around since the beginning of time. But it's an anomaly. It's a bestial, primal activity to see two guys beating each other up. That's it's hard to draw the average person into that sport simply because of what it has on display, which is nothing more than a bloodlust. It's the what do you call it? The lowest common denominator of a sophisticated, evolved human being. We're not monkeys. That's what monkeys do. That's what lions do. They're territorial and all that goddamn shit. They kill each other. They're even whatever that word is, where people eat people and they eat each other. You know what I mean? Yeah. So sport, the sport of boxing, it verges on the precipice of, you know what I mean? Someday saying, we're just going too far. We need to just knock this shit off. So it's important for these guys to do what they do and stay active, so to speak. And for these, in order to keep it alive, man, because there's motherfuckers that have called for boxing to be eliminated as a sport because children watch it.
And then the thing about it too, Victor, I'm gonna add to this, the era that we came through. Them guys look at it, they had a big jealousy complex. The reason why was, no, I'm the best. I want y'all to pay attention to me.
Yeah.
No, I'm the best.
Yeah.
And they put pressure on each other to where you're kind of starting to hear that with fighters that you didn't hear in a long time. I want to see this fight.
Yeah.
From back in the day, Larry Holmes will be no Ray Leonard, no Hagler, no Tommy Hearns, no Duran, no Wilfred Benitez. We all in the same era. Now, I'm in the weight class that's supposed to dominate the sport of boxing. I'm a heavyweight. Sugar Ray Leonard said, I'll be damned. I'll be damned.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'll be damned. And I'm going to show you that my weight class, and that's what happened, Victor. The Larry Holmes era, great heavyweight, it was a little watered down for him. Because you didn't have the Alis and the Foremans and the Frazier's and the Norton, where he beat Ken Norton to win his first title, but Ken Norton was a shell of himself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So Larry Holmes and his team were looking at everything attractable because everything was in the welterweight division with, like I said, with Duran, with Leonard, with Hearns, with Benitez, and you had Hagler just salivating at the mouth. He said, eventually them guys gonna have to see me. They're gonna have to see me at middleweight. Yeah. So where they left Larry Holmes in the heavyweight division. So they were jealous. No, I want to be the best. I want to be that face. I want the one that's gonna gravitate all the attention. When you talk about boxing, you mentioned my name. You mentioned my weight class. I wonder who Larry Holmes is gonna fight next. As opposed to, man, when Sugar Ray Leonard and Tommy Hearns gonna fight?
Yeah.
When Benitez and Duran gonna fight? When Tommy Hearns and Hagler gonna fight? That was the thing in the 80s.
Yeah.
So these guys was jealous of each other, but they were jealous to each other in a positive way, and that kept the sport of boxing at the top.
Yeah.
But they kept it competitive. They kept the people talking. They kept the people paying attention and stuff like that. You don't see that today.
Yeah.
You don't see that today at all. You don't see that. Back in them times, it was closed circuit. When you look in them audience, man, you had every fighter imaginable that was at the top of their heat at those fights.
Yes, sir.
I don't care if they was from overseas. I don't care who they was. They was at them fights.
Yes, sir.
They were at them fights and stuff like that. Whatever weight class they was in or not, it didn't matter because, wow, this was a big fight. And it's kind of like, that's what Tank's starting to do for boxing. He's starting to bring everybody out.
Yeah.
You got Sugar Ray Leonard, and you got Tommy Hearns, and you got this guy, and you got that guy, all-time greats that's still alive today. that we can still see and love and support. They at them fights, man, and that's what you want.
Yeah, yeah,
That's what you want, but
yeah,
it's gonna get to a point too, like you said, Victor. Tank gonna have to start stepping up to the plate.
yeah, yep,
You
yep,
know,
yep,
and
yep,
vice versa. That's
yep.
why Saturday is very important. And like you said, Devin Haney, we don't want to see you tarnish your image. So whereas you talk this, and then you do something else.
Yeah.
You know, that's one of the no's in the sport of boxing.
Yeah.
If you gotta talk it, you're gonna have to walk it. You're gonna have to be able to back up what you say. Now, if you just say it, I can't hold you accountable to it. Like Tank for years, but Tank don't call nobody out. Tank don't speak, so I didn't hold him accountable.
Yeah.
If you happen to fight who we want to see him fight, it happened. Okay, good. But Tank wasn't that. Oh yeah, I could see us fighting in the future and stuff, but he wasn't to the extreme to where I want that fight, I'm gonna beat him, I'm the better fighter. No, that was never Tank. So I can hold him accountable. I say because Tank is not talking up no other fight. He's a fight by fight fighter.
Yeah.
Whoever they put in front of him, whoever he's trying to fight, that's who he's gonna fight. He's not a call out guy. So I look at I hold Tank Davis in a different accord than these other guys. These other guys are talking. These other guys are calling out all the other type fighters in the sport. But then when the opportunity is there, a lot of times they change their stance.
Yeah.
You know, they change their stance and stuff like that. Well, you know, we can fight at this weight class, you know. But you weren't saying that before. You were saying, oh, if we fight, I'm gonna show you who the better fighter is. I'm gonna beat him. It's gonna be easy and stuff. Now the tables done turned. Well, I gotta see. We may have to fight it this way. No, we don't want to hear that. That's not what you said a year ago. Not what you said 6 months ago.
Right.
And it's not that I'm shitting on Devin Haney or the Heneys. I'm just going by what y'all said.
Yeah.
Y'all said that y'all wasn't leaving the weight class in 2023. That's what y'all said. That's not what we saying. After the second Cambosis fight, we was all in agreement. Man, Devin need to move up. He didn't look good at the weigh-in. It's like a skeleton in that fight. He was drawn. He need to leave after Cambosis. His next fight need to be at 140. We all was saying that, but no, y'all were the ones that were saying y'all not leaving the weight class with or without Shakur being in it. Y'all said that, not us. Y'all did.
Yeah.
So I'm just going by what y'all said.
Yeah.
You know, now Shakur is in the weight class. He's there. Your stance change.
Yeah.
And we want answers. You know what I'm saying? We want answers. So we don't have this divide. We shouldn't have a divide, Victor. We can have a difference of opinion.
Right.
We can agree not to, but we ain't gotta go at each other throats. And the reason why you have all this backlash and this ill will is because what I'm just saying, your favorite fighter, your fighter that you're a fan of, this is what they said.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What about Tank?
Yeah.
Tank don't call nobody out.
Yeah.
So we can't hold him accountable to what we hold these other guys because these other guys are talking it up and they're asking for these fights that we want to see. Tank is not doing that or such is not doing that. But eventually, whether he talk it up, whether they talk about it, eventually the subject is going to come up when he's going to fight this certain guy.
Yeah.
When he's going to fight this other top level guy that we want to see him in the ring with.
Yeah.
That's going to come up. Like you say, eventually it's going to come up. But for the time being, Tank ain't saying nothing that he can't back up.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And the thing about it is that, that might be a fight. You got to think, man. You got to be smart. You got to think before you speak, man.
Yep.
When you get in front of that camera, you have to thought through what you're gonna say. You know what I mean? And or when you're in the ring and the sports announcers talking to you and saying good win, and so what do you want to do with your future? You got to think and make sure you know what you're talking about.
I don't want to switch the subject.
Yeah.
Phoenix Suns lost in the playoff. Devin Booker didn't even go to the post-game conference. Kevin Durant went and stuff like that. He spoke. You didn't even go. So we looking at you because you're a young, great basketball player. We looking at you as that next stage, that next wave, that next face of basketball.
Yeah.
But if you want to be put on that level and stuff like that, you gotta take the wins with the losses.
Yep.
You gotta be professional.
Yep.
We lost. I'm not going to the post game interview. No. Now if you want to be a star,
Yeah.
it's all good when you're on top. But when you start falling short, you know what I'm saying? We can't find you with a flashlight.
Yeah.
That's not good. Like I said, your
Yeah.
image plays a big part of what you are as a professional athlete. It's not what you can just do on that playing field. It's your image you portray. Your image is portrayed as he's legitimate, he's positive, and he has the highest. We hold him in high regard because his professionalism
Right.
and stuff
Exactly.
like that.
Right.
He's professional. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
He can take the wins when he lost, and the losses and stuff
And
like that. Yeah,
he can
you
take
lost,
them.
and then
Yep.
you bail out. But then you want us to keep you on that high pedestal and
Yeah.
stuff like that. How many all first team all NBAs and this and that? That's some incentives. That's some incentives in my contract and stuff like that. If I
Yeah.
made first team or second team, it's just like in football. If I run for so many yards, or if I got so many receptions or yards carried or whatever, that's incentives in my contract.
Yeah.
That's bonuses.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I can't give you that bonus because why? Somebody gotta vote you in these things. And a lot of times who that is, Victor, them sports writers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the main
Exactly.
thing is this, hey, you can't give me an interview. You think you're bigger than the sport? You think you're more important than me? Okay. If you make this, I get an extra, I get an extra $10 to $12 million incentive if I made an all pro.
Right.
Or I made and this and that, or I made the all NBA team. Oh nigga, you ain't getting that. You ain't getting that. Why? Because
Yeah.
you didn't show professionalism. You didn't even come to the post. Y'all lost. You didn't even come to the post game interview and stuff like that to see where you're at, to see what's next, things that you got to improve in, what you need to do to get your team over the hump next year. We ain't gonna get them answers because you didn't show up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We're gonna hold y'all to your word. We're gonna hold y'all to be
Yeah.
accountability and professionalism. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And that's what you were saying
Maturity,
about Devin Haney and
being
them veterans and
sound.
stuff like that. Professionalism and accountability. You take the wins, and the losses the same. You take the good with the bad. This is part of it. It's gonna be some nights, it ain't gonna be my night. You know what I'm saying? I tried, I did everything. He was the better man. It just wasn't my night. It
Yeah.
was the better team. It wasn't our season. But you know what I'm saying? You grow from that and you get better. But if you bail out and stuff like that, man, that's a bad look, man. That's a bad
Yeah.
look.
Yeah.
And the main
Yeah.
thing we do when it comes to sports and as fans of sports, Victor, we hold our athletes accountable.
Yeah.
We hold y'all accountable. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like this kid, John Morant. Man, I just pray for that young man, bro. Because he's going down a pet, Victor, that's not good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's going down a pet, and the sky's the limit for him. He's going
Yeah.
down a pet and stuff
Yeah.
like that. I'm not saying these fighters are doing that, but we got to learn. The sport of boxing is starting to become younger. For
Yeah.
years, we
Yeah.
had the Pacquiaos and the Mayweathers and stuff like that, the Roy Jones and the Antonio Tarvers, Bernard Hopkins. You had all these older guys.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? The sport is starting to becoming young and stuff like that. But these guys set the stage for these guys, for these younger guys. Yeah, Mayweather was the only guy that finished his career undefeated. But those guys took the good with the bad. If I lost, I gotta go up there and be professional. Cause
Yep.
why? That's a
I'm
new
still a
crowd
man.
coming behind us because they figure, well, he got away with it. He did it, so why can I do it?
Yep.
I lost. I didn't feel I lost the fight. You know what? I'm not giving them an interview. I'm not giving. That's not the writer's fault or the journalist or the reporter's fault that the decision was given that was given in the fight that was wrong. That's not their fault that you lost. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? That's not
Yep.
their fault. They gotta write a story. That's their job. Your job is to be an athlete and perform in that field. Their job is to write about it. But they can't write about it. They can't do their job because you're unavailable.
Yeah.
I don't feel like talking to nobody. I don't want to give a post fight or post game interview. You know.
Yeah.
But then when shit get bad, you want to call up the same reporter or the same journalist, right? Retract this or write up this story or put this out to the media and stuff like that because they portraying me. They put me out on portraying me like I'm this and I'm not that. But yeah, I couldn't get a post fight interview with you. Now you
Yeah.
want me to put something out there to redeem your image, but I couldn't get the interview from you at all. That's my job. Your job is to fight. My job is to report. So one hand washes the other. So
Yep.
you
Yep.
you making my job harder than what it is. Cause my editor, my boss, I didn't get a story. Wow, man, the guy didn't, you know, the guy didn't want to talk after the game, huh? I couldn't bring back nothing. I couldn't report on nothing because the guy didn't give me nothing to report on. He didn't want to talk.
No
Now
comment.
the minute
Yeah.
he get caught up and stuff, he blowing your phone on or I want to give an interview. Yeah, because why? You're on your ass now. They're on your ass and they want to strip you of your liberties. They want to suspend your ass. They want to take your pay. They want to mess with your contract. They want to dig in your bonuses. Oh, now you want to speak.
Yeah.
Now you
Yeah.
want to
Right.
talk. Now you want to give a statement. But what it was
Yeah.
before, and all this would have never happened.
Yeah.
You know, all this would have never happened. And I'm not trying to contrast the two. The only thing I'm saying is stuff. If we want to get boxing back to where the sport was, a great sport, and at the top of all the sports we had in the world and stuff like that, these guys gonna have to start stepping up, man.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these guys that's at the top of the sport, a lot of people don't know who they are. And it's
Yeah.
crazy. It's a plus to him. There's no way, Victor, Ryan Garcia should have made an event, and you got way better fighters in the world,
Yeah.
and they can't
Yeah.
even get.
Yeah.
There's no way you would have never seen that 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
Yep. That's true.
At best,
That's true.
Ryan Garcia would have been a career gatekeeper or maybe a contender at one time for a championship. This guy made
Yep.
a mega event like we was watching the second coming of Ali and Frazier. No, and there's not no
Yep.
slight to Tank, but no, you know,
Yep.
no.
Yep.
I see y'all looked at oh man, hey man, Tank sold 1.2 million. I see that's good for Tank, but is it good for the sport? I said
Yep.
that's what y'all not understanding. Y'all picking out certain individuals because you're fans of them. I'm looking at the sport as a totality.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at the sport.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Wilder and Fury fought 3 times. The heavyweight division done got quiet again.
Yeah.
We thought the heavyweight division was, oh man, the heavyweight division is back. It done got quiet again.
Yeah.
It done got quiet. We ain't never got a Spence Crawford fight yet, or even we gonna get it. There's no way, Victor. They had way
Yeah.
more bigger fights, way more competitive fight, and this Tank Davis and Ron Garcia fight should have been a mega event. There's no way. Don't
Yeah.
matter about no social media and all that. There's no
Yeah.
way. And that's why I
Yeah.
keep telling people, look, this is what we're doing to the sport of boxing.
Yeah, man.
Where Ron got 1 million followers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He got 1 million followers and stuff like that. got TikTok and all that. I said, but I'm looking at the sport. I said, it's good that we got social media because we can put a lot of things in the people's minds that we couldn't do in the past. Because you had to, if you didn't hear it on TV or the radio, you had to read it in the newspaper. You know what I'm saying? It's all over the place. But I said, but look at the sport as a whole. Y'all looking at it. Y'all looking at certain situations or certain aspects. I look at boxing as a totality.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. Tank and Ron shouldn't be the only mega fight event.
No.
We know deep down how the outcome of that fight was going to turn. We know deep down. We knew. People can say what they want. They can big up Ron or yeah, Ron and stuff like that. So yeah, everybody got a puncher's chance and Ron can punch. But I didn't give him no advantage. I didn't give him nothing to win that fight. I said even if the fight would have gone 12, Tank would have still beat him because Tank has superior boxing skills than Ryan Garcia. Tank is not just a puncher.
Yep.
Or if it go 12, I don't know. Ryan might win on the cause. I said, Ryan gonna take a beating. I said the best thing for Ryan to do is get stopped. Because he don't want to take that for 12. His career might not be the same. His career might not be the same. I said, he don't want a guy like Tank who can thump to hit on me for 12 rounds.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
Yep.
I don't want nobody not for 12. You know?
Yeah.
That's how I look at boxing, Victor. Stuff like that. I said, no, I said the best thing for them. We can see Ryan quit or not. It was the best thing for him. Because he was about to take a punishment.
Yeah, he was. Sure enough.
Yeah, he was about to take a punishment. And then I'm talking 140. I don't know if I'm going to have a career because I don't know if I'm going to be mentally affected. That's why I said about Hector Garcia.
Yeah.
I said, he's a good fighter. I said, I think Hector Garcia is fundamentally sound and a better technical fighter than Ryan Garcia. I see.
Yeah.
I told that to a guy that used to be on the panel. I see. Will Hector Garcia be the same fighter after he fight Tank Davis?
Yeah.
Huh? What you mean? I said, will he be the same fighter? Oh, he gonna still be a champion at his weight class because he still got the belt. But will he be the same?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a champion. He didn't lose his belt to Tank because he fought at a high weight class. But will, when he go back to his weight class, will he be the same? That's what I'm saying. Will he be the same fighter?
Yeah.
So whether we thought he quit, I said that was the best thing that could happen to Ryan because his image was already tarnished after that fight because he was exposed as a professional fighter. Everybody thought Ryan was better than what he really was. And I never understood when I heard people say, if it go 12, there's a good chance Ryan go win on the cards. How? Where did you see that Ryan Garcia in his whole entire career leading up to Gervonta Tank Davis that he was a superior boxer?
Yep.
A lot of guys that he fought was leery of his power, that left hook. It's not that he just outboxed fighters. You know what I'm saying? They were just cognizant of that left hook. They didn't want to get hit with that hook because he has a strong punch. That left hook is strong and it's fast. That's what it was with him. He enamored y'all with that. He got a fast left hook. He got quick hands and stuff like that. He can punch. I said, but where's that Ryan Garcia, the boxer, that's going to just outbox and outclass and Tank Davis for 12 rounds? I said, what y'all looking at?
It wasn't there.
It wasn't there. And I didn't see it even with the Luke Campbell fight. Luke Campbell was outboxing him.
Yep.
Luke Campbell, he got dropped in that fight, and Luke Campbell just got caught. He was outboxing Ryan Garcia.
And that's why he got caught.
Yeah.
Because he got stopped. Careless.
Yeah. If Ryan Garcia wouldn't have hit him with that body shot, I believe Luke Campbell would have won that fight. And like I said the guy said, Rolly won, I said, by cheating. Because Luke Campbell was on his way out. Ryan Garcia was the new up and coming. So they'd have cheated Luke Campbell on the cards. He would give that fight to Ryan. It just so happened it ended in a knockout. And I think that was Luke Campbell's last fight.
Yeah.
But he was outboxing Ryan. He was. The fight before Tank Davis, the guy he fought, Ryan could cut off the ring. The dude fought a defensive fighter, a safety first fighter, and stuff like that. Ron couldn't cut the ring off.
Yep.
The thing with him, he wasn't competitive and he threw enough punches at Ron. Ron just threw enough punches to where the judges favor him. Ron just threw enough, the guy didn't throw enough. But Ron couldn't cut off the ring. I see there's a lot of things that Ron Garcia don't pose as a fighter that's not going to benefit him in a fight with a guy like Tank Davis or Devin or Shakur.
Right.
It's not going to work out for him with those guys. I say he was able to get away with a subsequent boxing skill and subsequent boxing ability and stuff like that. It's not going to he ain't going to be able to get away with against these fighters.
Yep.
It don't have nothing to do with him, or he trash, or he this and that. Either he don't have it, he needs to develop it, but whatever he needs, it ain't gonna happen overnight if you gotta fight a guy like Tank Davis or Shakur Stevenson. A camp ain't gonna do it. A camp not gonna do it for you. And just bringing in a particular trainer ain't gonna do it. It takes time. It has to be repetitious. It takes. Oh man, they got Joe Goosen. I said, well, Joe Goosen was Ryan Garcia when he first turned pro. No, you ain't gonna beat nobody like a Tank Davis with somebody fly by night.
Yep.
It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. I don't care who it is. You can go back in time with all the greats and stuff like that. Them guys that was in their corner was there with him from the beginning to the end, from the good to the bad and stuff like that. No, they ain't just threw, oh well, I threw this trainer in and I became undisputed champion after one fight. It doesn't work like that.
No.
I see Joe Goosen is Tank even told him Joe Goosen is not gonna make much of a difference because he hadn't been with Ryan Garcia long enough, and Ryan Garcia got his own way about how you look at the sport of boxing. And Joe Goosen had his way of how to train fighters because he been there and done that. I said Joe Goosen is not gonna be an integral figure in this fight. Well, Joe Goosen is gonna be a Hall of Fame trainer. I say he's not gonna be an integral part. I say that's like Ryan almost being in the corner by himself. I say they don't have the time together. They don't have the time. I say because the things that Joe Goosen want to implement and teach Ryan Garcia, they just don't have enough time together. And you're not gonna get it Don Peck fighting a guy like Tank Davis, who's been with his team from day one, who got a system in place, they got a philosophy in place, and everything, where it's not the same with Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
And it's just simple. It ain't talking down on Joe Goosen or none of that. No. I said this overnight thing not gonna work. Not in a fight like this. Not in a fight like this. That's why I think put it out there. You have no boxing skills. You have no fundamentals. You have no head movement. And you're basically putting out there, you need to develop all this if you're playing to fight a person like me. And having Joe Goosen in your corner is not enough time to develop all that to fight a guy like me. Now you may have to fight anybody else, maybe to get away with it with a Rolly or Pitbull or somebody else. Maybe not them neither. I'm just using them as an illustration. Yeah, you might be able to get away with somebody else, but you're not going to be able to get away with that with me, Tank Davis, because I'm a superior fighter.
Damn, the brother fell off, man. Yo, Victor, I can't wait for this fight this Saturday, though. Hell yeah, Devin Haney and Lomachenko, bro. I got Devin Haney winning that fight. I think Devin Haney gonna have a great performance, and dominate, man. But hell yeah, man, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. We out, y'all.